Sahara TV. Now, for viewers who have Roku, for those of you who don't know what Roku is, it's a streaming device, just like Apple TV. Search the Sahara TV channel where you can watch us live along with all of our videos. And if you missed the show, don't worry, we upload the different segments onto YouTube, so they're always there. So remember, catch our live broadcast every Saturday, 12 to 4 p.m. EST, 5 to 9 p.m. GMT. Check your local time zone to be sure to tune into the show. Sahara TV is everything Africa.
It's 1800 hours Greenwich Mean Time in London, 12 noon here in New York, and 1800 hours in the capital city of Abuja. Today is Saturday, May 17th, 2014. On this day, the Belgian Congo, that is the Belgian Authority in the Congo, almost completely disintegrated, leaving Patrice Lumumba in control of much of the country. Also on the same day, the British Queen started the hydroelectric turbines of the Karibi Dam in the Zambezi. She applauded the young and enterprising Central African Federation of Rhodesia and Nyasaland, now Zimbabwe and Malawi. David?
My name is David Miskis. As the world community continues to call for the release of some 234 Nigerian girls kidnapped by militant Islamist group Boko Haram, France is now hosting a summit to map out a strategy to end the menace and stamp out the infamous group. First, let's take a quick look at some of the stories making the rounds in the African press. Eric?
Yeah, thank you, David. In the news, Kenyans are on the alert after 2 bombs exploded on Friday at the Chikamba market within the capital, Nairobi. More than 10 people were killed and scores were injured. Clothes are still littered across the landscape at Chikamba, a second-hand market. Now, the injured are being treated at the Kenyatta National Hospital. At a news conference following the attack, President Uhuru Kenyatta vowed to fight evil terrorism. All of us around the world must be united to ensure that we are able to fight this particular terror, he said. Kenya has been under attack in the last few years from a al-Qaeda-affiliated Islamist group, Al-Shabaab, which operates mostly in Somalia, but they do make occasional incursions into mainland Kenya. Last September, Al-Shabaab fighters attacked the Westgate shopping mall in Nairobi, killing 67 people. In Nigeria, a country facing its own version of terrorism, citizens have expressed disappointment over President Goodluck Jonathan's decision to call off a planned visit to the town of Chibok, where 200 children were abducted by the Boko Haram Islamic sect more than a month ago. Government spokespersons blamed the trip's cancellation on security reasons, but Nigerians had hoped that the president's visit on his way to Paris would have helped to reassure the citizens of the government's commitment to bringing a closure to the crisis. On Monday, the Boko Haram group released a video showing some of the abducted girls. They also stated their willingness to open negotiations with the government, offering to free the girls in exchange for incarcerated colleagues. Now, of course, the government refuses to negotiate with colleagues in that group. In another story, a woman in Sudan is facing death by hanging for apostasy and a further 100 lashes for adultery. A court in the East African country sentenced the 8-month pregnant woman for abandoning her faith and marrying a Christian. Amnesty International has called the sentence appalling and abhorrent. According to local press, the sentencing would not be carried out and the woman has given birth until the woman has given birth and nursed the baby for 2 years. Miriam Yaha Ibrahim was born to a Christian mother and a Muslim father who disappeared when she was only a baby. She was brought up Christian, but the court considered her a Muslim because she was born to a Muslim father. Her relationship to Danielle Wani, a Christian, is thus considered null in a country where the strict laws regarding intermarrying between Christians and Muslims is illegal. This is according to the Sudanese court that constitutes that as adultery. Before I go, here are some of the headlines from our sister platform. That's www.SaharaReporters.com. At the top of the news is war against Boko Haram. Nigerian soldiers say they are ill-equipped, betrayed by commanders and the authorities in Abuja. Boko Haram militants wrecked another Borno community, unfortunately. Nigerian police allowed to cross the border in the pepper torture murder case investigation. That is, the Interpol gave them the go-ahead for that. Sentencing nears for the former Deeper Life pastor and Nigeria UN mission lawyer, Eric Abakporo, in New York. That is, in a New York real estate fraud case. The Nigerian army fires the commander of the battalion that mutinied. And Nigeria's Court of Appeals overturns Iburi's acquittal. For a little bit more about the upcoming show, we go back to David Miscus. David, what's going on?
Thank you, Eric. Viewers, on our show today, we are chatting with Dr. Jo Odumakin, president of the Women Alliance for Change and the Campaign for Democracy. She is also a delegate at the ongoing national conference being held in Abuja. She is joining us on the show to talk about the campaign that she has been leading to put pressure on the government to rescue the schoolgirls kidnapped in Chibok. We will get her to talk about the government options and also give us updates on the ongoing national conference. Also on the show to discuss the abducted schoolgirls from Chibok and the general atmosphere of insecurity in Nigeria will be Cecil Ibegbu. He is a counterterrorism expert at the I2 Security Group. Mr. Ibegbu will offer solutions to the security issues facing Nigeria as foreign troops and security personnel storm the troubled West African country. Being that we are covering the story from all angles, we will go to Abuja, Nigeria, to bring you a special interview with freelance journalist Chika Ojua. Ms. Ojua has been reporting from Chibok in Borno State and will bring us updates from the situation on the ground. This week, in our focus on Ghana, we will bring you a debate between the ruling National Democratic Congress, NDC, and the largest opposition party in the country, the NPP, or New Patriotic Party. In a bid to arrest the alarming economic woes bedeviling the country, current President John Mahama called a nonpartisan economic forum to brainstorm ideas. The forum, however, was boycotted by that opposition party, MPP. Joining us in our studios today are two representatives from each party, one MPP, one NDC, and a third-party moderator joining us in the studios as they square off to try to explain their party's viewpoints on the forum. To balance things out, we'll be joined by Dr. John Kwampong, Director of Research and Student Affairs at Columbia University. In our Inspire segment, Burkinabe musician Bernard Zongo will join us to discuss his career and inspirations. He will tell us how African musicians are faring in the new and exciting cultural space of the 21st century. Also making an appearance on our show today are the Ghanaian fashion designers 54 Kingdoms and musician Rafia. They will discuss the exciting projects going on for the upcoming 2014 World Cup to be held in Brazil. As always, we will give you a chance to offer our feedback on our Skype segments and our phone segments. Our question of the day is, were you disappointed that President Jonathan canceled his planned visit to Chibok on Friday for security reasons? We will discuss this and more on our Skype, talkback, and phone call segments. We will also bring you our regular shows. On this week's Dr. Damages show, the Good Doctor presents Good Luck Jonathan's performance at the first ASO Rock Correspondents' Dinner. Also, Mama Oduka makes another unscheduled appearance. On this week of Keeping It Real with Adiola, Adiola talks about the continuing global fight to bring back the kidnapped schoolgirls of Chibok. She also expresses her disappointment at the failure of President Jonathan to visit Chibok town. As usual, she does it with her usual dose of humor. Now, it is just a month to the World Cup in Brazil 2014. Our sports pundits will bring you an exciting talk about the participating teams and the opening groupings of matches. This is Sahara TV. We'll be right back with our show, but for now, we leave you with a short video. We'll be back soon. Please stay tuned, and thank you everyone for tuning in to Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is? In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam One. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, a.k.a. Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day. And you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Sahara.
Welcome back to Sahara TV. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. There are two couples attending this together. Our next guest is one of them. She is the president of Women in This Initiative. She's also the president of the Campaign for Democracy. We are going to talk to her now about the national conference and how it's working out for her and for the family. This is part of our series of coverage of that national conference. Her name is Dr. Jo Odumakin. Dr. Odumakin, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Now, let me start with the state of things in the country now. Looking at your activities in the last few days, you've been attending protests about the Chibok girls that were abducted. It appears as if you would rather be somewhere else than at the national conference today.
Yes, like I rightly said, that getting me to sit at the national conference is one of the most difficult things for me, because I've not done it for a long time, sitting at the place, discussing for a very long time. My best bet is always to be on the streets, and that is where my strength lies. So having to contend with the fact that it was just heartbreaking for me to realize from April 14th that we had more than 200 of our girls that were taken hostage. they went to school to write their exams, and from there, no one could account for them. Also, thinking of the fact that where those girls might be, that these barbaric terrorists will also take advantage of them. Since they were taken on the 14th, the mothers sleep. And April 17th, Women Arise for Change Initiative issued a press statement telling our government that the girls must be rescued. But after some time, nothing was done. And then we started having a series of protests. Women Arise started mobilization of members and even Nigerians as a whole. And at the end, we gave an ultimatum that if the girls are not seen, that from May 12th, it starts nationwide protests. And it's been on. On the 12th, we had out of Lagos, we had Hollywood stars, we had musicians, everybody. We came together and first we viewed the clips on terrorism. And after viewing that, we had people speak. And then we had to tell our government, we told our president that for goodness sake, we should behave like the commander-in-chief of armed forces. And then that our border has remained porous. We'll have the Cameroon, Niger, and we'll have most of our guests taken away through that route. So we told the federal government through the governor of Lagos State that if nothing is done within 14 days, that after the series of protests, like as I speak with you, yesterday we were in Kaduna and we had a rally. We've been to Onitsha, Enugu, and as I speak with you, on Monday we'll be going to Kogi State. But the bottom line of the whole thing is that we let our government realize that there comes a time in the life of any nation when everybody will stand up in unison to say enough is enough. Tunisians did not complain in their living rooms. Egyptians did not do that. Syrians did not do that. They came out in unison. And that was how people then realized that we have to take our destiny in our own hands. And that vigilance is eternal watchword. So with this series of protests, which you said is not just sheer waste of time, but that the demands that we made was that first, the girls must be rescued. Secondly, we also welcome the initiative taken that the US, France, Britain, China should also render help because the government was living in denial that they could go out all alone. But coming out to say that they were helpless, I mean, is another boost to what we were saying at the level of the human rights community. That probably the government must accept help from the international community. And then that happened. And people were worried, but I think that there will be a memorandum of understanding. Nigeria will still maintain its sovereignty, but our main focus is how to rescue these girls. Because any moment, any second that is spent with the terrorists can spell doom for us as a race. And then apart from that, we need to be informed. There is an urgent need for us to stop speculating. And then the figures that we always have real doubts, it does not pay us, I mean, it does no good for us if we are not consistent, if consistent in whatever information that is being dished out. And again, we then told the government that after 14 days, if these girls are not rescued, and God forbid, then members, I'm talking about Women Arise, Campaign for Democracy, and these citizens as a whole will all go half naked to that Sambisa forest.
Oh, wow. That will be something. And now, what will... All right. So let me see. You said that the government should not yield to blackmail by the terrorists. What do you expect the government to do in this situation in terms of their negotiation with the terrorists?
Well, I mean, one thing that is a sort of burden to me really is that these girls are innocent. They are pure. I mean, they are just held hostage. So for anyone, for terrorists to dictate the terms, telling us that those that have perpetrated heinous acts, those have been responsible for the murder of our citizens, then we now, I mean, we cannot expect them to assault our collective integrity. So with terrorists now dictate the terms in telling our government that terrorists that are in detention should be released, and then our own innocent girls, our own today and our future, those who remain the lubricant for the survival of this society, those who are the engine room, those who are the life wire for a true society, should now take them and exchange them for terrorists. So told our government that government must never, ever succumb to terrorists, because if that happens, a bad precedent would have been set. If that means that today or tomorrow, if the girls are released, then the terrorists can also go and get some other young women and then dictate their own terms. So government must ensure that no one make the government of this country succumb to any blackmail. Well taken that we want our girls rescued. We need them now. They have spent more than a month and our heart bleeds. We cannot even consider the hardship those girls are going through. But I want our government to painstakingly consider the terms that the terrorists stating, because if they succumb to such blackmail, that would be the worst precedent that will be set, and then anything will happen. We'll have a constitution, we'll have a government, and the government must live up to its expectation. Any government that cannot guarantee security of lives and property is not living up to its constitutional responsibility. So blackmail office will want our government to do all that it can in order to ensure that Nigeria is secure and then terror is brought to an end. But the most important thing that we demand for now is that our girls must be rescued now.
Now, Dr. Odumakin, the president has now visited Chibok or anywhere near the forest. And you said that on the 27th, if nothing has been achieved, you will take Nigerians, both women and men, to go to the forest. Why do you think that the president has now gone there? And what does that say about his leadership in this crisis?
Well, it's really sad. Come to think about it. If anything happens, the government must be responsive and responsible, and must also ensure that its constitutional responsibility, the government lives up to that. If something happened in Chibok since 14th April, and up to this moment, the government has not visited. Look at some few hours ago, Nigerians, were still debating the issue that, well, the government at last has not decided to visit Chibok. But as I speak, nothing has happened. Any government that is elected, but we can see things happening in other society. When something happens in the United States, when something happens around the world, you see the president will go there, visit, show compassion. Let people realize that those who voted such governments in power are as important. Injustice to one is injustice to all. And injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. And we cannot continue to theorize. We will have to walk the talk and not just talk the talk. So in doing this, I think that Nigerians are disappointed. And government needs to do a lot more. And that is why I've said that we have to take our destiny in our own hands. If the government, someone who is the president and commander-in-chief of armed forces, has not visited Chibok, then Nigerians must realize that we have to do that ourselves. We have to take our own destiny in our hands. We've seen some of the people there trying to secure their own environment, because they know that if anything happens, they are the ones who will first feel the pinch. But I just want to counsel, I want to advise, because the citizens are still looking up to someone who will bring succor to them. It is bad, and it does not tell anything good for the government of the day by not going to visit the people who are the ones that get all the untold hardship that terrorism has brought in our land. So we are tired of talks, we are tired of rhetorics. We need to walk the talk and not just talk the talk on this. And that is why I've said that right after 27, I think all of us must realize that we have to take our destiny in our own hands by going there and marching. And we know that there's no one who want to keep one's life except such life is secured by God. And that is why I want all of us to realize that with the build up to that date, and if our girls are not rescued, the only option and the only alternative that we have is for us to go there. And whatever happens, because all of us have the feeling that we are the only ones that can take our destiny in our own hands.
Now, the president traveled to France for security meetings, sort of. Do you think it's necessary for the president in this situation to go to France to discuss Nigeria's security problems when countries like America and China and Britain were offering help without having him come to them? Is that relevant?
I think that, as I speak here now, if this office is on fire, then how will I abandon the office and then run out? I think the insecurity of lives and property that has become a recurring decimal is a problem that we are confronting as a nation. And what does it tell? What sense does it make that leaving the shores of this country and going elsewhere to discuss security as it concerns our country? Time is now. Tomorrow might be late. It does not make any sense at all. There is no logic in that for the government to have left the shores of this country. First, not going to Chibok, and then again, leaving the shores of this country and going elsewhere to discuss security. I think that there is a need for us to prioritize what we are doing. If people are pushed to the wall, then they might react. Let's don't go to that length. Day in, day out, people are there suffering. Nobody knows what is happening. Even that region that people need to encourage before going to school. And now girls are there going to school and see what has happened to them. And within the time frame, no one, not even a president or the government, has gone to pay official visit. And while people were expectant that something was happening, that government has retraced its steps, now is leaving the shores of this country to go and discuss security. It does not really match. It does not click. And that is not what we should do now. That is not our priority. We need our president. We need him to be in charge. We need him to show the citizens of this country that they will be better secured and that terrorism will come to an end soon.
Okay. Now, I will ask you one more question and then we take a break. When we come back, we will talk about the national conference, which is something that I want also to discuss with you. But let me ask you, you were born in the North, and what happened to the North of the past? And how do you think the northern part of the country will recover from this Boko Haram crisis at the end of all this?
Yes, I was born in the North, Zaria to be specific. And I had the early part of my primary education, there. And the North then were all one. Even my father was not from the North, but he worked there in the ministry. So we had one Nigeria. And then we had then a Nigeria that worked. So, but gradually, things kept drifting. As somebody, while I was still going to school, kindergarten, primary school, I see a few boys and girls. You see them carrying plates, begging for alms. By the time I go to school, I return to school, you see some of these boys, they are still outside, they are begging for alms. Day in, day out, there was a build-up of the army of beggars, that we had. And then all of a sudden, we had people that were not employed, people that were not, they were not going to school. And then the gap, we had that yawning gap. So some of these boys that were supposed to be my age group, all of a sudden grew up. And they then realized that when they were born, justice, fairness, and equity was lacking. They also found out that in terms of unemployment, in terms of development, and they found some of the few modern people that they had, that some of them were stupendously rich. So all of a sudden, you find out that these people became, they became a critical mass, and then the anger came out. So what we really have now is a situation where we have people who are aggrieved, people who have the feeling that they've been shortchanged, by saying that there could still be a way in which they could be reassured. And that way that they can be reassured, some schools were built called Almajiri schools. But that is not enough. There is the urgent need for some of my brothers and sisters that are in that part of the country to realize we cannot continue to talk about peace where there's no justice. So there must be justice, fairness, and equity for all of us to come together to become one. Because there's no need, it's not possible for one to clap with one hand. You need the second hand for one to clap. And that is why all of us must come together as one. And in coming together, we must ensure that we have a country where justice, fairness, and equity reigns. Although there is nothing else should replace dialogue. I think that terrorism must be strongly condemned. It should have no place in our vocabulary. That is not the last option. I think a better option still remains dialogue. And while dialoguing, we must ensure that justice, fairness, and equity reigns.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Odumakin. We are going to take a brief break. When we come back, we will talk about the national conference, which you are a delegate to, and I want to hear your views on what has been going on there. So stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. Giving shout out to SaharaTV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching SaharaTV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aaliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Everything. Carry full of you with you. You talk about you not be like. That's why you follow the trench. Trench by trench. Go away from me there with you. Hi. Nobody see people play free. They get time. I said they play us. They get time. They cool down. See them. They get time. People didn't even now my money everything. They wanna be they carry money. They carry my 33,000. Boy, and I don't see attack. This one is very bad attack. Gallant, you mean like 3 years. Very bad. Don't start at 20 years. Gallant, that one with you. Now go, you know. Make I go. I no go do this. I no go do army work. I love my wife. Rest in peace. Please, water, rest in peace. What? Just cover this one. Okay, sir. You need to come back, carry in there. You stand back, carry. Hey.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Fredegas, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is? In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
Kemi o majo ta laso, odun lati yo ta laso. My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam One. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, aka Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Students want to resume, want to go back to the classroom. And we are calling on that government to do what is needful immediately.
Hello viewers, welcome back to Sahara TV. In our ongoing coverage of the missing girls of Chibok and the fight against Boko Haram, we are joined today by Cecil Ibebu, a counterterrorism expert with the I2 security group. Thank you, Mr. Ibebu, for joining us here on Sahara TV.
Thank you.
So I understand that you've been analyzing the threat of Boko Haram since about 2005. Now we're 9 years later. I was wondering if you could just give us what your analysis has shown from the time of then 2005 with the incubation of Boko Haram and the threat posed now. Was this an expected growth out of this insurgency group, or were there missteps along the way that they were able to capitalize on, considering their seemingly greater operational capabilities today as we stand in 2014?
Well, it's a combination of both. It's expected. As far back as probably 2002, during the Obasanjo era, there was a lot of indicators suggesting that Muslim fundamentalists really wanted to integrate. I wrote a couple of articles then in 2007, really speaking of that. And one of the things I stated then was that if Nigerian government does not pay any attention to the current trend, that is highly possible that Nigeria will be another Somalia and Afghanistan. And that's exactly what is happening today. During the Obasanjo era, if you move it forward without going into the security situations in Nigeria prior to 2000, you look at how the election was conducted, how most of the politicians conducted themselves. You also look at how they use thugs to suppress political opponents. Look at a state like Zamfara State that had the vigilante services, the Al-Sunnah Wal Jamaat group, the Islamic State that adheres to fundamentalist belief in Maiduguri, and use most of them. And Boko Haram happens to be one of them as at that time. The Obasanjo regime failed to rein them in. Also, there was an agitation for Sharia law in the northern states. That again was a miscalculation from Obasanjo's part, not to really stop that as at that time, considering the constitutionality of Nigerian situation, whether Sharia law can strive in a country like Nigeria, and that was a missed opportunity as well. Now, you take it to today, what we have currently for today. The same issue that you have as at that time is prevalent. The Libya issue, the fall of Libya, enhanced the arms, cheap arms, inexpensive arms that goes into Nigeria as well at that time. And not only that, the election of 2009, Buhari, Atiku, Saraki, all of these politicians made pronouncements that really inflated the polarity. And not only as at that time, most of the indicators, things happening, these politicians failed to condemn them, and it led to a situation of what we have today.
Now, there were some recent reports, particularly one by the International Crisis Group, that showed a direct link between Boko Haram and Al-Qaeda, a particular financier that came from Sudan at one point in the early stages, and provided quite a bit of monetary support to Boko Haram. And I was wondering, because you just discussed the angle of politicians not properly seeing these indicators and condemning these acts, do you believe that despite, or besides rather, outside support, if there's any truth to these allegations that there are certain politicians on the ground in Nigeria or other government officials giving somewhat significant support to these insurgents?
Of course there is. And you mentioned Al-Qaeda support. That was actually an issue when bin Laden was alive. Bin Laden made pronouncements that he's really interested in coming into Nigeria. I did write about that in 2009, and Nigerian government failed to do anything about it, 2007. And the problem at that time was that there was all these indicators, because Al-Qaeda at that time realized that Nigeria has a large Muslim population. And also there's a faction of Nigerian Muslims that are fundamentalists at the same time. So they wanted to thrive at it. From that time period, there were a lot of Nigerians going to training in Mali and all of those things, like Al-Qaeda in Mali and all of that. And there are some of Nigerians going to training in Pakistan. And you combine all of these things, the indicators were there, the security agencies knew about all of these things, and nothing was done. You look at Mohammed, the underwear bomber that was finally captured in Detroit, Michigan. It is not by accident. These are all part of the same area that he came out of, the same part of training that he underwent with the rest of the group.
Now, fast forward to 2014, it seems that Boko Haram has built somewhat, or quite a bit, of operational capability, as we've seen since the beginning of this year, including, unfortunately, the recent motor park bombings, as well as the kidnapping of these over 234 girls from Chibok and other attacks that have occurred. What is your take on the military's seeming inability to arrest these attacks and to start to put an end to the insurgency? It seems almost some days that Boko Haram is just operating at will throughout all parts of the areas of their operations.
Well, the Nigerian military have assumed a responsibility that is not constitutionally theirs. One of the fundamental problems that Nigeria had when Boko Haram began was that they started treating it from the first day as an insurgency, instead of treating it as a counter-terrorism issue. By doing that, they abrogated the responsibilities of the Nigerian police to the military, and they elevated it a bit higher to what it ought to be. When you bring in the military, the difficulty that you have is this: they are not trained law enforcement professionals. They are trained military, paramilitary guys. And as a result, they went in with more force than they should have. Human rights were abused, a lot of difficult situations that they embarked on, and that in itself encouraged recruitment for Boko Haram. Because all of these Muslim people started crying, they began at a point not to even render assistance to the government, because they're already alienated. They see all the things that the military is doing. And that made it easier for Boko Haram to recruit. It also made it empathy for their cause. Now, because of all of these things happening in Nigeria, there was a cry for help. You have Muslims coming in from Chad, Niger Republic, Cameroon, all of these other surrounding countries to fight the military. And that was as a result of miscalculation of the government in the way they handled it from the beginning.
Now, concerning this kidnapping of 234 girls, there's been, well, now the Nigerian government has started to accept some outside assistance. We have yet to see what kind of forms that may take. But one of the questions also is whether a rescue mission is feasible or whether there's going to be some type of negotiations. What is your take on that? I mean, what really might be their options at this point?
Well, I'm really against negotiations. You can negotiate, but it cannot be kind of like a ransom negotiation. Nigerian government had to be very careful not to give up too much ground. And also, another issue that I have with it is this: assuming Nigerian government accepts all this international help coming in, It's as bad as it is now. You don't want to internationalize Boko Haram, even though on appearance it's already internationalized. What Nigerian government ought to do by accepting some divergent help, especially from Israel, United States, and some of other catalyst countries that are alienated from the Muslim world, you will have all of a sudden groups like PLO and other groups trying to join Boko Haram because Israel joined us to help out Nigeria. That's one thing that Nigeria doesn't want to do. The only thing that Nigeria can do is to try to build capacity. If they can build their law enforcement capacity, accept the kind of help on a support basis from this international community, but at the same time leading the efforts to get this thing done, it will be to a far much greater advantage than accepting an on-the-ground help as they are proposing.
Along with those proposals of outside help, some reports have said that, I mean, they've been talking, like you said, to the Americans, the Israelis, and the British. One of the things that came up was the Americans apparently are not willing to share intelligence with the Nigerians directly. So I was wondering if your take, if this outside assistance is accepted finally as the best route to go, how would that partnership play out?
Well, you know, the sad thing is when you get to understand the concept, you cannot blame American intelligence community for not wanting to share, because most of intelligence communities in Nigeria are very unprofessional. What becomes an intelligence all of a sudden becomes a general knowledge, and that is a major concern. When you're working on intelligence community and intelligence issues, you want to know that what you share is really protected. That kind of protection is alien to Nigerian professional intelligence groups out there. And another difficulty is this. Intelligence is kind of like a give and take. I got to give you something, and then we can share information. From the Nigerian perspective, they have not and have refused to build the capacity to be able to be of any help as well to America, to be of any help to British people that are collaborating with them. And what you have is they continue taking and taking. And America, on the other part, is really filtering down the kind of intelligence that they pass along to Nigeria, because they are not minding their own. And that is the difficult situation that you have in Nigeria.
So just a couple of final questions here. Do you see now, based on what's been going on and based on, it appears that Boko Haram may actually be receiving quite a bit more outside help these days than maybe when they started, and that seems to have grown over the time that the insurgency has been going and the terrorist group has been operational. Is there any link or concrete link between Al-Shabaab and Boko Haram at this time? And is there any fear that they could join with some of these groups like Al-Qaeda in North Africa and actually overwhelm other African states?
They have joined. There have been collaboration, not only financially, but in training capacity. If you look at the analysis on some of the bombing situations that we've had in Nigeria, you'll see that the catalysts and most of the time the expertise in putting together the explosives have been totally different and have been growing in expertise on each individual basis. And that tells me that they continue to really advance, that they continue to really work on what they are doing, and they're mastering their arts better. And also, another thing that's happening as well is this. The way and the process of putting all these things together have also developed. So there have been some level of collaboration, a lot. And on the other part, on the Nigerian side, the government, if you look at the budget from Nigerian defense and security from 2008 to date, and try to really filter through the amount of money that the Nigerian government have spent on defense, and look exactly to figure out what have been on the ground from that date forward, you'll see that 75% of what the Nigerian government have spent money on budgeting for have not been procured or have not been implemented. So corruption plays a major role in all of these things. And as long as they have not addressed the corruption issue, they can never be able to address the Boko Haram issue.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Mr. Ibegbu, and thank you for joining us here on Sahara TV.
Thank you so much.
Viewers, that was Mr. Cecil Ibegbu, a counterterrorism expert with the I2 security group. He joined us here to give his analysis on the ongoing threat of Boko Haram. Stay tuned, we have a lot more coming up, and thank you to everyone tuned in to Sahara TV.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Sahara TV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hello viewers and welcome to Sahara TV. With our ongoing coverage of the missing girls from Chibok, Nigeria, today we are speaking with freelance journalist Chika Odua based in Abuja. She has written articles for the New York Times, The Guardian UK and Al Jazeera, as well as being featured on Al Jazeera and NPR. She is also the 2014 Global Post Reporting Fellowship recipient for reporting in Nigeria. Chika Odua joins us today from Abuja, and thank you so much for being with us here on Sahara TV.
Thank you, David. I appreciate it.
So to start out, I understand you just arrived back in Abuja from Chibok directly.
That's correct.
Yeah, so I was wondering the logistics about your trip there. Was it, transportation-wise, was it difficult to find transportation into Chibok given the unrest that's been going on in that part of the country, and including this recent kidnapping of these girls?
I have a taxi driver that I use frequently here in Abuja, and I just pretty much gave him a call and said, hey, can you please take me to Maiduguri? Because Maiduguri is just, it's about 80 miles from Chibok. It's the capital city. And so I said, hey, can you give me a ride to Maiduguri? He said he didn't know the way. I was like, all right, do you have a friend who knows the way? And he said, yeah, so I'll give him a call. So it just went from there, kind of like taxi drivers who I sometimes use. And I made sure that this particular driver was not afraid to go to Chibok. I said clearly, I'm going to Chibok. And he's like, no problem, madam, no problem. So I was like, okay, great, let's go. So that's how it happened.
While you were reporting in Chibok, was there any concern for your safety? Like, how did you go and guarantee your safety? Was there any need to have extra safety measures in place than perhaps other areas?
Well, I actually met a gentleman in Abuja. He is a Chibok native, but he resides in Abuja. I met this guy at one of the Bring Back Our Girl campaign rallies in Abuja. They've been having these rallies every single day from 3 in the afternoon to 7 p.m. So I met one of these guys. He's from Chibok, lives in Abuja. And I said, hey, if I ever wanted to go to Chibok, would you be able to escort me? He said, yeah, no problem. So when I made the decision to go to Chibok, which was like last week or so, I said I have to go. I gave him a call this past Saturday, and said, hey, are you still up to escorting me to Chibok? He said, yes. When are you going? I said, I'm going in the next 2 hours. He said, no problem. So I kind of used him as a guide just so I'm not wandering aimlessly there in Chibok. So I definitely try to take security precautions. Yeah, that's what I would say.
How did you find the environment? How are the people coping? I know this has been a really traumatic event. I was reading a number of your articles, and you talked about how there's a lot of listlessness for the people because the government at one point had promised to come to the town and provide them certain assistance. That apparently hasn't happened, and also, obviously, the rescue of the girls has not been undertaken yet. So how did you find the environment? I mean, how are the people coping? Is there still hope, of course, that the girls will be rescued? And how is day-to-day life, I guess, for them now with this situation?
Right. I think that the overwhelming sentiment that I felt in Chibok was optimism and unity. This is a very close-knit community. So it's a very communal environment. And yes, everyone is sad, everyone is distraught, but the order of the day is optimism. And you can really, really feel that in Chibok. And families are kind of praying together, they're visiting each other, they're helping each other out with the chores. Because you have to remember, the young ladies who were taken, and a lot of them were the eldest in the household. A lot of these young ladies were like the first daughters. And so they were the ones doing a lot of the household chores. And in their absence, families have to fill in the gap in the absence of their daughters, who were very, very responsible, many of them. So I think that the sense I got was just optimism, and we're going to help each other to cope. It's not as if you're walking around and people are like crying in the streets. No, they're definitely not crying. They're crying private, and they're crying amongst themselves. And after they cry, they go to church, they go to the mosque. And I think that's pretty much how they're coping. They're coping as a community in a very hopeful spirit, and they all really, really fervently believe that their daughters are going to come back safely.
So I also understand that now, in the absence of like a larger government security presence, some of the townspeople of Chibok have taken it upon themselves to provide some security presence of their own inside the town. And I know immediately after, or very shortly after the girls were taken, they actually put together their own search party that went to Sambisa Forest and unfortunately was unsuccessful. But I mean, even immediately they had organized a plan to go and rescue these girls. Since that time, are there any other plans that they might have under the way, considering that it seems the government is still slow moving toward their own rescue operations?
Yeah, I specifically did ask this question, David, which is a good question, to one of the fathers in Chibok, his daughter's missing. And I said, "What's next? What are you guys going to do next?" And he said, "What can we do?" It was very much like, what else can we do? We did go into Sambisa, but we were told don't go any further, and you don't want to just walk around aimlessly in Sambisa. And so I think what they're doing now is just kind of putting their hopes into the hands of the government. I would say that the state government, Borno state government, has taken some type of proactive measure, I believe, to kind of keep communicating with these people more so than the federal government. I think the state government has been much more proactive and much more interested in kind of alleviating the concerns of the Chibok people. And I think the Chibok people, perhaps they feel closer to the state government than the federal government. Some of them, not many, but some of them are aware that there is an American and British team on ground who is giving, intelligence and that type of thing to Nigerian government. I think at this point they're just kind of waiting to see what the government can do.
Now you brought up that some of them are in fact aware of this presence of outside assistance, be it the Americans, now I hear the Israelis, the British. Do they have any thoughts on whether this is the right track to go, or whether they feel like the Nigerian government needs this help, or whether they feel that it should be taken care of a different way?
No, I think all of them are vehemently in agreement that Nigeria cannot do this. They can't do this. It took 3 weeks for the president to even say anything about it. So they understand this is out of the hands of Nigeria. And a lot of the conflicting reports that the Nigerian government is giving. For example, after the abduction, the defense ministry came out and said that the girls had been recovered. Most of them had been recovered. This was a big fat lie, and they had to retract that. And so people were just like, okay, what is really going on? And even more so, the response of the government, the allegations, the implied allegations that this is all a setup from Borno governor. Like, there people are saying that perhaps he set this thing up because he's an opposition party, this and that. So they're trying to politicize this effort, and a lot of people in Chibok are just very, very hurt that, for example, the First Lady would imply that the mothers know where these girls are. So they pretty much have kind of said, you know what, Nigeria is not up for this. They're even suspecting that we know what's going on, and they're just kind of waiting to hear that the international community has been successful in recovering the girls.
Now, along with the government issuing multiple reports on the actual situation, there's also been multiple back and forth between government officials on whether to negotiate, not negotiate, and so forth. Did you speak to anyone in Chibok that had any ideas on that? Did they feel that a rescue mission is the way to go, or negotiation is the way to go, or?
I think at this point, they want their girls. And so however that's going to happen, whatever the diplomatic measures to get that, I think they just want their girls to come back safely, and they want to see them ASAP. So all of the logistics, they're not really even thinking about that.
Okay. And just one final question. It was planned that President Jonathan was going to visit Chibok today, and it appeared that he in fact didn't do that. Was there, I mean, at this point, was that something that even the villagers were hoping for, even because you mentioned how they've already kind of resigned themselves that the Nigerian government either doesn't know what's going on or they're not going to properly respond. So I'm just wondering, I mean, does this just add another blow to them almost, or just kind of resign them to the fact that what they realize about the government is in fact true, at least the federal wise, because you mentioned that the state government has been doing a number of things of outreach for them.
Right. Yeah, you're right. I think that the Goodluck Jonathan not showing up and canceling his trip confirms that this government is not really working in their best interest. And what I think the people are saying, what I've heard them say repeatedly, is that they want people to come on ground and see them in Chibok. And they're saying, we are human beings living here. It's not like we're goats, we're not monkeys, we're human beings living here. Why can't our president, come to see us? And of course, he's saying security concerns, but it's like, well, what about our security concerns? So again, his cancellation is just another disappointment upon many disappointments.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with us here today on Sahara TV and for the updates from Chibok and your travels there.
Thank you so much. Well done.
Viewers, that was Chika Odu, a freelance journalist based in Abuja who writes articles for the New York Times, The Guardian, Al Jazeera, has also been featured on NPR and Al Jazeera. She came to us today from Abuja and talked about her recent trip to Chibok and the updates of the townspeople there. Stay tuned, we have a lot more coming up. Thank you for watching Sahara TV.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Fredegas, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
I'm not accusing any country, America inclusive. No nation is an island on its own. I woke up this morning And I see that the nations of the earth have blessed me as an individual, just me alone. Because my glasses is not from Nigeria. My suit is from another nation. My socks from another nation. So nations are to bless themselves. So I'm not pointing accusing finger at America. But I'm saying I do not want anyone helping us who end up being our sympathetic undertakers. Every time Jesus performed a miracle, he never took the dignity of the people away. In fact, he will ask them to bring what they have and multiply it and give it back to them. He never diminished the people. We should not be rubbished as a nation. I just said down the memory lane, we fought a civil war, as bad as it was, and as terrible as the civil war was in our country. Like other nations who have had their own civil wars also before now, we fought, and by God's grace, our nation was united and became stronger after that. And we didn't borrow a dime to do it. A few men who are not even up to this standing army cannot hold us to ransom if there are no neighboring nations who are harboring these people and who are accommodating them against us. And whoever they may be, whatever nation is supporting terror against our country, as weak as our government or no government, because I said it in the message also, it's as if there's no government here, as weak as our government may be today, we should look at the bigger picture against our nation as a people. Don't diminish us. Don't rubbish us. And again, don't forget I said divine judgment. Judgment is upon us whenever we reject and skim out the brightest and the best. This is what you get at the end of the day. So it's not against America as a person. It's against every nation and enemies within who are supporting terror and who are encouraging terrorists. Look, for as long as we continue to rig elections, as we continue to just handpick those who will just be fanning the embers of our ego, we will continue to be in this mess until Nigerians can choose their leaders. Are you saying that there's shortage of leadership in Nigeria? Look at the corporate world. Look at what young people are doing everywhere. Look at men who have been brought into government who themselves were not even politicians. Look at what they've done. You know that there's no shortage of leadership in Nigeria, but there's no fair distribution, especially when it comes to politics and matters relating to governance. Until you have the best and the brightest, the fittest in your country, this is the kind of thing you get. In Britain, for example, part of my study, I discovered that their best brains from Oxford, from Cambridge, are trapped into their civil service to formulate their policies, to think ahead of time, but it looks like dropouts are the ones we are getting. And now it has affected our polity itself. I was embarrassed by the utterances of the First Lady. I'll be honest with you. How can the First Lady of Nigeria be saying, now only you waka come? It's an international forum. And shield those people away from giving public interview that will embarrass us. Yes, she might be passionate, but let her direct her energy in the appropriate place. Did you see Mrs. Obama? She only held a simple placard, bring our girls back. That spoke volumes without her saying anything. Everyone must know where it fits. The present crop of leadership we have at all levels in Nigeria can be better. I see conspiracy in all days. How can this, I don't think Boko Haram, if you call them that, because I don't think this is a Boko Haram that began in Borno State, I don't think so anymore. But even if they are, what's their population? That we can't locate them and deal with them? Are you saying we don't have superior weapons of warfare? Or the military is so incapacitated completely? No. There's conspiracy somewhere. I don't know who, but if the government is perpetrating it, God will scatter the government. If other nations or other people are behind it, God will scatter them. That's where I stand. My nation will not disintegrate. My nation will not scatter. By the grace of God, we keep on watching over it and trusting God that this land will vomit those who are perpetrating evil against it. That's what we are saying. Because we didn't need to go get foreign army to fight civil war as bad as it was. We supported Angola in their time of need. We supported South Africa in their time of need. We led the ECOMOG into Liberia and sent the enemies away from their territory. Haba, we can now not fix our home. Something is wrong somewhere. It's a conspiracy theory. You can think and look and profound solution also. I'm still praying. Remember, it's a series. It's not going to end until June. This is just part 2. I'm going to part 3 and identify, expose those lions who are on our streets, and eventually we'll come to deliverance from the power of the lions. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is. In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. It's my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam One. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, aka Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Students want to resume, want to go back to the classroom. And we are calling on that government to do what is needful immediately.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Sahara TV. This is a callback segment where we'd like to hear from you, the viewers. The number to call is 646-559-6640. And right now, I'm joined by Deola Fayum, and she's going to give us the question of the day and what some of the people on the social media are saying. Deola, thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. Viewers, we've been seeing some of your answers to the question of the day on our Facebook page, and right now I just want to take a moment to read some of what you guys have been saying. Now, the question of the day is, were you disappointed that President Jonathan cancelled his planned visit to Chibok on Friday for security reasons? I'm going to start with Henry Okonkwo, and he says that I'm disappointed at Sahara and not at Jonathan. Wow. Jonathan entered the creek to meet the Ijaw militant as a governor. So he's saying that Jonathan wasn't afraid to go to Chibok. And also, the next one is from Zainab Yusuf. And this person said that disappointed, of course not. I expected this from him because he's a weak leader. And moving on, Ijeoma Adiele says, I'm not disappointed because his presence at Chibok would not bring back the girls. The governor himself was in London for borehole, so what do you expect from the president? Is he part of the American society? Now, I'm gonna read another one that is from, hold on, because I marked this down.
Oh, it's okay. It seems like it's really buzzing, though. It seems like we're getting a lot of responses.
I know. So, Galase Matthew says that I have read all kinds of comments on this place, and I believe that the president is right by not going. Anyway, I'll find more answers to read because it's very interesting to see how, you know, the different answers that we have to this question. But let me ask you, what do you think? I mean, should he have gone to Chibok to see these girls, or is it okay that he canceled?
Absolutely, he should definitely have gone. I mean, he's the president of the Republic of Nigeria, and that would just show some support and uplift the mindset of not just the people in Chibok, but everywhere in Nigeria and everywhere in the world. I mean, these people will look to him for some support. So he going there would have been very beneficial. So why didn't he go? You know, some people are saying that because he's scared or he just doesn't care. I don't think that's the case. I think he definitely cares. He has to. I mean, he's the president. So I think he's scared, or he was just going at the behest of his
you think
advisors.
He cares?
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, yes. Okay. I think he cares. What do you think?
Honestly, I don't know what to think right now. It's been a month. It's been a month. And I mean, at first there were issues of, is this true? Maybe it's not true. But then the video of the girls surfaced.
Just surfaced, yeah.
If nothing else, I mean, you can make that up. And since the video of the girls surfaced, I was expecting a turnaround in the way the Nigerian officials are handling this case.
Exactly.
But personally, I've been disappointed because I can't imagine having a daughter and for her to be missing for a month.
As a father, I'll be honest, if I was in their shoes, I'd have probably taken a gun and just go there and, you know, probably risk my life. And I mean this, and just, you know, I mean, it's not really the strategic thing to do, but...
Yeah, so honestly, it's hard for me to say that he cares because he's a father. And if you're going to go to Paris, I mean, it's like someone said yesterday that it's like your house is on fire here, but you said, let me go abroad first to get help.
Exactly. It's really hard to comprehend. And you can only imagine if one of the daughters that were kidnapped was somebody his or even just somebody prominent, how would they have
the story would have
reacted?
changed.
Definitely.
And I know we're taking phone calls. Before we take the first one, I saw the answer I was looking for. It's Lukman Abolori, and he says that a country's president must visit a troubled area, at least to sympathize with the parents of these innocent children.
Absolutely.
Which answer is he going to give when he gets to France if they ask him how sober were the parents of the kids? After all, his visit to Chibok can bring them back, but it will reassure the parents that the government is also concerned.
Well said, definitely. We have a caller. Okay, yeah, we have Tunde from Detroit. Tunde, are you there? Tunde from Detroit, welcome to Sahara TV.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you for joining us. What do you have to say?
I have to tell you that Mr. President actually needs to go to Chibok to show support for the people of Borno State, to let them know that we have a government that is solidly behind them. For him not to go there is quite unfortunate.
It's very,
when we have war going on in Iraq, Obama went there, Bush went there. You know, that is, you send people on arm's length, and you couldn't even go there to even see what is going on. This is not right.
Yeah, Tunde, thank you for making that point. Right. Tunde made a very good point, because even in other countries where there are wars,
this is not even a war zone.
Yeah, you see the president of the United States going there to just even to visit the troops, not just to. Obviously, he's not going there to fight, but he's just going there to show moral support. And like I said earlier, President Goodluck Jonathan going to Chibok, just even meeting with the families of the kidnapped people will definitely uplift their spirits and shows them that the Nigerian government cares for them.
I mean, I know we talk about this a lot, but sometimes I think about the fact that these girls are. This story is real. These girls are still out there.
It's amazing.
Like,
it's been
I keep
over a month.
asking myself, like, what the parents are going through till now. I can't imagine them eating well for the past 1 month.
Exactly. And
or sleeping as they should.
In good conditions, and only God knows what else they're going through. They're probably being raped. They're probably being held against their will and forced to do things most despicable to mankind. And I can only imagine. I can't even be without my son for a day, so I can imagine what the parents of these children are
actually more than a month now.
It's really bad.
And another question is, I wish we know exactly what the government is doing right now.
Yeah, it's all over the place. It's just so that I wonder what the strategy is. I mean, I know the United States has
sent the FBI,
sent some help. They have planes hovering. They have some drones. So he's going to France and saying to solicit help, and let's see what he comes back with.
What about the help that we have right now?
Honestly, I know I just don't want to sound biased, so I'm really trying to give the Nigerian government give them the benefit of the doubt, because they've been bombarded with nothing but criticism and everything. And it's not to say that it's not warranted, but I'm just trying to give them a benefit of the doubt, and hopefully they could save face and this ends well. I think we have a caller, right? Yes, we have who from North Carolina? Okay, yeah, Funke from North Carolina, thank you.
Yep. Can I start?
Oh, start, we're waiting for you.
Okay, I wanted to comment about Pastor Bakari's interview, where he said, I caught it, I got in towards the end, where he said that, is it true, where he was doubting that Nigerian military has better equipment than Boko Haram. This is not the truth. I want to implore Pastor Bakari to please read foreign media, because Nigerian media is giving them trash. We have been reading here, and we know that the Nigerian military are reluctant to fight Boko Haram because they don't have equipment.
Right.
They said that they are bulletproof. When gunshot goes into it, it tears off. So also there are elements. And that when Boko Haram came to attack a city in the night, they had goggles that they could see during the night. But Nigerian military guys, they don't have goggles.
Wow.
And this is because the military budget has been shared amongst our leaders. And for President not visiting Chibok, I mean, he doesn't care as far as I'm concerned. He's a weak government. All they want to do there is just to steal our money. That's my contribution.
Thank
you. Thank you so much for calling Sahara TV. We really appreciate it.
Go ahead.
I just want to say something. The way the Nigerian government is behaving does act like they do not care. But I want to think that there's no way that 200 plus girls missing has to at least trigger your nerves. It's to an extent.
I mean, that's
that,
the human thing.
That's the human thing, you know. So that's why I'm giving them the benefit.
It's been a month. It's been a month. Okay, so I totally agree with what this lady said just now, because come to think of it, several times we've seen reports of Boko Haram killing soldiers, and I know that soldiers have also killed Boko Haram. But my problem is the World Economic Forum that they recently completed in Abuja. They had 6,000. Military men there guiding foreigners and whoever came to the World Economic Forum. Why can't those 6,000 men go after Boko Haram?
Adiola, I must say you raise a very good point, because those 6,000 men that went to protect the people in Abuja, those lives in Abuja are not more important or relevant than those missing girls that have gotten world recognition. So, you know what? That's a very good point you raised. So the government needs to do something. I think we have another caller. Okay, we have Gordon from New Jersey. Hi, Gordon, are you there? Hi, Gordon.
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Gordon, thank you for calling Sahara TV. What do you have to say?
All right, I just want to advise the crew there, as well as every other person listening, that the situation in Nigeria is actually quite complicated. It's actually more complicated than most people know. First of all, the president is definitely concerned about what's happening in Chibok, and he actually will want to be there, but definitely, I'm sure that he canceled the trip after getting advice from the advisors, because right now the situation is such that you don't actually even know where the enemy is coming from. So the president might go there and he could get sabotaged by even members of his own entourage. And I'm sure that's why the security advisors had to ask the president to visit. And talking about the military is also suffering from the same thing. A lot of sabotage from people within even the army, and that's actually one of their biggest problems. Not just because of the kind of munition. No, when the Bakassi issue came up, the Nigerian troops equipped as their Cameroonian counterpart, but then because of their superior training and discipline, they were able to overcome what therefore. So I believe it's more a problem of internal sabotage, and that's why this situation is actually getting messier.
Yeah, Gordon, thank you so much.
The president is concerned, yeah.
Gordon, thank you so much for calling. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
He raised some good points.
Yes,
about his safety. The president's safety is definitely important. But I just feel like it's not right to make the statement that he never planned to visit them at all. Well, even if you can visit, can you at least send some official delegates?
Yeah,
up till now,
at least,
not one delegate.
Right. So you know what? Maybe I might need to correct myself and just say that, you know what, that actually exhibiting behavior like they don't really care, to be honest with you.
No one delegate up till now.
That is just so sad. So you can only imagine that. I mean, what do you think the community is going through? Like, you know, they've just been forgotten, and like they don't, you know what, this government doesn't really care about us.
You just said the word. They
no
feel
support.
forgotten. Like, I've been reading a lot of articles. Journalist Chika Odua was there this weekend, and she wrote at least 3 or 4 stories about her experience there. The people there are saying that they feel forgotten. Nobody from the government has been there.
And from what I've been saying, from what I've been reading also, most of the people there, they don't have internet connection. So
all
they
of
can't.
Them. There is no electricity and no internet. So they have no idea the whole Bring Back Our Girls
the whole world
protest
is showing them support. So hopefully they'll see it someday. Okay, we have a caller from Texas. Kunle, are you there?
Kolawole.
Oh, Kolawole. Sorry, I thought he said Kunle. Kolawole, are you there?
Hello?
Hey, Kolawole. Yes, you're live with Sahara TV. Thanks for calling.
You're welcome. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Kolawole.
Thank you.
Are you surprised that Goodluck Jonathan doesn't visit the place?
I'm shocked, not just surprised. I'm really shocked, like that the leader of the country will not go there to at least show the citizens there some support to uplift their spirit, because they must be going through a lot, just like the whole country is. The whole world is going through a lot. So I can only imagine. So I'm shocked that he hasn't visited. Yes.
You know, you don't have to be surprised, because you're supposed to know that we don't even have president in Nigeria. because we don't have Nigeria, because something like that can happen in America. An American president just sit down at home, not doing anything, or any part of the world. I'm surprised since all this while, Nigerian president can't visit the place.
I know.
You know, it's crazy.
It's pretty sad, man. Kolawole, thank you so much for calling. Thank you.
And if I could just say something about
Please.
people worrying about his security, it's like, what about when Obama went to visit, you know, places that are dangerous? Wasn't he worried about his security? What about when George Bush went to Iraq, like the other caller was saying? Yeah. What about his security?
Exactly.
I mean, what about everywhere that Jonathan has been? What about his security? Why weren't they thinking about his security at the time? Like when the bomb blast happened in Abuja, he went there that day.
He did.
Before he went to the PDP rally the next day. What about his security at that time?
Exactly.
I mean, there will always be enough security for the president if
there
they
has
want
to be.
Yeah.
I mean, send 6,000 men like you sent to the World Economic Forum, like you just did. I mean, he will be protected. Just go there. I mean, there's no way that I think Boko Haram can infiltrate
it's all about
the kind
planning.
of security. Yeah, it's planning.
Even if it means taking the 6,000 military men with him,
just go
he can
there.
do it.
Right. So maybe I'm taking back my giving him the benefit of the doubt. Not doing that. I think we have another caller, right?
Well, in the meantime, do you want me to just read more of... Okay,
right.
So this is by Adewumi Adekunle, and he says, I think that the people defending the decision of Jonathan not to visit never saw the heavy security that accompanies him before. Nobody will ever be allowed to move close to him, except the people that matter, who would have gone through serious security screening before they get close to him. So to me, he did it out of mere insensitivity to the plight of the girls' parents, because if they were to be from South or East, he would have gone to identify and sympathize with them. So it would have made it no matter what if he really cares.
And they've had enough time. It's been over a month. I mean,
a month.
Normally you go there 2 or 3 days right after the incident happened. So for him not to have gone, you know, it's not. So yes, we have another caller from New Jersey. Yes, Joseph. Thank you for calling Sahara TV.
Yeah. How you guys doing?
We're good, man. Thank you for calling. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I just want to make a very, very important comment.
Please go ahead.
In the sense that what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is this, right? The government of Nigeria. I mean, we have a democratic government in Nigeria, and democracy is for the people. But the sad part of it is these things are going on, and the people are not doing anything. In the sense that the people that represent the interests of the Nigerian people in 2 of the houses that we have, they are not doing anything. You could hold your government accountable if your representative are not doing anything. The head of the Senate President, David Mark, is not holding the government accountable. The other guy at the House of Rep is not doing anything about it. We can't just be heaping the blame just on Jonathan. You see, we have three arms of the government. You have the legislative, you have the judiciary, and you have the executive branch. So all the blames has been going towards Jonathan. But what happens to the House? What happens to the judiciary? Are they doing their jobs? So we need to put pressure not just on Jonathan. We need to put pressure also on the House, also on the people that go to represent us, either PDP or APC or whatever party they represent. You could petition your reps, you could petition your senators. They have to start doing something. Not until they do something, Jonathan won't feel the heat. It's as if, okay, I understand PDP is taking over, but even within PDP, their what's it called? Their importance or their survivability depends on whether they could win election. If you get pressure from your people, then you will pressure the president to do something. The problem that we have in that country is so much that we have to start from scratch.
Yeah, Joseph, thank you so much for calling. Thank you.
Yeah. No, he has a lot of good points.
He makes a good point, but I think if Jonathan had gone ahead and made the decision, we won't have to put pressure on him. I mean, this is just, I'm sorry to say, man, this is just common sense. This is just,
And the problem had started a long time ago. This is not the beginning of the problem, by the way.
I said that this morning. I had a discussion with somebody this morning.
It's just that this is the one that, got
well, this is the one that said it well. Exactly. We should have been fighting Boko Haram heavy.
At least these girls are alive. What about the 59 boys that were killed in their sleep?
The countless 59 attacks. That is just crazy. I think that right there should have gotten world recognition. Stop Boko Haram.
We should have been rioting since then or protesting. 59.
Right. Exactly. These guys just have, it's like right now they have all the audacity in the world to try to carry this out. And they're still attacking. I heard there was
I was just about to say that.
Oh, yes,
and not only are they still attacking, but now we're reading about how civilian JTFs, vigilantes, are killing them.
Exactly.
When the military has not been killing them since they abducted these girls.
Right.
Okay. But this week in Borno, they tried to attack a place. I can't remember the name, but the vigilantes killed more than 200 of them.
I know.
200. And these were they didn't have like sophisticated weapons like the army.
Exactly.
So what is our excuse?
What's the excuse? So maybe Jonathan should hire these guys to protect him when he goes there. Summon them and tell me, I'm coming to town, you guys protect
They would definitely do a better job from the look of things. But that's a shame, though, that vigilantes are killing them in hundreds when, the military...
And our government is not doing anything.
And,
and one thing I wanted to say, because, we get attacked a lot saying that, we criticize President Jonathan Goodluck Jonathan a lot. But some of this criticism is warranted. He's not making the right decisions, and he's not proactive.
How can you say this in a good way?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have another caller. Rosemary from Houston.
Hello.
Hi, Rosemary. Thank you for calling Sahara TV.
Thank you for answering my call.
Oh, definitely. Please,
I want to say a big thank you to you, and you guys are doing a wonderful job.
Thank you very much.
No thank you to Humble Prince? Go ahead. I'm just joking.
Because it's been a long time I've been in Nigeria, and I don't know what's going on. If not for you guys, I won't know what's going on.
Thank you.
But actually, I want to talk about the president going to Shibak.
Yeah.
It won't go there. You guys should just don't think about it, or don't even to say something about it. It will never go there, because I believe that if one of his family or one of his kids or one of any relation about him is down in Shibok at that dominatory, something would have been done by now. He's trying to protect himself from not going to Shibok, because anything can happen to him. Maybe if they announce on the TV that it's going to Shibok, the militants may come there and do something nasty. So I believe that we all should just continue praying for these girls, because I know my God's going to do something new, as to destroy those people so that these girls can be released to us.
Thank you very much, Rosemary. Thank you so much for calling.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me ask you,
yes.
what do you think is happening right now in terms of, do you think we're making any progress at all in terms of finding these girls?
No, we're not. Honestly, we've been on the same standstill for over 2 weeks. We've been protesting, we've been doing hashtags on Facebook, but it's still status quo.
Speaking of protests, did you hear that they're arresting, they're preventing protests in Abuja?
I heard some of that.
Yeah, I saw the video
pathetic,
on
right.
Channels TV. About 50 policemen went to disrupt a protest.
And that's just pathetic.
And they brought an armor tanker with them.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We need to take that armor tank to
Thank you.
Shabbat. Exactly. So this thing is not really making sense. So maybe we need to start another hashtag because social media could put pressure on our government. I mean, it's one of the best tools we have now. It's a way for us to vocalize our intents and everything. So maybe we need to start another hashtag. President Good Luck Jonathan, go down to Chibok.
Yeah, go to Chibok.
Pay them a visit. What's going on social media?
Let me read more. Esan Peter says, disappointment is an understatement. It's a national disgrace, just like the not only you waka come palava. You know what he's, you know what he's talking about, right? Anyway. Also, Merit Umma says, disappointed for what? Is GEJ the Borno governor? I beg, let the governor solve his problem with his blood-sucking brothers.
Nonsense.
Okay, when I read something like this, I always ask myself, is this the way we would talk until it gets to us? Just because we're not affected? Just because, I mean, these girls don't deserve it. Whatever politics is into this.
Exactly.
These girls are innocent. They would just wanted to be educated. So for someone to write something like, let the governor take care of his own problem with his blood-sucking brothers.
That's nonsense. Whatever that person, I'm sorry, whatever, I please completely disagree with that. But
everybody has the right to their opinion, but still, it bothers me.
It bothers me. And my opinion is that what she just wrote is nonsense. But I want to say this. These are innocent girls, and that's why it drew world attention, because how could some girls just go into school, just get packed up and by some militants or terrorists, and it seems like the world cares more than Nigeria does, and that's pathetic. Yeah, we have another caller? Okay. We have Moji from Toronto. I like that name, Moji, by the way. Hi, Moji, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Here.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Maybe it's Mojid.
I thought they said Moji.
Yeah, I just want to contribute to what is going on the SaharaTV now.
Please, yes, we'd like to hear from you. Go ahead, Majid.
Yeah, to me, I don't believe President Jonathan will ever go to Chibok.
Do you think he should go there, though?
Hi, I'm there. How are you? Yeah, President Jonathan will never go to Chibok.
Right, but do you think he should go?
He will never go because to what is happening in Nigeria now, I believe there's a conspiracy between the government and the people of Nigeria.
Here we go.
Go ahead.
No, he will not go because...
Yeah, I think you're listening to it. Okay, Majid, thank you for calling.
It's
I
like
think he
he's
wasn't
distracted.
Yeah, I think he's listening to the live broadcast and there's a delay. Here we go again with all this conspiracy theorists and saying that, it actually didn't happen and the government is against. At this point, I really don't care, honestly. Just do what it takes to bring those girls back. We're writing our history right now. This is going to be a blemish on Nigerians' history for the rest of our lives.
Already, it is.
The only way to come out of this is to make sure. The only way to come out of this and show face in a good way is to rescue those girls safe and sound. And we still have a chance to save face, like I said. So the best way, we have to make sure those girls come home safe and sound. So I don't care if it's a conspiracy. It seems at this point that no matter what evidence is presented to dispel the doubters, they still don't care. They're going to come up with something something I read on Facebook was like, oh, how come all these girls were dressed up in nice, in nice outfits and everything? And how did they get their size? And how did they quickly sew for them? And and who's feeding them? And they look well taken care of. I'm like, come on, man.
Who looks well taken care of?
You won't believe some of the things I read on social media. I'm reading on social media.
That video, you can read a lot. In that video, the body language,
terrible.
You can tell that these girls were being coerced to do what they are doing. There was no smile on any of their faces, and forget about where they got the hijab. I mean, these people had it was a mission. They knew what they were doing before they went to kidnap the girls.
Exactly.
I mean, if they put a gun in somebody's head, anybody would recite what they were reciting.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean that that was coming from their heart. And to me, they didn't look like they were, you know, having a good time.
Right.
But just to back on what you said about giving us bad rapport, that already happened. Now there is no country that is not reporting about these girls.
Exactly.
Chinese media, Japanese media, even
the Russian media.
Russian papers, everybody.
Everywhere in the world.
France, you know.
So we could still champion this situation, I believe. And the only way we could do that is to make sure we rescue these girls safe and sound. Do you want to read some more social media?
Yeah, I was going to read some more. This person's name is B. La Gloria. And she says that I respect him for that, like for not going, for canceling.
Okay, everybody has an opinion. I can understand it. We have another caller?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Hi, Kennedy from Maryland. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Kennedy, thank you for calling Sahara TV. What's up?
I'm fine. I'm doing okay.
Great.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, Kennedy, we can hear you. Please go ahead. We'd like to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I think the president should actually go to Chibok.
Thank you.
Yeah, the reason is because, I mean, he is the president of the country, and his presence actually in Chibok will actually give these people a kind of emotional upliftment. I don't think he should sit down in Abuja and know how these people are feeling. And as the commander-in-chief, he should be able to visit any part of the country. Right. So if he can't visit any part of the country, that means there's a failure in leadership. There's some vacuum somewhere that is not filled. And he has to start dealing with it from Asarok, firing his security details, the military commanders, and they should provide explanation why the president should not visit any part of Chibok. Just like in America here. If something happens in Atlanta and you tell me Obama cannot go, then something is wrong somewhere. Yeah. So I think the president should be able to visit any part of Nigeria, including Chibok.
Kennedy, thank you so much for calling. Right, so...
Okay, so let me read just a little bit more.
Yeah.
This is Margaret Momo, and she says that I'm not disappointed because your plan to kill him in Chibok will not work. Go and tell the governor of that state.
No, exactly. When people make statements like that, I think that's just an uneducated statement.
Exactly.
Comment, honestly.
Gloria Apiaka says, of all the countries in the world, Sahara reporters, you're only concentrating on Nigeria. Even I am bored. What country do you want us to concentrate on? We are a Nigerian media outlet.
Exactly. I mean, we report on other countries in Africa. If this happening in a country like Ghana, I think we'll focus our energy there. Look at all the other media outlets in the world. They're focusing on this story. CNN,
they're
Fox
even breaking.
Exactly.
They're breaking stories.
Exactly.
Okay, so
I think we can take one or two more callers. Go ahead.
Okay. Do we have a caller right now? What do you think about Asari Dokubo protesting that this whole thing was just a scam, that it did not happen just before the video came out?
Exactly. I think for him to say that shows how disconnected he is. I mean, before this video came out, multiple reputable and credible media outlets were reporting on this. And at some point, I was reading some stuff on social media and online. I was like, saying they were part of this, it's a CIA plan, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, you know what?
CIA?
Yeah, it's tons. I spent hours reading this stuff. So I said, could this be a hoax? And at one point I said, and to be honest with you, do I wish it's a hoax? Yes.
Yeah,
at least I know that 200 girls are safe. But at this point, all these guys are doing a distracted and derailing the mission at hand to rescue these girls. So listen, it's not a hoax.
And actually, going could have scored him some points. Like, no, right. I mean, it's already a month. But at least people would say, well, at least he went there to show that he cares, to show that he's a father.
What Jonathan needs to know is that he's not going there to really save the girls. You're only going there to provide emotional and moral support, which is expected of any president of any country. That's it. That's what you have to do. That's what the president of a country is supposed to do. And I'm not just going to hold him just accountable. I think some of our other leaders should go there, like the pastors.
Even the opposition party, the so-called opposition party, go there.
Exactly.
And let people say, at least you guys went there.
Exactly. Nobody. Look at when the hurricane, the last hurricane happened. Not Katrina,
Sandy.
Yeah, you saw Republicans and Democrats come together. They put the
differences aside.
They put the difference in politics aside. So I'm not just holding the president accountable. I think our men of God, our pastors, our Muslim
men of God, thank
all of
you.
them. You have private jets, fly down there.
Thank you.
Fly down there. Just show these people some moral support. Pray with them. That will uplift them, and they will know that they care. Because, like you said, these people don't have access to social media, so they right now they just feel like the world has abandoned them.
And you know, a caller called the other time and prayed at the end that I know my God would do something. That's great. I believe so too. But
I believe in prayer too.
These
but we need
girls
action.
are all. Most of them are Christians, and just like what you said, the religious leaders, where are they at this time? Where are the Nigerian churches at this time? Even after the video surfaced, I thought that was when Nigerian churches would get up and do something. Even Nigerian Muslims, they should be outraged with what is going on.
Exactly. You gotta understand, if Al-Qaeda could call these people out and say, what you guys are doing, that's really overboard.
Really bad.
So that's I know we just got the signal that we have to wrap up. It was definitely.
It went by quickly.
It goes by quick, yeah. But it was definitely a
Make sure you make it next week, though.
Yes, next week. And hopefully, next week we'll be asking people to say, oh, you know what, the girls are rescued. That's what we want to find. I'm tired of doing all these calls about the girls are still missing and bring our girls back. So there you have it, Sahara TV callback segment. Thank you for watching. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to SaharaTV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching SaharaTV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
The primary purpose of a government is to secure the lives and properties of its citizens. Now, where that is missing, we have no reason to believe in the government. That means that if I'm sitting now in the classroom to receive a lecture, my mind can never be at peace because I know that at any point in time, anything can happen. The lecturer can go missing, all of us can go missing. I mean, these people could be somebody's sister. The fact that we're not directly affected does not mean that we're also at peace or that we're also secure, because at any point in time this will come, and we have to always understand that whatever is happening in the north is equally our problem.
What I can see, the picture I'm trying to see now, or I will say is happening, is a picture of docility on part of the government, on part of the military forces, and on part of us, Nigerians as a whole. Now the problem of bring back our girls, Boko Haram, does not start from a single moment. Everything can be traceable to number one, good leadership, governance, and etc. If you check the origin of Boko Haram and the way they started, it started as a mere freedom fighter that was orchestrated out of the fact that they are trying to actually correct the ills of society. That was a picture that was first painted. But over time, we discovered that it was hijacked politically, it was hijacked religiously. So now there are different factions, different factors that are militating against the peace of this country. Not only Boko Haram, a lot of other things. Students, a lot of things are affecting students, a lot of things are affecting university as a whole. So Boko Haram as a problem is a huge problem. Nonetheless, there are also problems that are militating against the student. So in one word, all I can see, I see Nigeria sitting on a keg of gunpowder. That's the fact. Boko Haram is a part. Corrupt leadership is another part. Good governance, lack of good governance is another part. Even right in the university, in all the facets of the governance in Nigeria.
I think internal political undertone, because the president, this is the first time the president has gone from a very, very low peasant class. And I think some Northerners have been shut out from the corridors of power. So I think they are now using Boko Haram to retaliate, to make their views.
The Northerners have also come out against it, and it is their children that are being kidnapped. Do you think the Northerners want to kidnap their own children?
No, they don't want to kidnap them. They are the elites. There are some people that are still waiting to come out and condemn Boko Haram. People like Buhari, we are still yet to see them to come out openly to condemn Boko Haram. No, but he has not come out openly to condemn Boko Haram, because you can remember this same man said before Donald became president that he will make Nigeria ungovernable for him. And really, Nigeria is ungovernable for Jonathan now.
So are you linking Boko Haram to Buhari?
I'm not linking it to Buhari categorically, but I'm saying at least people in the northern elitist class should have information. They know how these people are operating. These people are getting funding from somewhere.
I am a religious person, but I won't say my religion should supersede my education. I believe both of them should work in line with each other. The religion is important to me, and yeah, my education is important. So I believe both should work with each other. I believe the people behind this thing just lack a general view of things, because if everybody was to look at things equally, like I've been saying, gender equality, then they should realize that both the religion and both the educational aspect is important.
I believe it's a conspiracy, because if one said that it's against Western education and all the weapons they've been using actually emanated from the West, and which is what produced as a result of what Western education. And so if one is saying is against Western education and they are bombing mosques, they are bombing churches and all those things, then what is the correlation between bombing church and Western education if that are going? I think it's a connivance or a kind of a conspiracy among some certain elements to destabilize the nation or also unleash mayhem to the civilian population. So they cannot say that they are against Western education and they are doing all they are doing, even against the religion they believe in. Because I'm not a Muslim, but I believe that Islam, for all intents and purposes, does not encourage violence in the way and manner they are going about it.
I would blame the society itself, particularly the Chibok community. Because I believe the issue of security should not be something that should be left just for the police alone or for the defense or the military alone. It should be something that borders on all and sundry.
Whether or not America comes to our rescue is not the issue. What matters now, what is fundamental, what is required now is that our children, our female children, should be brought back hale and hearty. Now, the issue of America coming to our rescue, I think is something that is long awaited. This opportunity for them is something that is long awaited. Now, the question is America coming to our rescue just because of their humanitarian gesture, or they have an ulterior motive? That is a pertinent question I wanted to resolve. Now, to the issue of government. If our government had acted swiftly when it was necessary, now the issue of America coming to our rescue would not have been necessary. Now, I understand that the responsibility of every government, which is the fact that it must provide security. Now, if I may invoke my knowledge of John Locke, the social contract theory. Now, in the social contract theory, the people submitted their natural rights to the government in return or in consideration for protection or affording them certain rights, which among them is security. Now, I vehemently believe, I take the view that government in all other things should provide the country, the citizen, with security. If the country has a tight security, a good security, all these things that are happening now, they wouldn't have been happening. I think it's an indictment on the part of the government of Nigeria.
There's really nothing like Boko Haram Muslims. What I said is that it's the fact that Islam connotes peace, and I really see no reasons why some set of people should just come up one day and say, okay, yes, we are here to destroy the whole nation. Boko Haram itself, I see it as a political-driven thing. I think it's all about politics. And the way it goes now, by next election, we'll find out that if we are asked to vote for the Muslims, people will not want to do so because of what has been going on for the past few years.
Let me make reference to Section 38 of the Nigerian 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic. Okay. And Section 38 provides for the right to freedom of religion, freedom of thought, freedom of conscience. So, and the right in Chapter 4, which includes Section 38 that I just quoted now, or made reference to now, is a fundamental human right. So even the Constitution acknowledges that every human being, every man, has a right to the choice of his religion, to the choice of his conscience, and whatever he believes.
In Islam,
when the Quran was revealed to the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the first thing that was revealed in the Quran was Iqra. And God says, read. That was the first thing that was stated in the Quran. So if God can say Iqra, that is read, learn, God is telling us that no matter the gender, be it male or female, you are all entitled to education. You are supposed to go to school, you are supposed to learn, because Islam does not recognize ignorance. You have to learn. The Prophet ﷺ was not educated. And when Allah wanted to send the Quran to him, he has to send it through the angel Gabriel. And what he did was to tell him to educate the Prophet. If the Boko Haram are like, okay, they are anti-education, that they don't want education, it means they are not following in the precedents of the Prophet, because the Prophet is not against education, and God himself is not against education.
I think American, France, China, UK coming in will be more of neo-colonialism per se, but let's get our guests back first and foremost, then we'll be able to cross the line of the neo-colonialism and discuss about that and know where we are headed.
Using our children as instruments of negotiation, I think that the entire world rises against it, and the entire world seems to understand that enough is enough, that Boko Haram has gone too far this time.
There are contradictions and there are contradictions. And at this point, I can say it categorically without fear or favor that America will not come to Nigeria to save the girls just because they love those girls or they love citizens of their country or for humanitarian services. But why they are doing this is just for their selfish interest. They have promised that Nigeria is going to break up by 2015, and that is by Bush and Condoleezza Rice. And they are trying to make that possible. So I wouldn't say, I can't explain that conspiracy that America could as well, or some sources from America could also be financing Boko Haram. And since they created terror in the world, since they have been those who created the terror that dissoluted the Soviet Union, since they have been those who created those terrors that caused problems in Libya, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and in so many parts of the world. And even in Ukraine, what you understand is just that these people are the creator of terror, and definitely they will have the solution to terror. So that is what they are just giving to us now. But America can never give to you when they have nothing to get. And that is why Nigeria is going to pay dearly for what we have done. Since we cannot handle and tackle our own issue, then the American government is coming to it. I want to say that I believe that the American government, with their expatriates and their military, can help us overcome the Boko Haram and get the girls alive, if possible, a large number of them. But the fact remains that the aftermath of that particular scenario is going to be great. The consequence is going to be great, because America is still going to continue lording over us. They are going to force us to accept gay marriage. They are going to force us to be subjected to their order, their directive, their actions, their thinking. What they see to be right and what they see to be wrong are things we must accept and we must follow dearly. So, and if we refuse to take this, the fact remains that they have the finances, they have the power, they have the people to dissolve Nigeria.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, SaharaTV.
This is Nature. You're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Predegas, and you are watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
I'm not accusing any country, America inclusive. No nation is an island on its own. I woke up this morning and I see that the nations of the earth have blessed me as an individual, just me alone, because my glasses is not from Nigeria, my suit is from another nation, my socks from another nation. So nations are to bless themselves. So I'm not pointing a accusing finger at America, but I'm saying I do not want anyone helping us who end up being our sympathetic undertakers. Every time Jesus performed a miracle, he never took the dignity of the people away. In fact, he will ask them to bring what they have and multiply it and give it back to them. He never diminished the people. We should not be rubbished as a nation. I just said, down the memory lane, we fought a civil war, as bad as it was, and as terrible as the civil war was in our country. Like other nations who have had their own civil wars also before now, we fought, and by God's grace, our nation was united and became stronger after that. And we didn't borrow a dime to do it. A few men who are not even up to this standing army cannot hold us to ransom if there are no neighboring nations who are harboring these people and who are accommodating them against us. And whoever they may be, whatever nation is supporting terror against our country, as weak as our government or no government, because I said it in the message also, it's as if there's no government here, as weak as our government may be today, we should look at the bigger picture against our nation as a people. Don't diminish us. Don't rubbish us. And again, don't forget I said divine judgment. Judgment is upon us whenever we reject and skim out the brightest and the best. This is what you get at the end of the day. So it's not against America as a person. It's against every nation and enemies within who are supporting terror and who are encouraging terrorists. Look, for as long as we continue to rig elections, as we continue to just handpick those who will just be fanning the embers of our ego, we will continue to be in this mess until Nigerians can choose their leaders. Are you saying that there's shortage of leadership in Nigeria? Look at the corporate world. Look at what young people are doing everywhere. Look at men who have been brought into government who themselves were not even politicians. Look at what they've done. You know that there's no shortage of leadership in Nigeria, but there's no fair distribution, especially when it comes to politics and matters relating to governance. Until you have the best and the brightest, the fittest in your country, this is the kind of thing you get. In Britain, for example, part of my study, I discovered that their best brains from Oxford, from Cambridge, are trapped into their civil service to formulate their policies, to think ahead of time, but it looks like dropouts are the ones we are getting. And now it has affected our polity itself. I was embarrassed by the utterances of the First Lady, I'll be honest with you. How can the First Lady of Nigeria be saying, "Now only you waka come"? It's an international forum. And shield those people away from giving public interview that will embarrass us. Yes, she might be passionate, but let her direct her energy in the appropriate place. Did you see Mrs. Obama? She only held a simple placard, "Bring our girls back." That spoke volumes without her saying anything. Everyone must know where it fits. The present crop of leadership we have at all levels in Nigeria can be better. I see conspiracy in all days. How can this, I don't think Boko Haram, if you call them that, because I don't think this is Boko Haram that began in Borno State, I don't think so anymore. But even if they are, what's their population? That we can't locate them and deal with them? Are you saying we don't have superior weapons of warfare? Or the military is so incapacitated completely? No. There's conspiracy somewhere. I don't know who, but if the government is perpetrating it, God will scatter the government. If other nations or other people are behind it, God will scatter them. That's where I stand. My nation will not disintegrate. My nation will not scatter. By the grace of God, we keep on watching over it and trusting God that this land will vomit those who are perpetrating evil against it. That's what we are saying. Because we didn't need to go get foreign army to fight civil war as bad as it was. We supported Angola in their time of need. We supported South Africa in their time of need. We led the ECOMOG into Liberia and sent the enemies away from their territory. Haba, we can now not fix our home. Something is wrong somewhere. It's a conspiracy theory. You can think and look and profound solution also. I'm still praying. Remember, it's a series. It's not going to end until June. This is just part 2. I'm going to part 3 and identify, expose those lions who are on our streets, and eventually we'll come to deliverance from the power of the lions. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is. In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam One. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, a.k.a. Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day. And you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls!
You know, Nigeria is still a very patriarchal society. I grew up in Nigeria when I was about age 4 to 12. I was there for 7 years. I was a young girl just like these girls who were abducted. I was in school when I was pickpocketed by an older man, so I know how vulnerable young girls in Nigeria are at this age. You know, this lack of concern for girls and women in Nigeria, it's part of the colonial baggage that the Nigerian government has adopted by its colonial masters, and we need to move forward. We need to stand in solidarity and say, you know what, enough is enough. We want our girls back, and we want them back now.
Knock, knock, open that door. Love wants to knock, knock, knock. Open your heart, love wants to enter.
Knock, 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 open your ear. You want to, love wants to knock, knock, knock. Open your ear. Love don't run away. Who that?
Me that.
Who you?
Come,
say who?
Speak up. It's me.
Who me?
Me love.
You okay?
Yes,
go away.
Please, love. I must beg.
Why beg?
I'm wrong.
Really?
Too wrong.
You sure?
Very sure.
Wait.
No way.
You lie.
No lie.
Just go.
Open now.
Open what?
At the door.
No way. Like, yeah.
Baby, please.
Baby, push.
Please,
push.
For you.
Mouth.
Me?
Yes.
Motel.
You said?
Nothing.
Just leave.
Let me in and knock, knock, knock. Open that door. I want to. Love wants to knock, knock, knock. Open your heart.
Hey.
Love don't come again.
Knock, knock, knock. Open your ear. You want to knock, knock, knock. Open your ear. Love don't run away. For what?
For you.
Why now?
Love you.
Which love?
Yes.
Not love.
It's love.
Go away.
I won't go. Baby, please.
Police.
Call them. Call them.
Good job. Too late.
Never late.
You woof.
Me change. I don't change now.
No chance.
Last chance.
Go home.
I'm home.
No way.
Baby, please.
Baby, push.
Please.
Duck mouth. Squeeze. You say?
Not you.
Just
let me in. I never thought that I could miss you. I took this love for granted. Now I know my delusions. Back at your door, pleading. Hey, trust your heart. Love. Shut your heart to love.
Don't shut your heart to love. Don't shut your heart to love. Why should I believe you? You've done this twice before. Don't wanna shut my heart to love.
Don't shut your heart to love. Don't shut your heart to love. Hey, hey, hey. Baby, you know that I love you from the bottom of my heart. Don't shut your heart to love. Don't shut your heart. Don't shut. Don't shut me out. Don't shut to love. Don't shut your heart to love. To love. To love. Don't shut your heart to love. Baby, don't shut me out from love. To love. To love. To love, baby, to love. Don't shut your heart. Don't shut. This time is for real. This time, should I swear to you, baby?
Swear. Don't touch me.
Don't shut.
Leave me talk. Leave me talk.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We had the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, what's up? My name is Bright A.K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Shout out Sahara TV. Yo, I'm going low respect to all the now. I'm on Jale Joe.
Hello, this is DK Mutombo. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denga. The first, they call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening them and I go to watch them 5 and me I know they say but I go to watch.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalan, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Sahara TV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aaliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Everything. Carry clothes, you talk about you not be like. That's why you follow the trench. Trench by trench. Hi!
Nobody see for play video, they get time.
I said they play us.
They get time.
They cool down. See them.
They get time. I'm black guy. People they use that volume. now my money everything.
They want to be they carry money. They carry my 33,000.
Boy, I don't see attack. This one is very bad attack. Gallant, you mean like 3 years. Very bad. Just after 20 years. Gallant, that was it. That one with you. Now go, you know. Make I go. I no go do this. This work, I no go do any work again. I love my wife. Rest in peace. Please, water. Rest in peace.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalan, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to SaharaTV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching SaharaTV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Ni bolo korimabo, kushikan yashe kamache. Urkina yaba, tintaman leni yaba, tudogo hambuko, tudogo lebri.
Gomane fo foka gombi, sala fot foka sarlesi. Ten kuida yelam de flore, tinim kuida yelam de flore. Modern home ya fluk tam lebri. Democracy ka tren yit nedaye. Ton kanadona sak nyawaye. Wakin yali al ka burikin ye, burikin dambai kia. Kima sayala tekre. Il est temps de partir. Il est temps de montrer la vraie démocratie. Burkina Maïki, Kimasaya la Tekre. Il est temps, je t'en prie. Il est temps, il est temps.
Remember for la chana for la. Remember for la jamana deo command bola actually kitolo Johnny Low. We tell him all your hockey books sebere line sebere hakili to jamana ka here paso get man. Will ka panga to my where yay kana ja there's an this like yay. It told la jaw kan ya kuma from a young get will am be betting blade on to wild.
UN c'est l'équipe et moi on m'appelle Kedro. Aujourd'hui je réponds bled avec le collectif Tégré. Unis pour le Faso, cette terre on l'a dans la peau. Nous ici on sent les coups aussi, tant que là-bas ça chauffe. Depuis de nombreuses années, toujours les mêmes injustices. Mes gars ont tellement grévé que le school n'a plus rien d'instructif. Comme on le peut on chante, pour les frères qui veulent sa chance. La chance c'est qu'il suffit de s'unir pour que l'on avance.
Il est temps de partir. Il est temps de montrer la vraie démocratie. Il est temps, je t'en prie. Il est temps, we talking about peace. We talking about
talking about freedom, what we talking about? We talking about change, we talking about, that's what we talking about. Hey.
Fermé dans ta bulle d'illusion, le pouvoir t'obscurcit la vision. Le vent du changement souffle à fond. Et toi, tu joues le bouffon. Écoute bien la voix du vent qui souffle. Ne tombe pas dans le gouffre. Change ton fusil d'épaule. L'histoire s'écrit, nous on s'épaule.
Article 37, racissier. Constitution, ouais, racissier. Tu yon pis la yopwe, pas la son pis la yopwe. Yon pis la yopwe, dat lenga. Peuple la bonne à télérer, tirer la malarée. Comme bibi sa yutinga, di qui me sla pour rien. C'est soldat à la kakwadma. Parma la kama, c'est di kalama, comme c'est la mat. On ne bonne à télérer, c'est tenga ganma.
Orikindambaiki, qui masaya la técré.
Il est temps de partir. Il est temps de montrer la vraie démocratie.
Orikindambaiki, qui masaya la técré.
Il est temps, je t'en prie. Il est temps, il est temps. Nouvelle page d'histoire pour tous ceux qui sont malades d'alternance, mauvaise gouvernance. Voici venu le moment d'inverser la tendance. Après 2 septennats, 2 quinquennats. Merci pour votre contribution, mais respect à ma constitution. Sinon, même à Milan, le Burkina aura toujours des projets, des chantiers. Il est maintenant temps d'écouter la raison de s'en aller. Écoutez surtout la voix de ceux qui apportent un peu de lumière quand l'atmosphère s'assombrit.
Orikindambaiki, qui masaya la técré.
Il est temps de partir. Il est temps de montrer la vraie démocratie.
Orikindambaiki, qui masaya la técré.
Il est temps, je t'en prie. Il est temps, il est temps.
Loya, ticket massa. 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 Loya, ticket massa.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We had the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Yo, what's up? My name is Friday Kid Basketball. You're watching SaharaTV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
SaharaTV, yo, I'm boy in law, respect. So I'll now. I'm on Jale Mew, Joe.
Hello, this is Dikembe Mutombo. You're watching SaharaTV, Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denga the First. They call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to SaharaTV. So I believe say all man get for listening and I go watch them. 5 and me I know they say but I go watch.
It is a union of different artists encouraging political change in their country of Burkina Faso under the dictatorial leadership of Blaise Compaoré, who took the presidency in a coup, killing the much respected and revered leader Thomas Sankara. This was on October 15, 1987. His Congress for Democracy and Progress party has been at the helm of Burkina Faso's political scene, and the Tekre collective are demanding change. In the following song, please watch the video.
Gomane fo foka wum gombi sala
faute, faut qu'à oum sarlensi. Ten kubida yela de flore, nim guida yela de flore. Morgen om ja vloed hem libre. Democratie gaat een hit nedaye. Ton kan een dolle zak nyawaye. Yali alka burikin ye burikin namba ikia. Kimasa yala tekre. Il est temps de partir. Il est temps de montrer la vraie démocratie. Burikin namba ikia. Kimasa yala tekre. Il est temps. Je t'en prie. Il est temps, il est temps.
Wajemba fola, chana fola. Wajemba fola, jamana deo, commando bola. Angelique dolo, Johnny Loa. Watille malya haki, but sebera, lina.
So joining me in the studio is members of Tekre Collective, actually two of them. On my far right, my far left actually, that's Manu. And my immediate left is
Baba.
Baba. Okay, gentlemen, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you for receiving us.
Yeah, this is a beautiful video with a beautiful message. In fact, a powerful message. So now tell us how this project came to be. We'll start with you, Manu.
We had the idea of contributing to the political, situation in our country. And as artists, we thought that, we could best do it to our music. So we had some other members of the collective that are not musicians, but they share the ideals and views. And then we have people who took care of the technical part as making the song, the beat, and others are in the communication field. And others also did image, everything to edit the video. So it's a union of simply Burkinabe people, students, and, Burkinabe people that want to voice, the concerns of the people,
So Manu, Baba, actually, tell us the name Tekre. You said it means change.
Tekre means change. Collective just means an aggregation or congregation of people for change. So Tekre is change.
Okay, how many of the people, the artists, are involved in this?
I believe we currently have up to seven artists that are all involved in this. And then you have also videographers, students, and just regular people.
So these were Burkinabe youths.
Yeah, the diaspora, right?
That's right. The diaspora who put. Now, what languages are you singing? I noticed maybe three. English, one of them. French, one of them.
I sing More. Nasser sings Bambara. Other people sing French. And yes, and English.
Okay, so is this kind of hip-hop? Would you classify that as hip-hop?
Well, it can be classified as hip-hop. Although we did not aim at coming up with a hip-hop track, the artists that were featured used the skills that they had the most.
Right.
So you also have some singing, as you see. Manu, who is a rapper here, actually sang. Right. And you have Nabi, who is a singer. So you have at least 3 singers ups as well, and not a singer. So we had a few singers and few rappers, although the rhythmic is more hip-hop than anything else.
Right. So now, how long does this project take? I mean, from when you started to write the music?
I would say about 1 month and a half when we had the idea. So we mobilized all the resources and contacts to put, the project in place. And, we talked about what we had to say and our position.
Right.
We have an ideology, We don't want to just be perceived as, people who are angry and just looking to, cause trouble. No.
Yeah.
We are here because we think it is a patriotic call and a responsibility for us to be there when history needs us to participate.
Right.
In my country, we say something in my language, it means if the family has its dance. So every member of the family should put a leg in there.
Okay, to dance.
Exactly.
That's beautiful. Now, we know that your country has been under the helm of, obviously, Blaise Compaoré, who's been holding on to power. This is, what, 27 years now, since 1987.
Yes.
And this is following the coup that killed Thomas Sankara, who was quite a nation builder. I mean, he had very many policies that are still admired by a lot, but never repeated by so many of our African leaders. So what have been the most outright, disservice that he's done to the people of Burkina Faso? Is it just staying in power for too long?
Actually, the need to articulate this came out of the lack of respect for the Constitution in a democratic state that we claimed. So he's been in power for very long, and he's done 2 terms of 7 years, which was for life, that has been readjusted to 5 years twice with a limited time of two turns. So this is now the second time of the second term of the 5 years. So this is 14 and 10 years. And people are saying that's enough now because they are trying to change the Constitution so he can represent himself again one more time. And people are saying no to that, and they're asking for a change. And we are in our walk also, accompanying the people also.
Yeah. I know that Blaise Compaoré went to the Muammar Gaddafi, university, which is called the Harvard for tyrants.
Yeah.
So, and he kind of like formulated himself out of this dictator, Muammar Gaddafi, in certain ways. And sometime in 1998, he killed a journalist, Norbert Zongo, who's never been found, and the case has still not been resolved. Has this been one of those situations where you felt that there is need to raise your voices and speak for a change?
I mean, the death of Norbert Zongo changed a lot. The people came together and showed that they don't like this way of treating, people that are not with you, who don't think the same way as you. So the people came together, and I think it has changed a lot of the mentality. People came to realize that, they can't just complain. They have to stand together and face, whatever is in face, and, voice their concerns. So yes, and one thing we also takeaway is about is that the way of governing from Blaise Compaoré, we think that it has to change because there is no comprehension between the leaders and the people. And the people want the leaders to show them their vision. I don't think this is what the leaders are doing because most of the country's economic resources are concentrated in the hands of a few. Let's say that 5% of the people have more than 80% of the wealth. So the wealth is not equally shared.
Distributed,
Exactly. So we think that there has to be a change. And Blaise Compaoré has done what he could do. And it is time for new blood in the system. You showed us what, your vision was. So let somebody else take us somewhere else,
Okay. Are there any opposition parties that are probably standing up right now to try and compete with him?
Exactly. The opposition is there, but it has always been a very weak one. They've never, and like I told you, if you're not in the circle, then you lack financial resources, to voice your agenda. So it's always been a weak opposition. But recently, as of January, his closest friends, the ones who were there from his start, 3 of them left him because of his, stubbornness to modify the constitution. So they stepped away and came back to the opposition. And right now, they have a lot of followers. So that has changed a little bit of the political scene.
Right, okay. Now, I'm going to ask you one question also. This is a question that we spoke about before this interview, that what do you people in Burkina Faso feel about your contribution since you're coming out from the diaspora?
Well, we've heard critiques about what we're doing. Some people are, as in anything that you will do, you will always have critiques. So we find them also legitimate. So they are concerned that we may not directly be impacted by whatever that is going back home in Burkina Faso. So, and another critique was that we are not real Burkinabes because we left the country and we're here. So my response to this is that if you leave your country, no one actually, I believe, will want to be born somewhere where people love you and you love people, and have to leave this place and go to a place where no one knows you to start a new life there.
Right.
So we are here in the research and in the effort to gather resources so we can go back and help our brothers and sisters. A lot of musicians got here and they stopped doing music, or they disinterest themselves from anything that is going on there. We're not doing the same thing. We consider ourselves as as legitimate children of Burkina Faso, just as those that stayed there. The only difference is that we're here and that they're there. And I don't think it really matters where we are, because what really, the struggle is everywhere, okay? What matters most is the idea. And the idea that we have to keep the country in our heart, to be informed and to participate in that change is the most valuable contribution we can make.
Okay. I would add that there is a saying in my language that says, no matter how long a piece of wood has been in a river, it will never become a crocodile.
Right.
Because it's not because we are in America that we have lost our identities of being Burkinabe.
Right.
Most of what we earn here, we invest back home because we have our family there, and we intend on going back to build our country. We came here as a missionary, and we have to go back. If not, we cannot come here and just get lost and, never think about, no, we are patriots. And as Thomas Sankara said, we have to send the youth out to gather the intelligence and, whatever resources they can have to go back and to build our countries,
Absolutely. So, okay, in closing, if you had a moment to speak to your fellow Burkinabes, what would you say to them?
I would say to them that their struggle is just. They have to keep demanding more democracy. That's how we can become stronger as a country. And I would also tell those in power to listen to the voice of the people and understand that the people really need change. It's like it's a constipation, Right. We have to change, to take, all those things out of the way so that people can continue for a better future.
Okay, and you?
Well, it's pretty obvious. We have our stand, and if you actually want to see this, we're asking just for change. Fungi, imagine yourself, if no one actually has left a seat so you can come, you wouldn't be sitting here to conduct this interview.
Right.
So also, you would like to probably one day be sitting somewhere in all tranquility and listening to someone conducting the interview at your place. So change is a necessary act for things to progress. And we are asking, when is the rendezvous where this change will happen? No more promises. We just want to see this manifest. We are with the people, and their call is legitimate. We are 100% with them. And the collective Tekre has come together and put all the efforts and resources, time, and everything to show support in that matter.
Okay, so there you heard it, people. This is Manu and Baba of Collective Tekre. They actually launched their video and song today in Burkina Faso. So please stay tuned. I'm Fungai Maboreke, Sahara TV.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Predegas, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is? In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam1. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, a.k.a. Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalan, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Sahara TV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aaliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
You're welcome back to Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Now, to help curtail a dire economic situation, Ghana's President John Dramani Mahama called a 3-day non-partisan National Economic Forum to garner consensus on measures to improve economic decorum in the country. The event was attended by Ghanaians drawn from all walks of life, including organized labor, private sector, professional associations, financial institutions, security services, traditional leaders, political parties, the clergy, think tanks, academia, etc., etc. It was, however, boycotted by Ghana's biggest opposition party. I'm talking about the New Patriotic Party. While some have declared the NPP's decision to boycott the forum, the party stands firmly by its decision to do so. Now, we have with us in the studio representatives of the NDC and the NPP, that is the New York chapters of these two parties, to help us understand the viewpoints of these parties pertaining to the forum and the boycott. From the NPP, New York, we have Mazu Muftau to the far left, and to my immediate left, we have Moses Kanjuri from the NDC, New York. In the middle, to play a somewhat refereeing role, is Dr. John Osai Kwapong. Dr. Kwapong is the Director of Research, Student Affairs, Columbia University. You're welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Pleasure having you.
Okay. Let me start with you, Doc. Was the forum necessary at all? What's new?
Necessary, I don't know. But I can also see the political impetus for why the NDC wanted to do what it did in terms of holding a National Economic Forum. As a matter of politics, yes, it was a very good political move. But as to whether it was necessary, I don't think so.
You don't think it was necessary?
No.
Okay, you actually started answering my next question to you, because I'm going to ask you, it looks like a fabulous political gimmick of some sort. Now, the president is under a lot of pressure from Ghanaians about the economy and the way it's running. Now he says, okay, you know what? Bring your ideas. Let's do this together. It looks like a really smart political move. Yes. But is that all there is to it, though?
If you look at the outcome of the forum, then yes, for me, it's a political move, in the sense that everything that emerged as what has become known as the Senchi Consensus is nothing that people haven't alluded to or spoken about or argued about in various conversations on social media, in other kinds of settings. I was telling someone that even if you went back to Chapter 6 of Ghana's Constitution, the Directive Principles of State Policy, a lot of the things stated in the Directive Principles of State Policy is reflected in the Senchi Consensus. So you say to yourself, if you wanted some kind of consensus document from which we can begin to look for solutions, you didn't need to go to Senchi. You could have just pulled Chapter 6 of the country's constitution and say, how do we make this come out in terms of specific policies and programs now? Because it's already there.
Doesn't the ceremony, though, kind of rekindle people's, people's inner energies to bring this to come to pass?
Of course. And again, if you look at the politics of it, it does make sense. If I am president, under pressure, hearing a lot of noise about the fact that things are not going well economically, I would want to show a genuine effort that says, okay, let's all come together, one nation, how do we move forward? And for me, it's a very brilliant political move that, I'm trying to get some national consensus. Where should we go from here? But I personally still don't think it was the most useful exercise anyway.
All right. Moses, you from the NDC. The president himself, stated that this is not a novelty by any means. It's not the first time such a thing has happened, even though it always happens under a different name or a different kind of, banner or whatever. Why should Ghanaians be excited about the Senchi Consensus?
Well, thank you very much. And I would say I'm very happy to always be here in the interest of Mother Ghana. And it's the same shared interest that people of the NDC have, including His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We all know, and we've all heard, and we've all listened to the cries of Ghanaians that the economy has gone bad, apart from the economy that has affected other parts of life. And so in response to that, the president decided to bring people in the expect world of the country, expert part of the country, to dialogue and then to see where the problem is and where to go from here. Of course, you cannot give 25 million people appointments to serve in different capacity. If you ask every each and every of the 25 million people, they all have their ideas, their suggestions and recommendations as to what they want to see. But this, the Senchi was used as to bring the representative of the people who have the interests of the country at heart, people who want to see us build a very sustainable community for not the present, but the future representing we who are still young to take over.
In summary then, why should we be excited?
We should be excited because of some of the things that have come out of the Senchi. Why? Look, in the president's closing remark, he said that some of the 22 proposals have already been taken place. But it is
20 or 22? Let's be clear.
It's 22, but the first and the introduction and the conclusion in the paragraphs. But most of these have been taken. For example, the government is investing in electricity. The government is already investing in manufacturing factories. And so they are not new things, but Senchi was used to refocus or give it a sense of agency and as to the direction that the president or the government, the NDC government, should be going. Let me say one thing. You know, Doc just made something very clear that he felt that it's a political move. It's a brilliant political move. Listen, when a cry for freedom comes, you don't take the personal glory. You all fight for the freedom. What the president did was in the interest of the majority of Ghanaians. And I say the majority of Ghanaians because he won a popular vote by the majority of Ghanaians. And so he speaks for the majority of Ghanaians.
Okay, now I know that's going to have Mazu twitching in his seat, but we will not touch that subject right now. We'll focus on this one. Why did your party boycott the forum?
Thanks a lot, and a pleasure having me. In fact, needless to say, the program was necessary or not necessary. Doc has made point, and indeed Moses Kanduri has authenticated what Doc has said, because I was so much surprised to hear from Moses himself that the president has alluded to the fact that all the 22 PowerPoints that came out from the Senchi were in operation. Why the need for us to have it again? That's what I'm telling you. If you are alluding to the fact that some of it has already been in the system, why the need for it?
But we just made a point. I think I asked Doc, and he agreed that the very ceremony of it also kind of rekindles a certain spirit.
We are in an economy which is, deficient in so many aspects. Why do we have to even waste the taxpayers' money going to have it when Moses himself has alluded to the fact that the president said in his closing remark that some of the points, the 22, some of it were already in operational. Now, coming back to the question of why we boycotted the issue. You see, it was very much regrettable that my party was not able to go there. But the fact is that our decision to boycott is still remain valid, in that any serious government that is out to save the good people of Ghana, as Moses is touting, will not give the major political party or the largest opposition party a two-day notice to come to a forum. Were we coming to discuss as we are doing this? It was not meant for a verbal dialogue. It was meant, one, for academic, because students of economics would definitely learn much from that. Secondly, it was meant to ameliorate the mirage of economic problems that Ghana is facing today. So if you are so much serious about it, you should have given us later, a couple of days.
Way ahead of time.
So that we will do an in-depth, the NDC themselves are aware about the in-depth economic background of the MPP. Give us 2 weeks. We prepare, come with it, it becomes a valid national document.
Okay, but let me take you on there. One of your members, though, has woefully decried the decision to boycott Yawasafo Mafu, who was a presidential hopeful and a renowned economist for that matter, has said it was a mistake for your party to boycott.
But ask yourself whether he availed the program. He never went.
Well, because he's under pressure from the party.
No, he's not under pressure. No, let me make a point. Don't take the words. Don't take the words from me. You are alluding to the fact that Osafo Mafu, he was given the notice 2 weeks before our party had it. So he was given not in the name of an MPP activist, but he was given as an ex-minister of state because they were parading renowned economists of Ghana. And when it comes to finding solution of economic crisis in Ghana, Yao Osafo-Mafu is highly credited. You and I are acutely aware of what I'm saying. We inherited an economy which was deficit with 14% inflation rate. There are two economic variables that should be taken notice whenever you are dealing about the economy: inflation and interest rate. What was the inflationary figure when MPP came into office? It was 14. Unimaginable in the history of our country. Today, as we speak, Ghana is blessed to be an oil economy. From Kwame Nkrumah to Kufuor, none of the presidents had an opportunity to operate under an oil economy. Today, Ghana is producing about 17,000 barrels of oil a day. Last year alone, we, as a country, received 1.5 billion from the oil proceeds. We shouldn't have been where we are now. This is a government that is economically insufficient to find amicable solution to the mirage of economic problems.
Let me stay with you.
All right.
Your party seems to be boycotting everything.
Is that how?
What's going on?
No. I mean, we give legitimacy to issues that really matter so much. If you are telling me we have boycotted, I've given you reason. And you seem to be convinced by the reason.
No, it's not me. I'm saying that the voters might read the wrong signals into your
I don't think so.
Always boycotting
stuff.
I
don't think so. The fact is that one, if Moses,
let him
hold
quickly
your fire,
land and we'll come to you.
We have boycotted the just ended economic forum. I even have problems with it being called economic forum. It shouldn't have been that. It should have been national dialogue. Forum, just go to the dictionary and find the meaning of forum and dialogue. The diction was even wrong. All right? This tells you that the government is bereft of, intellectual economic knowledge.
So you don't think you are sending the wrong signals
by boycotting? No, we aren't sending, yes.
Okay.
Because listen, let me tell you, you have even, I don't even know which program you even alluding to because I don't want to jump in the gun. I had wanted you to come with, an event that we had boycotted.
You boycotted the president's induction.
So will you, as a member of MPP, an accredited member of MPP, who is challenging the legitimacy of the president, will you have availed yourself to his investiture?
President Kufuor was there. And
you see where you're coming from.
Member of
President
the
Kufuor
but let's not drag the discussion in the wrong direction.
Ought to be there. Because he was an ex-president.
Fine, noted.
All
noted.
Right.
Let's not drag the discussion in the wrong direction. Okay. Moses, the MPP say, at least some of them say that they boycotted the forum also because the finance minister said it was just a forum for people to come and endorse something that has already been agreed on. Why is that? Why should I go to an event like that if all I'm needed for is to come and endorse someone else's ideas?
Before I even dive into that, Mwanzo just made a very wonderful statement that I wanted to touch a little bit on.
Briefly,
he talked about how the MPP, inherited a very bad economy from Rawlings, and then made it seem like they handed over the most pastorious, glorious opportunity for Ghanaians. But he has forgotten that this same oil money that he's talking about, we are still paying debts that they took, debt that they incurred. And the record is there. He shouldn't sit here to say that they don't know.
Now
but
my substantive
you see, the truth about the issue is that you and I, he and Doctor, followed every single thing from the first day. If you didn't follow, then I expect that you go back and Google and follow the entire procedure from first day to second day to third day until when the president of Ashasha University compiled and read out the consensus that was derived from this place. And you sit here to tell me that it was already something that was prepared for them.
But why did the finance minister say that? If that's not the case, why did he say that?
Everyone has this problem and way of belief. For example, like Dr. Osafo-Mafu, he had the option to go or not to go. You understand? Unfortunately, he decided to go. But I bet
he never went.
That's what I said. He did not go. But I bet you, they sat in their rooms on cushions to watch that event. And today, most of them are even calling to be part of the national dialogue on the consensus.
We have never done that.
It's on the Ghana web today.
Right.
Let me
check
tell
it
you.
out. Imperium has said that as well. Imperium has said that as well. I mean, he had his time to talk. Let me finish. Let me finish.
I was actually going to take the wind out of your sail, but I'll give you 30 seconds to round up.
Yeah, let me finish. But I'm saying that you had the opportunity to be there and make a national contribution. You want us to call it national dialogue. That was what you called it some time ago when you were in power. I mean, we came out. We didn't boycott it. But you have a very beautiful history of giving excuse to boycott national events. But that is not to say that they don't want to be part or they are legitimately withdrawing, but it is because they do not have that. They do not have that intellectual. They might have the intellectuals, but they do not have the solution to Ghana's problems.
Okay, let's go to Doc.
Yeah, before Doc comes in, Moses has been permanently inconsistent.
We can pull this forever.
It's not a debate. It's not a debate. We are making. It's not a debate. No, it's not a debate. No series.
We'll come back to. Let's go to Doc. Let's go to Doc.
We are making our points clear. Yeah.
Let's go to Doc.
All right,
Doc. You've seen the 20-point. Yes. I don't know what to call it. Resolution, yes. Consensus, whatever. Did the forum suggest any fine points for achieving these? Because, for instance, it says, okay, we're going to X, Y, and Z. It doesn't say how we're going to X, Y, and Z.
So, from what I understand, a fuller document of the entire proceedings is going to come out. But when the 22 points, what they call the Senchi consensus came out, what my initial reaction was, the most difficult part now is how you translate those 22 points into actual policies and programs that would achieve the economic results that the president and all the other stakeholders who gathered are trying to achieve for Ghana. So that's the challenge now. We have a list of 22 points. Now you have to give it, you have to bring it into action, make it come alive through specific policies and programs. For me, that's the next challenge. Making that transition from the consensus into actual policies and programs to see whether they would have some transformational effect.
Do you think we have the capacity to do that? Do we have the manpower? Do we have the capacity? Obviously, we have something of a political will to do it, judging from the forum itself. But do we have the capacity to
I've always, I would agree that we do have some challenges in terms of the state capacity, the capacity of our state institutions for effective policy implementation, etc., etc. But I also don't think that it would just be a matter of institutional capacity. I think the biggest problem would also be political will, because the consensus and what would flow out in terms of specific policies and programs may be some very difficult decisions. And for me, I always say that when the politician is thinking about the next election, that is when they get a little bit worried about doing the things they know they need to do. And I always say that every economic decision ultimately is a political decision. So sometimes the most efficient decision economically may not have political rewards to it. Okay. And therefore, if you make that calculus, you might switch away and say, well, so either they might not do everything or they might pace themselves as to how they go about, particularly the very tough decisions.
Okay, all right. Now, let me come to you again, Mazu. There are people in the NPP, who also think that, okay, let's keep our cards to our chest. The NDC is going to steal our ideas. You said that with the free SHS policy, for instance. And I'm getting the feeling that some within your party still feel like, these people are trying to take our ideas and get the glory of it. Why don't we keep our cards to our chest and wait till we come to power and then we show Ghanaians what we've got? Is that the way to go?
No, that's not what we are even doing. That is exactly not what we are doing.
Explain.
You see, the fact is that before election 2012, Dr. Bawumia offered so many people. He presented an economic papers to the country. Go and check from the 12 PowerPoints that came out from this forum. One, not even single one of it is inconsistent with what Bawumia said. Secondly, just 3 months ago, isn't even up to Ashe University invited Bawumia. He came and presented similar thing. We are not holding our economic knowledge to our chest. The fact is that we had a very late invitation, which will prevent us from doing an in-depth economic analysis. You and I are acutely aware of that.
If Bawumia presented such a paper,
that
would mean that you already have something to present.
Let me tell you something. The fact is that if you are giving an invitation to each one of us here, there's what, I'm a professional teacher, there's what we call lesson plan, lesson note. If you are going to teach politics, which topic are you going to teach? They came with the invitation without even giving us the area that we are going to even handle within 2 days. Okay. So how on earth do you want us to solve a problem? It isn't that MPP aren't willing to give the country its best. But the fact is that NDC government has grossly disrespected the internal integrity of our party. And that ought to be respected. Okay. Let me even come in, please. Just hold your fire.
We're running out of time.
Don't prevent me.
No, I'm not preventing. I'm just saying.
No, but if you talk about facts that is not correct. No, you can talk about history of boycott. History of boycott. No, let's start something here. If we're talking about history of boycott, look at the deliberations before 1993 Constitution.
Please allow him.
There's so many of them.
Please allow him to make his point. Please allow him to make his point.
93 Parliament, you boycotted.
Yes,
Did you not boycott? Akosombo Dam, the deliberation need to boycott. So it's a history.
Okay, Moses,
it's a history.
Let Mazu finish his point.
In 2012, to 2002, when we invited the nation, they had about 6 undiluted months to do an in-depth analysis of whatever we presented to them. Why aren't they following suit? We are not even here to come and then discuss about a boycott. I will have given you a political tutorials about that. But that is not to say that. It is basically meant for the economic forum. And I'm giving you a valid reason why we ought not to be there.
You've done that.
Before I came here, this studio, they called me several times, giving credence to the discussion. You can't tell people that with this mirage economic problems that has engulfed our country, given a serious political party like our party, 2 working days to come and answer problems, solving problems, while Bawumia has already diagnosed all the series of the problems that we have.
But you see, here's the interesting part, right? Yeah. So on the one hand, you are saying that you have already seriously looked at all of these issues, etc., etc. But on the other hand, you are saying 2 days was not enough for you to prepare. I'm thinking that, given the fact that everybody has really been following what is going on economically in Ghana, a well-endowed party like the MPP, even if you wake them up at midnight, they should have something of substance to contribute. So you don't need more than 2 days.
Let me tell you something. Let me just correct an impression here. Yes. Listen, we will not allow the NDC to trap us. This is a party that believes in the philosophy of propaganda, just to dilute, misinform people. So we will not allow ourselves to report into the system. The party ought to be respected. We ought to be respected, and that is what we believe in.
Can I take control of this discussion, please?
Go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm actually going to say is that I do agree with you, Doc, that even if they wake them up at 2 seconds to the event, they should be able to. But also there's certain protocol which has to be followed.
Exactly.
For instance, even the chairman of the NDC has said that if indeed the case is that they were giving the invite 2 days to the event, then they are right to have boycotted the thing. The NDC themselves came out to say that. So let's put that question to rest and see if we can attack a few more questions before we round up. Kwesi Pratt says flowery things about the NDC, but he has lambasted the Senchi consensus.
Of course, again, it's individual beliefs. Kwesi Pratt has lambasted the NDC. PNM has lambasted the MPP. These are very high people, and so just like me or you or any of them here, everyone has his view about whatever is happening. I remember I said this here couple of weeks ago that, you know, you in a democratic world, you cannot believe that everybody will say want positive things about you all the time. You understand? So, of course, in a democracy like Ghana, everyone has his right to whatever he wants to say. But I want to tell you that listen, let's face facts. Let's face facts.
That Ghana is in serious
You are
crisis.
very right. I'm happy that Doctor actually alluded to that fact. And he made mention that during their time when they had a national crisis, the crisis prolonged. It took well over a year, and so they gave us time to work. Look, the crisis, Ghana was in a stable economy. Very recently, it was one of the best and most flourishing economies in the world. In fact,
very recently.
You understand? Very recently. When did we start crying out economic woes?
How recently? In whose era?
And the NDC era.
Okay.
Which of the NDC?
NDC era.
They have so many
Mills era. Mahama inherited it and continued until the late part of last year. You understand? Yeah. So there was no time, and there is no time simply because Ghanaians need a fair share of what is supposed to be due them. And so we deemed it necessary to call a national forum. And so if you are talking about not giving you time, and of course, like you rightly said, the chairman of the NDC did not hide that fact. If it is indeed true that the procedure that was supposed to be followed and given them ample time was
not
followed, it is wrong. But again, these are people, a few weeks ago, Baumia comes out to read all these things that we felt that would alleviate us and bring us to the promised land, and then you are given 48 hours on a national platform to let people understand that you can better manage the economy, and you fail to do that.
Okay.
I'm
getting the signal that our time is up, but I'm going to give you time to round up. So, final comments.
Well, my final comment is that, you see, the two dynamisms are different. When we inherited the NDC 2000 election, it was a transition from one party to another party. But this current, because we inherited a very rotten economy, there was the need for us to assemble people, give them long, months to think about the solution. It was that solution that came out with what we call the golden age of business.
With HIPIC and all of that.
All those things.
The HIPIC, we are still paying the money.
What are you talking about? When the HIPIC rate off, don't be truncating me. Whenever you are talking, let's be decent. Let's allow decorum to take place. Yes. Whenever you talk, I don't truncate you. That's the profession of the business. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But this Mahaman administration, all right, it was a transfer of power within NDC themselves. And the fact is that when they took power, 2012, they never referred to the current economy as something that, was some. They alluded to the fact that because of the legal battle that Ghana has gone through, that's why investors are not coming. Now they are shifting the goalposts. Why? You should be consistent. Be consistent with Ghanaians. You told people that investors are not coming because of the long, legal battle. Now, you are now telling me that, it was MPP who caused the mess. When we came into power, 2000, we made it abundantly clear to everybody that we inherited, an empty coffers. But the fact is that when NDC came in, let me quote the finance minister. When they took over, they said the economy of Ghana was on sound footing.
Which of them?
Dufour.
Very good.
Dufour. That was Dufour. Dufour transferred power to his deputy. So right now you are telling us that, because of the legal battle, that was why, investors are not coming, people... And legality gives credence to the fact that any foreign investor who wants to visit a country will have certain parameters to take. The legal background of a country cannot be discounted. Okay, so because he has confidence in that. So NDC have no point. The fact is that my only advice to Moses and his elders, they should better start writing their handing over notice.
Okay.
We can't wait.
Good advice, Moses. What are you?
then I'm sure they will have to wait till they can't wait.
Okay, so your conclusion.
Then I'm sure you have to wait till you can't wait anymore.
That's my advice to you. Better start writing your annual
interesting thing is that
and forget about whatever you do.
It's going to take a long time for you to come into power. That's what.
Okay, so conclude for us.
But I want to say that, you see, we are in a country that we respect everybody. One of the things that Senchi came up with is to allow, you know, our foreign Ghanaians abroad to be able to create a sound environment for them, for the diasporans would be able to come back home and have a very peaceful, you know, economy to do business. And it is a fact. We have a lot of Ghanaian businesses out here in the US. But the problem is, they made mention of something in Senchi, that for us to even achieve all this, we have to respect our personality and be disciplined at our places of work. And we have to at least, you know, be mindful of our made in Ghana goods as well. I always say
You always mention that.
Because even in the US here, we see it. We have so many businesses that even Ghanaians, we don't patronize. Ghanaian businesses, we don't patronize our own businesses. An example is 149 Grand Concourse, the Sam's Cafe. It's a restaurant and a bar. If you go there at night, it's all African Americans or whites, which is it's not bad for the business, but we need to patronize our made in Ghana goods.
All right.
And finally, let us all be mindful that we have just one Ghana. It is not politics of insult. It is not politics of what is it called? Discrimination. It is not politics of North and South. It is a politics in the interest of Ghana and the future generation to come, and we have to uphold it. Once again, we have just one Ghana. That's why we have to all go out and support the Black Stars. Even as they come to the United States to play on June 9th in Miami, we have to come out and support them.
That's
when we come out in one colors. You don't come out with red, I don't come out with green, and someone come with the yellow and we join.
We all bring the red, gold, and green with the Black Star together. Yeah. Now, Doc, with you though, I want to ask you another question before you throw in your. One of the points that stuck out to me is the one about broadening the tax net. Now we know that the taxation in Ghana is a sham. There's a lot of people. I mean, there are a lot of people who are not captured under the tax net, and there are still other people who are captured, but the money they pay never get to the coffers. Example, the Kaya Ye and the people who sell in the markets and stuff like that. There was actually a situation in Kumasi where some workers from the KMA printed their own tickets and were issuing it to market women and collecting the money and putting it in their own pockets. How do you see this resolving?
So there are two things that comes to my mind. One, sometimes it's not necessarily how broad the tax net is, as opposed to how effective your revenue collection is. So if you have 100 people paying taxes and you can collect it in a very efficient manner, you are good, as opposed to having 2,000 people and you can't collect the revenue from them. Yeah. So we have to work on it both ways. Improve revenue collection from those that we can identify. And then if we have to broaden the tax net, we also then have to figure out who does what, when, where. Because if you don't know where people are and what economic activity they are engaging in, how do you then broaden the tax net in order to bring them in? So for me, it's a two-pronged fight. Okay. Making sure that your revenue collection is improved, and then being able to identify who is engaged in what kind of economic activity so you can reach them and mobilize the revenue.
Now your final
words. The NDC did what they have to do politically. The NPP did what they have to do also politically. Ultimately, in 2016, the voters would decide. If the president is right that Ghanaians have a short memory, I don't even know how many people would remember in 2016 that we had the National Economic Forum and MPP boycotted. But either way, the voters would get the last say in 2016.
So says Dr. John Osai Kwapong, Director of Research, Student Affairs, Columbia University. With me on the set today, on the discussion we just finished, from the far left, Mazu Muftau, representative of the New Patriotic Party in New York. And to my immediate left, Moses Kanjuri, representative of the New York chapter of the NDC. And like I said before, Dr. John Osai Kwapong in the middle. Thank you for listening, and keep it here, because from now onwards, we'll be having much more of this kind of debate. We really want to see where the NDC stands, where the NPP stands, and make up our minds about where we should swing our vote. From now till 2016, keep it here, there's more coming.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is? In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body also.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, aka Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
Tèmi ó máa jó ta lásò, ó dùn láti jó ta lásò. My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam1. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, aka Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Sahara.
So she's the International Oromo Youth Association president. She's also a student for political science and legal studies with a concentration in economics. This is at Hamline University in Minnesota. She's from Ethiopia. Her name is Amani Badaso. Amani, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
First of all, we're going to start off by what you represent, and this is the association of, the Oromo Youth Association. Can you tell us a bit about that association?
Yes, the International Oromo Youth Association is an umbrella organization that pretty much has membership of various Oromo organizations on a global scale. So our main focus is simply on leadership and networking and empowering Oromo youth on a global scale.
Okay.
So we focus on various things.
All right. So when you talk of Oromo, this is one of the largest ethnic groups in Ethiopia. Is that so?
Yes, we are over 40 million estimated number, and we are the largest ethnic group in Ethiopia. Right. Prior to the 19th century, we did have our own state, our own country. However, due to the occupation of the Abyssinian Empire towards the 19th century, we currently are under Ethiopia. So it's a regional state within Ethiopia.
Okay, so your role as president, what is it? What does it involve?
My role as I am a diaspora president, being that I reside within the United States. What I do is focused, as I mentioned, on leadership, networking, and empowering Oromo youth on a global scale. So what we do is hold annual leadership conferences, focus on topics with regards to the Oromo people, and pretty much create a platform where we can and are able to be future leaders of the Oromia nation.
Okay, so there have been protests, we know, that have been held in Oromo region in the past month or so. Can you tell us exactly what these protests were about and how you got involved?
The protest, I am not currently involved in the protest. My job as a diaspora is to speak on the behalf of the individuals back home who are unable to voice for themselves. But speaking of going to the context of the protest began approximately 3 weeks ago. That is the time where the international community was aware of the protest. And the main reason why the protests are taking place is the Ethiopian government is incorporating the Addis Ababa Master Plan, also known as a developmental master plan. What the plan intends to do is expand the Addis Ababa region about 1.1 million hectares. Right. So what it initially wants to do is incorporate 36 cities and towns from the Oromia region under the Addis Ababa jurisdiction. The main reason why many Oromos, particularly students and farmers, are protesting against this plan is because it undermines their social, political, and economic rights, and also goes against the Ethiopian constitution under Article 49, Section 5, which grants that particular city and town under the Oromia jurisdiction.
So this issue is more about the land, if we have to look at it very
much about the land, but it has much, as I mentioned before, the ethnic Oromos have been completely suppressed within the Ethiopian state for over a century. So this has much to do with the social, political, and economic factors of what this plan intends to do.
So Ethiopia has a record of oppressing or suppressing journalists or the media, because there's no media. We have obviously numerous reports about journalists that have been arrested. We also have reports about even bloggers that have been arrested. Do you know of any of these?
Yes, of course. Like you mentioned, to count the number of journalists within Ethiopia, to count the number of bloggers who have been arrested, I think is a little too much. But there's been mass arrests mainly for the factor of the current Ethiopian government is under the banner of EPRDF, but the major leaders are Tigray People's Liberation Front, and is an ethnic minority consistent of 6.1% of the Ethiopian population, single-handedly dominating the political and economic and military aspect of the Ethiopian state. So everything that occurs within Ethiopia is under their leadership. Okay. What we learn currently is that the there is no media in Ethiopia, and any voice that speaks against the government, any voice that speaks against on the behalf of the oppressed is completely silenced, which is why currently there were, as you mentioned, there were 6 bloggers arrested, 3 journalists arrested, and also various numbers of political conscience prisoners such as Bekele Garba and many other numbers.
Okay, so since this protest, I believe there's been a clash between the police and the protesters, and some people have lost their lives.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Can you update us on that?
Yes. Soon after the protest took place, the protest began at one university and expanded to 11 universities. Among those universities the government has been sending out special security forces. Right. So what we have to understand is that Oromia Regional Police is not even dealing with these issues. The Ethiopian government sent out special forces known as the Agazi, who have killed an estimate over 80 students to date, but the numbers on the ground state that the numbers are higher. They have been arresting, they have been beating, they have been torturing various students. They have arrested over 30 college students, as well as high school 30,000 college students, pardon me. So there has been a brutal crackdown on innocent protesters who have nothing, not even pens in their hands, by these special security forces that really should not even be there if it wasn't to terrorize the protesters.
Okay, now we know that Prime Minister Haile Mariam Desalegn actually stepped into power after the death of Zenawi, and that's probably in 2012. So since he's taken power, has anything changed? Because this has actually been going on years before that.
Oh, absolutely not.
So it's the same regime.
It is the same regime. It is operated in the same manner. In fact, I would like to add that the situation is quite worse. Killing over 80 students for simply protesting against a plan that plans to evict 6.6 million people and displace indigenous people while violating their constitutional rights. To me, that has expanded what we call state terrorism acts committed against innocent protesters.
So with your organization, how do you intend to maneuver this? Are you creating an awareness? Because obviously there's zero press freedom there. So are you using your association as a mouthpiece? And what message are you trying to drive out as of this moment to the international community or whoever will listen?
As an Oromo diaspora community, what we have to understand is, of course, all those students, there's many people here who are related to the individuals dying back home. So of course there's a connection. This was our country, and we will continue to speak on its behalf. But however, as a diaspora community, the only thing we can do is speak for the voiceless, meaning we have to share what's going on back home to the little extent that is available. And my organization, as International Oromo Youth Association, is currently appalled by the crimes that is taking place to a point where we're not even 100% certain what we ought to do. But however, as an International Oromo Youth Association, we do have to take it upon our hands to tell various other international organizations that the Ethiopian regime is committing acts of state terrorism. These are acts of state terrorism when you're firing at innocent young students who are protesting. That is their constitutional right. And to commit these acts completely is quite devastating for all of us.
And the time at which these protests began, and 234 students in Nigeria had actually been kidnapped in the hands of the terrorist group Boko Haram, and people took to Twitter, you know, hashtag bring back our girls, hashtag, and this has created so much awareness around the world, and lots of people don't even know this is going on in Ethiopia.
Absolutely.
Where 80 students are dead, the number could be more.
Yes,
So,
actually, the numbers are more, to be firm. They've been expelling students from school. Recently, we've heard reports from Najo areas in Najo, the Oromia region, the Kamte. So various areas in the Oromia region are still being terrorized by Agazi forces. And that is mainly because the people have said, we will fight for this. This is our constitutional rights. You cannot silence us. And as we can see that the numbers are continuously rising as students are being raided at home, there's security forces being sent to homes, parents are having to bury their children while Agazi forces are beating the parents, stating that they have not disciplined their children. The situation is absolutely horrific, pardon me. And the fact that the international community is not paying attention to this, and the fact that the largest ethnic group within Ethiopia is completely repressed, they have no voice, they have no support, of course that is quite devastating. And perhaps in the future, we can raise awareness about the issue that's going on, but we have to understand that these mass killings will continue to take place so long as innocent people are voicing for their rights.
okay, now just in closing, isn't this Prime Minister born in that Oromo region as well?
Most people say that he is. I cannot speak on his behalf.
Right.
As you know, a lot of information that comes from, we don't even know much about who's a leader per se.
Right.
But we understand that the military controls the Ethiopian state, and these horrific acts do, in fact, conclude that perhaps the prime minister is not even 100% in charge. It might be the military force that is.
Okay, so I think trying to raise awareness, I mean, the Bring Back Our Girls movement has actually taken the world over. And right now, everybody is at attention waiting for those girls to come back. And if your organization would probably do something like that, I'm sure it will probably take off as well. So, but anyway, thank you very much for joining us. And we wish you luck in the protest. And also, you know, that you find a breakthrough in trying to resolve, you know, the issues that the country is going through.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me and also voicing on the issue. I really appreciate it.
We're welcome. This was Amani Badasu calling us from her hometown where she lives now in Minnesota. She was talking obviously about the protests that have been going on the past month in Oromo State in Ethiopia. Stay tuned. I'm Fungai Maboreke.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We here at the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, what's up? My name is Bright A.K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Shout out Sahara TV. Yo, I'm going to respect to all the now. I'm going to
Hello, this is DK Memutombo. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denga, the first. They call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright,
coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening and I go to watch them 5 and me I know they say but I go to watch.
Never in my wildest dreams did I think we would ever have such a gathering for my younger brother, Toba Falode. But then something drastic happened on the 15th of February 2014, which is why we're all here today. Toba was snatched brutally away from us in a very inconceivable manner. I still haven't come to terms with it. And that is why we thought it would be best to call up everyone today to help in finding justice for Toba.
I'm Aisha Falode, mother of 19-year-old Oluwadamilola Olon Toba Falode. I'm giving the following statement and this presentation in the form of a press conference as fact in the unfortunate death of my son, Oluwadamilola Olorun Toba Falode. 4 family members then proceeded to retrieve my son's body and also met with the deputy director of the Jebel Ali police station in Dubai, who read out a preliminary report to the family and mentioned Faisal's name, which was mysteriously missing in the report that was later given to the family. That close to the time of the accident, Toba was on the balcony of his flat with his alleged girlfriend. That Toba was sitting on the railing of his balcony with his feet off the floor and was swinging in this position backward and forward. They decided, therefore, not to conduct a full internal autopsy. So I decided to investigate further by myself, accompanied by a family member and my family lawyer, Mr. Festus Kayamo. We traveled to Dubai in April and met with some of my son's friends who were present in the apartment on that fateful day. The summary of the accounts of these friends were totally different from what the police report indicated, and it revealed a weak attempt by the authorities in Dubai to hide facts that pointed to the fact that my poor son was murdered. This account, the friends' witnesses in question volunteered to give as written statements to me. A vital piece of information deliberately omitted in the police report, which did not make any reference to the presence of Faisal or Miss Olivia Richards Evans on the balcony when Toba allegedly fell. That Faisal was released without taking the blood-stained T-shirt from him, a vital evidence that should have been done in any investigative matter. I'm appealing to my government, the federal government of Nigeria, that I have done much more than I should do as a grieving mother, who was left with no option but to start investigating my own son's murder by myself. I implore the Nigerian government to prevail on the authorities in Dubai to reopen the investigation into the murder of my son, Toba Falode, and to bring to book Mr. Faisal Adakmari Al-Nasir and Miss Olivia Melanie Richards Evans, both of whom murdered my son in cold blood. We must begin to show concern that we care about the lives of everyone that is a Nigerian. My son was living in Dubai legally. He was in school. We have several Nigerian students studying in Dubai. As I was made to be aware, some students had died unfortunately before my son. And if we do not share this information about Dubai, about the dark side to Dubai, other parents may also fall victims to the trap of Dubai and the dark side.
This is a case, after listening to the witnesses, it is not hearsay. Myself, Aisha Falode, and 1 or 2 family friends, we sat down with these friends, these witnesses, who were there at that apartment, and they were clear as to what they told the police, what they wrote when they were, with the police. They were very clear. And they wrote the same thing to us. They wrote it under their hands and signed. We have those statements with us that something untoward happened to Tyler and that requires further investigation. The shame about all of this is the inability or the refusal of the Dubai police to do anything, and even on the part of the Nigerian government to take this matter up. He saw it himself. He said when the quarrel and the tone, they were raising their tone, he parted the curtains. He was sitting on a chair, backing the sliding door, and then he parted the curtains, and he wrote this down, and saw fists flying between Faisal and Toba. And he just thought, okay, this thing will end very soon. Close the curtain. For less than 1 minute, 20 seconds later, for them to walk in to say the boy was swinging back and forth and fell. Like the police was making, the Dubai police wants us to believe. So it is not a matter of suspicion. It's a matter of eyewitness accounts, not suspicion. No. Again, this particular friend was clear that in the past, it is Tyler that will warn you not to sit on that balcony. He wrote it down that in the past, 1 or 2 of them have attempted to sit on that balcony before. It is Tyler that will draw you back, say, no, don't sit there. This is 17th floor.
And I was just teasing. I said, is that your boyfriend? He said, it's my son, Toba. And I held his hands. I said, Mr. President. And 5 weeks after that, I learned of the death of this young promising star. Findings outside of the Dubai police reports, which make the report suspected as dubious, include 1, Mr. Toba, Tyler Falode, was not alone at the balcony of his apartment as claimed by the Dubai police in that report. 2, he did not fall from the 17th floor of the building all by himself. This was evident in the position on the ground where his body was found lying. Because if a person has fallen from the 17th floor, that person will fall from where his body was found. Evidence shows that the falling, quote and unquote, as claimed, would have been vertically down, but the position of his body on the ground in another demarcation outside the immediate premises of the resident building suggests that he was pushed and not that he fell by himself. Blood-stained shirts of certain Mr. Faisal, a young Arab man found on the balcony, but excused by Dubai police reports, is questionable. Mr. Faisal, now the suspect, is said to have claimed that he was trying to rescue the deceased on the 17th floor before the doubtful fall, with blood on his knuckles and shirts. Mr. Faisal had reportedly been repeating that, I quote, that he will go for 25 years maximum in prison immediately after the tragedy. The Dubai police, upon arrival on the scene, had reportedly taken Mr. Faisal to one corner and coached him in Arabic language, after which he no longer made the statement about 25 years maximum in prison. Following the above was a report by the police claiming that the deceased fell all by himself. If Toba gets justice, I think that will help a long way in wiping the tears from their eyes.
Hi, I'm Azania.
And you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalan, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Sahara TV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Welcome back to Sahara TV. My name is Olu Faloe, and right now I'm joined by two young, talented designers whose company is called 54 Kingdoms. Please welcome to Sahara TV, all the way from Africa via Ghana, Mr. Kweku and Mr. Nana.
Thank you for having us. How you doing?
Fantastic, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. And I forgot to mention the company slogan. I'll let you guys say it.
It's a culture, not a brand.
Wow, these guys are synchronized. Check these guys out, man. Please. Right now, I think we have a clip of 54 Kingdoms, and we're going to show that right now on the screen for the viewers to see.
This decade is the decade of African independence. Forward then to independence. To independence now. Tomorrow, the United States of Africa.
Wow, interesting clip, guys. Thank you. That was a great clip. So, again, 54 Kingdoms. Nana and Kweku, thank you so much for joining us. So please, I like the slogan too. It's culture, not a brand. Why don't you tell the viewers a little bit about that?
Yeah. Well, I suppose I'll give you and the viewers a rundown of who we are and what we do. 54 Kingdoms and what we stand for. 54 Kingdoms. In 2009, when the company was registered, stood for number of countries in Africa. Yeah. So we get all the time, what does it stand for? What does it stand for? So that's the magic number. But Kingdoms really represents the whole, should I say, African diaspora, nice. the Pan-African culture community that we live in. So it's not just those on the continent, but our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, in the Americas, Asia, Europe, anybody that believes in the African ancestry is part of that larger kingdom. So hence 54 Kingdoms.
I love it.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm serious. Fantastic, man. And I'm right here, this is one of the initiatives you guys are supporting now, right? It's called Score for Unity.
Yes.
Right, please, Quick, why don't you give us a little background about that?
Great. So as Nana mentioned, 54 Kingdoms, the company, we design not just to design, we design to empower, motivate, and educate. Exactly. So
these guys are so synchronized. Where's the script?
I gotta be on top of things, man. We're testing each other. That's all. But 4 years ago, we started this campaign. When Africa got the opportunity to host for the first time, to host the World Soccer Championship in South Africa. That was in 2010. That was very historical. And big, so, huge. Since 1930, that was the first time that we ever got the opportunity to host a tournament. So 80 years down the road, Africa gets its shine. And we wanted to be a part of that history. And, we had to do something that we were in our element of doing, which is basically designing fan gears to support all the nations that were representing the continent in South Africa. And there were 6 countries, obviously. Right. So we came up with this collection called the Hybrid Collection, which was very, very successful. And but one thing that we noticed was that we were paying more attention to the countries and not really looking at it from a continental level. And so we created shirts that would say just Ghana, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, South Africa. And what it ended up doing was a lot of the countries, the people from those specific countries were really buying for their own countries. Like it wasn't, you know, there wasn't that unity that we expected. I mean, this was us just going in as creatives and thinking that, okay, because it's really such a historic moment, even if you're from Nigeria, you still wear a Ghanaian jersey because you wanted to support Ghana. But that wasn't the case, right? And so, exactly. So, you know, something that we went with the mentality of creating a unity, we started seeing divisions among ourselves as people, even from our own family. You know, when we try to give them stuff from other countries, they're like, no, it's not from Ghana, I don't want it. And so, you know, we then decided that, okay, if we were to do this again, 4 years down the road, we cannot, you know, make the same mistakes twice. Hence the idea of creating more of a continental design, but still keeping and respecting the countries that are representing the continent at the tournament. And then we came up with Score for Unity.
Score for Unity, fantastic. I'm just going to read off the box about the design. It says, show your love, not just for the 5 qualified African countries, but for Africa as a whole. Join the Score for Unity social movement using hashtags Team Africa, Score for Unity, that's
SFU.
hashtag SFU, and hashtag 54 Kingdoms. I think that's a very, I'll be honest, I think that's a very good concept, and I believe all Africans should definitely embrace it. So
definitely.
Too bad your countries didn't make it to the World Cup, but hey.
But you should still be able to see unity through those 5 countries representing us. You know?
It's not, right now, it's not just about a country,
it's about the continent. And the continent needs that. You know, our unity is very important. We need that at this moment. You see what's happening in Nigeria. Any way that we can have a platform to say, guys, we are united, and we should be united, and we should support each other. I think that's the best way to go. And this platform with the cup and the tournament provides that for us.
Exactly. I just wanted to say that I really like the outlook for both of you guys, because I remember when we were out there in the studio preparing for the interview, and I said, you guys are from Ghana. You said, no, we're from Africa.
Definitely.
Exactly. You know, fine, we could all represent our individual countries, but I think it's time for us to embrace the continent as a whole. I mean, it's a great continent, man.
Oh,
exactly.
The best continent.
Tell me.
Exactly.
It was the greatest, and it is the greatest.
It is.
Right, so please talk about this. So this concept, I know it's for the World Cup, but I know it also goes beyond the World Cup. So
Well, I mean, I suppose that we can talk about the collection or the campaign from different perspectives. The design itself, what the design stands for, how the design came together, and the elements that pretty much come with the package once it's purchased.
Good.
The concept for this year's, or should I say this particular collection, when you look at the piece, I know you guys had an image of it up, so I'm hoping that it can hopefully come to the screen now.
Yeah, if we could put that up on the screen, that would be fantastic. Great.
So whilst that's coming up, on the front of the shirt, you have 2 design elements. You have the crest, and then the crest really, inside the crest, you have 5 stars represented the countries that made it from the continent to the world stage, you know, to really represent us. And then accompanying that, you have the continent with a soccer ball and also with a cleat. That really means that victory for any of those countries that made it. Really is a victory for the entire continent. And the countries that made it, Kwaku, are?
Algeria, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and Nigeria.
And of course, and of course, Nigeria. Our sports guy is probably watching right now. He's always Ghana. I said, Ghana's in the group of death. They probably might not get out of the group. But, you know,
well, I mean, you know, they say the harder the battle, the sweeter the victory.
So let me ask you guys a quick question, and we'll get back to the interview. Is that why you guys are trying to do this whole represent Africa thing? Because you know Ghana may not make it out the first round.
But I mean, no, but throughout our work, we've been doing that.
Oh, yeah,
you know, we've always found a way to bring all of our people together. And we've been doing that through fashion. You know, music has been always the forefront for that. And so for fashion, you know, it's to be able to do that through the avenue that we're doing it through. You know, we're very humbled by the opportunity to be able to do that, and the love that we get from people who see beyond just, you know, the nice clothes, but also the initiative of bringing people together through fashion.
Right, and the artistic initiative behind it.
Exactly.
And let me say this, man. You guys, every time I meet you guys are always fresh to death.
I mean, we kind of dressed down today, so.
I know. So, exactly, you have the jerseys on. And I did a show earlier.
Yes.
I wasn't wearing a tie, but when I heard I was going to interview you guys, I said, let me go get my tie. I had it in my bag just in case.
I got a call this morning that you were interviewing us, though I had to change my whole wardrobe.
Oh, now you changed. And I also cranked out my, we can't get this on camera, but I cranked out the socks and the cold hunter shoes and everything, man.
Cool.
Very
cool.
important.
So yeah, please tell us, explain the. I know you were going to talk about
I mean,
like the creative process and the element of
right.
design, you know,
Right.
and how you guys compare against industry leaders.
Exactly. I mean, I'll talk about probably one of the most important pieces, well, the design elements on that piece, and that's the African continent being split in half on the left and on the right. So when you wear it or when you first see it, it might not make sense to you if you look at just one piece by itself. You know, you're like, why is the continent split? Well, for us,
what we're looking at.
Exactly. You know, so for us, the notion was, you as an individual, you have the pieces. You know, you might not have the complete, or should I say, Africa might not be complete with you as an individual, but you have the potential, you have the pieces.
Yeah.
So that's why Africa is kind of like divided and, you know, fragmented. But it's not until you really partner up with somebody when the exact same piece, do you see the image of Africa being put together. So when two people stand together that have the exact same SFU piece, or should I say, in our respect, the same mentality, then Africa really starts to come together. So that's, you know, so that's the notion behind that, right? And then, you know, we have the tag saying, you know, find a friend. So if you're wearing this piece or you have one, tell a friend to go get one and
Definitely.
make it work. So, and then part of the whole design for the front is the countries that made it from the World Cup, the flags are not in their geographic locations. You know, Ghana is in Ethiopia, Somalia, Nigeria is in Mozambique, so on and so forth. And somebody might say, well, why is that? You know, why is Nigeria where Nigeria is supposed to be? I think for us, you know, Ghanaians not just in Ghana by itself. You know, a Ghanaian, if you really want to look at it, is not somebody that's really, for the whole 54 Kingdoms notion, does not have you born in Ghana or live in Ghana. A Ghanaian, or Ghana could represent on this world stage, Somalia, Ethiopia, you know, and anybody from these countries could represent anybody from the continent. So that's really our notion of not sticking these countries where they are in their native geographic locations. So that's a whole big theory behind SFU. And I know as part of the package, we talked, or should I say, we worked with a really, really beautiful artist from the country of Congo, Rafia. So I'll let Kwaku really take that lead on that one.
I mean,
and how that all worked out.
It's just a beautiful thing, you know, when we started this campaign. For Nana and I was, you know, how do we get the message out? And the best way for us to get the message out was through our clothing. But also we started talking a little bit about what else can we do in order to reinforce this message? And we've known that music has always been a way of getting the message out to the people. Yes, so, you know, the collaboration with Rafia was to record a theme song to strengthen our mission, to strengthen our unity message. And the title of the song is called Team Africa. And it's just an amazing song,
Fantastic. And speaking of Rafia, I think we have her on the phone via Skype.
All right.
Hey, Rafia, how you doing?
I can't see anyone. That's not fair.
Don't worry, we can hear you perfectly, though.
We can hear you and we can see you.
Yeah, and the whole world can see you.
Yes, and the whole world can see you. All of Africa, Team Africa can see you. Yeah, fantastic. Let me just say this. I met Rafia once at an event. She was singing. She has a beautiful voice.
Yes. Definitely.
And she's married, so I'm not going to say what else. Because I met her husband that night, and I don't want her husband coming to the studio and, you know, jacking me up and everything. But Rafia, thank you for joining us on Sahara TV.
Of course. Thanks for having me. It's really a pleasure. Hi, 54 Kingdoms.
What's up, Rafia?
Fantastic. So tell us about, what was it like working with these two young gentlemen?
Oh, my God. It was so much fun. They're incredible. Just incredible. And I was just really excited when they reached out to my team to do the song. And, you know, they talked about the concept, which I absolutely loved. You know, they're all about solidarity and, you know, the Pan-African concept that I really believe in. And it was a no-brainer. I just really had to jump in and join them in, you know, pushing forward the message of solidarity. And the recording was great. They actually came down to the studio. We invited them. And they even got in the booth. I don't know if they told you that story already.
Oh, really? Can they sing too?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Just amazing. It's been an incredible journey.
Oh, fantastic. So, Rafia, what are some of the things you're working on?
Well, actually, my sophomore album, there's already the single My Number that came out about 2 months ago.
Okay.
So I'm finalizing now my second album, still in the studio working now, but it's supposed to be released this summer. We'll say June, July is the goal, which is really soon.
Great. So we're looking forward to that. Maybe when everything is said and done, you can come and join us on Sahara Radio.
Yeah.
That will be great. But in the meantime, definitely go to my website, rafiaonline.com. Team Africa is on it. There's also the behind the scenes. There's My Number, the first single of my sophomore album, and a lot more to come. Shows as well.
Fantastic. And we're going to make sure that Team Africa, the song by Rafia, is like the theme song, the theme song for the World Cup.
It should be.
Yeah, I said team and theme. I was like the team. Yeah.
And you know what? I'm actually going to Côte d'Ivoire in 2 weeks for a week. So I'll be wearing my SFU jersey. And
That's what's up.
Right. That's right.
Make sure you take pictures.
I will. I definitely will.
Rafia, please let's give Rafia a round of applause. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Yeah, thank you, Rafia.
Thanks.
Yeah, so you know how like Shakira had a song for like 2010 World Cup and everything. We should push that to make sure this is like
Rafia
the theme song.
Shakira.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
we should embrace our own.
Make
It's
sure
very important.
The theme song. So, if people want to get the T-shirts and everything, first of all, let me say a lot of work went into this. Look at the packaging and design. So, I felt the T-shirt. I like the material. What is the material made out of?
It's 95 polyester, 5% spandex, allowing it to stretch on the body
and breathe during the summer.
Yeah. Exactly. I would like to see a lot of women.
We do our research.
I would like to see a lot of women wear this. A lot of women from the Congo, probably.
This guy, they're gonna get us in trouble.
Oh, no. Let me stop, man. But yeah, like I said, the packaging is great, and I see how you guys put the flags on on the box and everything. So if people need to if they want to get a T-shirt or any of your clothing, how can they do that?
We're definitely online. It's www.54kingdoms.com, which is the number 54kingdoms.com. And the apparels are out there. When you get a SFU shirt, actually you get a download card that comes with it for the theme song. And that's, for free once you get the shirt.
Get out of here. Wow.
Yeah. Or you can buy the theme song separately.
Separately, too.
At RafiaOnline.com.
Or iTunes.
Yeah. So it's $1, but.
Oh, definitely.
That is good stuff, man. So please, what else can we expect from you guys? What are some of the things you guys are working on, projects?
Man.
Well, I know we'll be on the road in New York during the summer, during the tournaments going on, especially if you're in the Brooklyn, Manhattan area. If you follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and it's all at 54 Kingdoms, you can definitely catch up with us and kind of see where we're going to be. But I mean, after that, we always have a collection in mind. There's a bunch of stuff that we always have in terms of designs.
Right. So go ahead.
So it all comes down to, closing our eyes and kind of like shuffling down the box and see what, what concept we can pick up. But I mean, we always have designs and concepts. Or should I say, we always have stories to tell. So
fantastic. Because the only reason I don't want people to think that you guys just make apparel for World Cup.
Sports, exactly.
But this collection was so important.
Definitely.
And so we kind of really took our eyes off other projects just to focus on this, because the message behind it, it comes from a good place. It comes from within, because we do want to see a united Africa. But the platforms, we don't have that many platforms that allows us to come together. And this is one of the platforms.
This is one of the platforms.
And so we really
have the radio show too. We're gonna
we have to, and people need to understand that what we do for the culture.
Right.
And it's important that for our people to also see that their creativity is not always in the West, that within the continent itself, this creativity do exist, and now we can compete on the same level as the industry leaders that we support regularly.
Right.
And so please, if you get one, find someone that is wearing one, stand next to each other, have the entire map complete, and take a photo and tag us, and we'll highlight you.
I don't know if they could get this on the camera. We could get this. This is what they're talking about. You see, that's what you guys are talking about.
Exactly.
Comes together. And again, this is a great product. I felt the quality is great and everything. I'm sure people looking at this would think we'll have like a Nike sign or an Adidas
sign. Exactly.
Yeah, okay, let's hold this up again so you see it. Oh, my camera, sorry. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. It's fantastic. Looks great. Yeah, thank you. So just because it doesn't have a Nike sign or an Adidas sign or a Puma sign doesn't mean this is not, the quality is even better.
Exactly.
So we need for everybody to come out and support and get these jerseys, and it's going towards a great cause, and it's just it's such a beautiful product, and I like it. And actually, thank you for this one.
A lot of people gonna fight you.
I know. What size is this, man? I hope it's a large.
Extra small.
Right, exactly. So, and another thing I like about the box, the box comes with a lot of information, and I'm just going to read which is the initiative you guys are talking about, which the Score for Unity and the Score for Unity SFU badge, designed with the iconic African Union colors serves as a pledge to inspire African solidarity at the 20th International Soccer Championship in Brazil. Yeah. The badge also reinforces an all-for-one concept illustrated through the kicking of a soccer ball, signifying that a win for any of the African countries is a win for the entire continent. And you have, and rightfully so, the stars of Africa. You have
at the moment.
So you have the countries that are represented by Africa in the World Cup, and that's Algeria, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and last but not least, Nigeria. Okay, you did an alphabetical order.
I knew it.
I was like, why is Nigeria at the
I'm proud of the song, man.
I was like, why is Nigeria at the bottom? Speaking of Nigeria, you know, obviously you guys know what's going on.
Of course.
That's gotten global, international recognition and everything. The girls missing. Hope to find. What do you guys want to just say about that? One or two things about that.
Well, I mean, it's a very sad, it's tragic that we're going through this at this stage in our development as a continent. Right. You know, the leadership has been very slow in really maintaining.
Those are kind words, slow.
You know, slow. But I mean, it's for lack of better words, you know, and we're on the show.
I know, great.
But you know, it could be a sister of mine. It could be a niece. It could be
my daughter.
Exactly. Right. And this should not be happening.
Exactly.
This should not be happening, and our governments need to be able to stand up for us when things of these nature happen. We shouldn't always feel like the medicine is in the West, and that you know it has gotten to a point where we're really hoping that someone will come and change our stories for us, but we have to step in and change our own stories. Exactly. And I hope that the government in Nigeria can really make this a priority and stop looking more into their campaign of being the next, you know, government that succeed in the elections and really focus on getting the girls back. That's just my personal opinion.
I mean, from my perspective, I don't understand why we can't solve our own problems. You know, I mean, I'm happy that the U.S. is able to lend a hand, but obviously, I think that with the way that the political system works is that if I give, I will take at some point.
And rightfully so, at this point, they deserve to take.
Exactly. You know, so I mean, I think that there's going to be a meeting in France about for the West African country. I don't understand why we must go to France to have a meeting about something that's happening in Nigeria. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Why can't the West African countries come together?
Why can't the African
ECOWAS,
Union,
AU, which at some point has one of its missions or initiatives
to maintain peace and stability on the continent.
So, and I mean, from the whole Nigerian perspective, I don't understand why it will take 2 weeks for such a news to hit the global market. I mean, should I say the global news? You know what I mean?
It took a while.
And
thanks
the logistics,
to social media.
exactly. You know what I mean? And the logistics to kidnap over 200 girls, it's not like picking up a cab on the street and then it's just you get into the cab. You know, it's a big undertaking, you know, for the way that this really happened. And it boggles my mind that no public statement was made until 2 to 3 weeks after that.
It's so sad, man. So again, you know, we hope they bring the girls back.
Definitely.
And, you know, let's score for unity, man. Let's score for those girls.
Let's do that.
So gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. I wish you guys continued success.
Thank you.
We'll be keeping up with you guys' progress. Please feel free to come back.
No problem.
And everything. So Nana, thank you so much for Sahara TV.
Thank you.
Ken Olu.
Humble Princess Prime. Thank you so much. So there you have it. Nana and Kweku from 54 Kings. Please support these guys. You can find them on their website.
54kingdoms.com. That's 54KINGDOMS.com. And we are on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, or just Google us.
Yeah, exactly. Just Google us and Google me too. While you well, we'll be back on Sahara TV. Thank you very much, guys.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Prendergast, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
2014, and black people all over the world, we've come a long way. Right here in America, we have our very first ever black president, Barack Obama. What an accomplishment, right? But now, through it all, it ain't been easy. We've gone through slavery, discrimination, the fight for civil rights, so many things. The protests, the speeches, man, what a history. Now, I live in Harlem, where African Americans, we're advanced. And so many African immigrants are all over the place. But have we arrived? Do you know that more than 100,000 African immigrants live in New York City? Discover the lifestyles of Africans living and working in the city. Africa in the city. Real Africans, real stories. We're here in Harlem right now, a lot of black folks around. Do you think that we have made it as black people?
Not really, because if you look around, you would see that there's a lot of black people, but we're just walking up and down. Basically, we are consumers. We don't own anything. Even the very buildings where we live, we don't own it. You know what I'm saying?
But it's 2014.
Yeah,
Why
we should own it? You see what I'm saying? Because it's 2014.
Come on, man. Where we at today, black man? You joined the religion of your slave masters. Y'all, the brother brought it out. The Arabs played a major part in the transatlantic slave trade, man. They was building the boats. They were master ship makers, man. And they built them boats that your ancestors got shipped over here on. But yet you gonna join their religion, the same people that murdered you.
These are the black Israelites. They blast the white man for the oppression of African Americans. They disassociate themselves with continental Africans and believe that African Americans are the true descendants of the biblical Israelites.
Brother said that he broke the covenant. Let's get back. Let's get that. I'm gonna tell you something, man. We don't play them games out here, black man, black woman.
Now rewind back to the days of Malcolm X. He preached that to reach full potential, the African American must embrace their true identity.
In a vicious cycle of poverty, of ignorance, of apathy, of disease, and of death. And they have these old Uncle Tom's Negro leaders coming to Harlem telling you and me that times are getting better.
Between us and this brother right here, and this devil, this fake Jew, gonna come up here and say anything to the priest of the Lord. These so-called Jews, they don't fear you no more. They don't fear you no more, black man. Black man, bastards like this stole your culture. They stole your culture. They stole your land. Look, the white man went into Israel in the 1940s. That's not even his land. He went in your land in the 1940s. He stole your culture, man. Go ahead. Oh, you an Arab. Okay. Oh, you an Arab. Okay, so you an undercover terrorist. Look, y'all let the Arabs come in here too. So not only the white people, y'all let them Arabs be selling y'all chicken come up in there too. That's your brother. Don't give him a hug.
The land of Jesus. I'm
from
Bethlehem.
That's your brother right there. Right?
Brother?
That's your brother. He's a
I'm
Muslim.
brother. I'm
He's a
from
Muslim.
Bethlehem.
He's a Muslim. Do you love your brother?
I'm a Christian, Jack.
You a Christian? Oh, so you a traitor to Arabs. You all messed up, man. Look, we got an Arab traitor in the building. Forget you. I'm going back to my scriptures, man. Go ahead. Hey, chapter 21, verse 19.
The conversation on the streets of Harlem today has changed drastically, no matter the era. To me, the question still remains for a lot of us African Americans is, who are we? Who am I? Where do I come from? The greatest tragedy to beset the black race is unarguably the transatlantic slave trade. It started with a group of European sailors, you know, the Portuguese, French, English, the Dutch, and Spanish. They discovered societies living along the coast of West Africa during initial trading expeditions, and this began the separation of the African identity. Now, majority of Africans were captured throughout the 18th century, that's the 1700s, with the Portuguese, British, and French being the main capturers. Families were broken up and Africans were spread all around the world. And out of this grew an identity crisis within the Black community. I was born in the deep South, Alabama. And like many other African Americans, growing up there, we knew very little about our history. It wasn't until I traveled to Africa that I became fully aware of my Blackness. And from then on, I would always question my identity. Do you think that some of the problems that we face kind of go back to slavery and then loss of identity? And
Of course, without a doubt, because that's something that was whipped out of us, and for purposes that still relate to us today. You know, when people are not proud of being who they are, and we, within our own community, having our own prejudice against one another for whatever reasons, be it economical, be it skin tone, or what have you. All things like that hurt us.
Until we start teaching young African-American children their story, their true story,
which is
the richness of their African heritage, until they can understand where they come from, where their ancestors come from true, being the first people and being people of royalty, it's not going to change much. Because you see it in the younger generation. You see it. They don't really have no real direction.
I've always thought about those questions. I think it's time for me now to try to find the answers. Several African Americans are picking up the trend of rediscovering their roots using popular DNA testing companies. So I decided to travel from New York City to the African Ancestry headquarters to learn my true identity. I'm so excited. So I'm about to do the first step to getting my ancestry history. Let's go. African Ancestry 303.
So the test that you took is our matriclan test, and that's going to trace your maternal ancestry. So you, your mother, her mother, her mother, her mother, all the way back 500 to 2,000 years. We're going to send your swabs to the lab that we use out in Salt Lake City, Utah, and they're sent confidentially, so they have no idea who you are. They're going to extract the DNA from those swabs and then sequence it, or basically unlock your maternal genetic fingerprint. And then Dr. Kittles will compare your DNA lineage to our database of indigenous African DNA lineages to look for a match. That's what will enable us to, if your results are African, tell you the present day country in Africa and also the ethnic group or groups in that country. There are about 5 countries that we find the most often: Nigeria, Cameroon, Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, and Liberia. So it's definitely West African.
From your professional standpoint, if you were to look at me, I mean, just if you can guess, where would you?
I wouldn't.
You couldn't.
I wouldn't. Dr. Kittles does that sometimes, but I have no idea. You're from Africa. That's the best I can do.
Africa in the city. Real Africans, real stories.
Now let me ask you, who be the Ashawo? Who be the Ashawo now?
Where's one? Tuanu. It is time for flavor. It is time for flavor. Oh, it is time for flavor. It is time for flavor. And the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Chico. Yeah, I said my baby, I dey Chico.
One thing I'm sure of is originality, you know. That's what I bring up anywhere I go, because as an international act, you travel to different countries to perform. There are different places, different countries, you know. So, but there's something about you that you always give it, you know, give the people. So that's what I do. I stay original, and I know this is what they want to see. They want to see the flavor, the African flavor.
Oh, you not to go. I said my baby, I dey catch you go. Yeah. Oh, you not listen now. I said my baby, I dey catch you go. Yeah. Oh, you not see you now. I said my baby, I dey catch you go. One more time. Baby, run so fast, baby, come.
My name is Olisemeka Mbono Mbana Mbala Diokpala Matthew Mazi Odogu nke America #1, that is of Tampa Bay area. Some people call me /Wisdom on stage. That is Akonuche Sinenigwe for short.
So I can call you
/Wisdom.
Wisdom MC.
/Wisdom.
/Wisdom. All right, awesome. So tell me, what are you doing here tonight? What's going on?
Tonight I'm the MC for the Flavors concert. My job is just to talk to people, make sure that they know that Flavor is coming. Because some people are going to be looking like this, so I need to let them know Flavor is coming. That's my job.
Baby, so fine. Baby, hold on. I want to see some shaking tonight.
I listen to all kinds of music. I like American music. I like R&B. I like hip hop. I'm a big fan.
Is there anyone in particular that like kind of carries weight in your mind? You know, maybe like within your creative process when you're producing or creating your own music. Is there one track that you might like play over and over because it inspires you?
Then you have to take it to the old
That's
guys.
What I'm talking about. Yeah.
With that, a whole lot of them. I think Michael Jackson, you know, his act. That's what I want. You know, that it comes to me when I'm composing.
And they want to see some shaking. Are you ready to shake it? And so, ladies and gentlemen, okay. And so, my ladies, I want you to all to face this way. Just the shaking. Just face this way. Let's go there. Ben. Give it to them now. Hey. Whoa. When you see a woman, where's the big shaker? Are you ready now? Oh, baby girl, show them. Are you ready now? 1, 2, 3, go. Shake your mind, shake you. Shake your mind, shake you. Shake your mind, shake you. Shake your mind. Hey. Where are you going?
The guy is huge, man. Like, he's B-I-G big, but he's not fat. So, because if I say big now, in the Madigana, they'll start thinking he's fat, but he's not. He's big. If you say Flavor now outside, everybody will gather and say where.
So maybe you can like just sing one of his songs for me then. Maybe you can let our audience know that this is the song, you know?
But I didn't drink my egg this morning, so my voice is cracked.
I'm sure you're fine.
Okay. So it goes like this. Andu baby sawa lele, sawa le, sawa le, ashawo. I'm not calling you an ashawo.
Oh my God, that's what he was saying? Now I know the lyrics.
No.
I know that song.
You know the song?
Yes.
Can you, you were just that, show us your movement one more time.
Sawa, yeah. Sawa, yeah.
Are you seeing something? Ladies and gentlemen, are you seeing something? I want to see it again. Give it to them now. Let's go. One more time now. Whoa. Hey. Original. You gonna know. Are you ready now? Hey, baby girl, show. Woo! Yeah. 1, 2, shake it. Shake it, shake you. Shake you. Shake you, shake you. Shake you, shake you. Shake you. Willie. Whoa. Come.
I just kind of want to get your general opinion about, Nigeria and, the future of the country. Where do you think it's going? How do you think it is today, or where do you think it's going?
I think we are trying to recover, and I know Nigerians, they want the best for the country, because they are tired of all that, all the old stuff, everything that's been going on, and they want a change, and they are not violent about it, People
Welcome back to Sahara TV. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. It's been 33 days, 13 hours, about 45 minutes since the girls of Chibok were kidnapped by Boko Haram fighters. We haven't yet found them. On our Skype call today, we are going to discuss this topic from all the angles, and we give you the chance to give us your feedback on some of the stories around this topic. For instance, on our question of the day, we asked you if you felt disappointed that the President Goodluck Jonathan, did not go to Chibok yesterday before traveling to France. We're going to talk about the Americans in Nigeria and all the foreign security personnel who are coming into the country to help. Also, I understand that today the Arsenal Football Club, they beat Hull City to win the FA Cup. This is, my understanding is that this is the first time in 9 years. So maybe there is hope for all the issues that we have, that somehow we will be able to resolve them. But right now joining us on Skype is Adam Badamusi. Adam is joining us from Mauritania. Adam, welcome to Sahara TV.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rudolph.
From London, we have Shobo Ogunyemi. Shobo Ogunyemi, welcome to Sahara TV.
Yeah, good evening, Rudolph. Thank you for having me.
Okay. From India, we have Michael. Michael, welcome to Sahara TV.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph.
And then from Canada, we have Yemi. Yemi, welcome to Sahara TV. Yemi. Okay, Yemi is not with us now, but hopefully he will join us. All right, so the obvious way to start is to ask the question, and I'll come to you, Adam. The story is developing. Is the lead story still after about 3 weeks across the world. In this last week, this week we are, there have not been any kind of improvement in terms of getting close to finding the girls or rescuing them. So, but what we know is that yesterday the president was supposed to go there, and he didn't. What is your take on that, Adam?
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. First and foremost, I think it's a very great disappointment from the side of Mr. President. The situation is not right from time. They ought to have been there. They ought to have been there. Not even. This is just 33 days from the time of the kidnap. So he ought to have been there ever since, but promising that he will be there yesterday and he refused to go there. It's just a very great disappointment, I think. So we just hope that the girls could be rescued. one of these days.
All right.
That's all I can say now.
Okay. Let me go to Shobo Ogunyemi in London. Now, the government is saying that there are some stories out there that they didn't intend to go in the first instance, or that for security reasons that they didn't go. What does that do to the credibility of the government if, for instance, they did not plan to go and they allowed the story to be out there that they were going to go until they decided not to go?
Thank you, Rudolph. You see, it's quite a pity that Nigeria is being run in this manner. When I read the statement from Ruben Abati yesterday, I begins to completely lost my confidence in anything called Nigeria. Because the thing is, Alex Crawford, the Sky correspondent, she was in South Africa before she was redeployed to Nigeria to go and cover that story, the Chibok story. And that lady, I don't know any part of Africa or any part of the world she has not been to. For her to be in Abuja, leave Abuja, and then travel to Chibok, and right from there, she reported that President Ebele Goodluck Jonathan will be visiting Chibok yesterday. And for her, you see, all these Western media, they don't just pick story and relate it back to their home country. They have it in source, on a reliable source. And there was presidential advancement team that went to Chibok yesterday, which gave hope that the president will be visiting. For them now to turn around and say, we did not tell anybody that the president will be traveling to Chibok, this and that. I mean, beggar beget. It is high time it begins to look, to shop for somebody who is more credible, who knows what it takes to be the president of a country. I was watching Uhuru Kenyatta yesterday because of what the Foreign and Commonwealth Office did in this country, warning Holiday Maker not to travel to Kenya. He came on here, he said, well, he understands with them, but still, we will go after these terrorists. I have never seen our president to be somebody who is confident of himself. I think we begin to examine his so-called PhD. Even if you are given the job, if a job fall on your lap without you wanting it, the moment you are in the job, I give you 3 months, you should be confident enough on that very job. This man he's been in corridor of power for almost 10 years now, from being deputy governor, acting governor, vice president, acting president, all sort of things. When is he going to come up of age?
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me come to you, Michael. I know you're in India, sorry. And I want to look at the foreign press. How Yemi just alluded to that they came to Nigeria, they went to the scene, they went to Chibok. Meanwhile, most of the Nigerian media, they are not yet there. They've not gone there, and the president could not go there. They've been writing editorials. I don't know what they are writing in India, but over here in America and Europe and other places, very critical of the government, that the president is not in control of things, that the government is corrupt. And these are the things that when Nigerians were writing them, people were abusing them of being too critical of the president. What do you think is the impact of the foreign media being in the country and reporting things they are seeing to their home countries and the outside world?
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. Actually, the story is not different here because every day I check the newspaper, it's all about Boko Haram, even here. So I think every media in the world are taking this story as a main story. However, we know that in Nigeria we do not have freedom of journalism and press. So it's difficult to find credible journalism, in the nation. I mean, credible journalists. Let me use the word. However, we know also that this is a corrupt system. The system is corrupt from top to the middle and to the last part of it. So even the media that we have is just a media based on what the government want them to say. Now, look at the previous press conference that was held by the president. Don't tell me that if our media cannot ask questions directly to the president, they're only asking him what he wants to answer, not what should be asked. However, the presence of foreign media, I think it's done a lot of things. It's helped the nation, and it's given much more exposition to what is happening in the nation. However, I want to say that Nigerian media is not trying. I mean, I still believe that the social awareness created on Facebook, Twitter by ordinary Nigeria has gone far more than what the Nigerian media has really written about this Chibok. And they are really mixing stories. I mean, they are contradicting themselves. This should not be. I mean, this is a nation that should be founded on truth. But we know that truth is not in our dictionary in Nigeria. So whatever we get from outside media, we recognize it more than what we get from home. And some people who are critical about Sahara Reporter, they say, Sahara Reporter is in New York. How did they get news? And I keep telling them, which other news reporting stations do you want? Do you want the nation's vanguard being run by political people? I'm not saying this to make you guys feel anyhow, but I still feel you're doing a credible job in some aspect, which Nigerian media is not really. I mean, they're really not helping the situation. Then, and they're not even on the ground to cover the main story. Remember the bomb blast in Kenya? We saw. I mean, the terrorist attack in Kenya Mall, we saw the media on foot. They were really hard hit. Nigerian media is lacking. I feel we are still lacking in so many areas which should be worked upon. And the president, I don't know what to say about the guy. I really am tired of him. And I feel Nigerians are really tired, and we can make a next decision. And a new president, a youth, someone who understands the meaning of commander-in-chief. I mean, the guy is just like there, like a dummy figure. Hope he can change, but I don't see him changing. His body language, his structure. He prefers to travel abroad. And that is the main thing. These people prefer to go to countries that are developed. Why don't they stay at home? Jonathan hardly stays in the country. He doesn't even know what's happening there. I think that's another issue that needed to be looked into. Why does this guy stay so much time outside the nation and not even in Abuja? I think.
All right, Michael, thank you. We'll get to some of these issues with time. Let me come to you, Yemi. We are hoping that the Nigerian military, that they will be able to rescue these girls. But the stories that we're getting, they are not encouraging. So we hear stories that the military, they are not the hierarchy, they are not treating the lower ranks well. There was mutiny in the division that's supposed to be fighting this war. And from the Americans, we're hearing that even though they are getting information, they are not willing to share with the military because they believe that there are Boko Haram sympathizers within the military. So how do we rescue these girls? How do we fight this war when the people that should lead in the fight are in disarray? Yemi? Oh, I understand that Yemi is now. Yemi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Oh no, I'm talking about Yemi in Canada. I think he's not with us now. All right. This Bishop just joined us in London. Bishop, welcome to Sahara TV.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay. So Bishop, let me ask you this question about the military, the situation in the military, and the hope, because the American troops are not in Nigeria. They have advisors. They have people who are helping out. It's still our military that will eventually go in there and take action, but they are in disarray. How do you think that they can do this job when they can't get their acts together?
Well, once again,
Bishop, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm talking to you.
Okay, go ahead.
No, yeah. It's sad and it's quite unfortunate that Nigeria has found themselves in this state. And once again, I want to send my sympathy and my condolence for those family members who have really been. I can imagine what pain they will be going through up to this moment. It's more than a month. Get to a month now. These kids have been missing. Nothing has been done. Here we are. The military that are well equipped. I keep telling people, the military, Boko Haram, they are no more than the military in Nigeria. They are not. How can they? They don't even have the resources that a nation has. Even if I thought they got the sponsor, a single individual cannot sponsor thousands of people, yet a nation cannot be able to combat these people, confront those people. It's sad. Where going back to your question, is the military have not done much. Like Yemi said last week, I believe by now people should be resigning. People should be resigning in their from the advisor, from the I don't know what they call them, but they should be people should be resigning up till now. I don't see that happen. If such a thing happen in this part of the world where we are, and you know, quite a lot of people would have been resigning their posts. But that is not happening. So quite unfortunate. The military government, the military are not. They are not doing enough. They are not even okay. Now, they like somebody, the guy in India who said that the military are not willing, or is it Rudolph that said that they are not even willing to give out information. They cannot work together if they're not willing. Like you said, they are same party. I quite agree to that. They are same party among the military who are sympathizing.
All right, Bishop.
Because they are the people.
Yeah.
They are the people. They're not there.
Now, Bishop, we'll come back to you again. Let me come back to you, Adam. I want to ask you, because we read stories about local people taking the law, essentially fighting Boko Harams themselves. You know, there was a report in a local area where some Boko Haram members came out to buy food and get some supplies, and local people killed some of them and beat some of them up. And these are the people that our military, they are not willing to confront. What do you think will be the next course of action? We interviewed earlier today Dr. Jo Odumakin, and she said that on the 27th of May that she is going to lead Nigerian women and some activists to go to that forest and protest there. In a way, basically saying that if the government is not willing to take action, that people are going to lead the fight against Boko Haram. What do you think will be the next stage of things happening if these kids are not recovered? Adam, are you still there?
The next action. Yeah,
okay.
I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It's like you're asking me, what do I think?
What would this kind of citizen action lead to? Is that a solution?
I think those guys need to be armed. The government need to arm them, because the Boko Haram militants, they are well armed from all indication. But I don't know, one way or the other, those local guys were able to overcome them. And again, to be honest with you, I think I should go back to your last 2 weeks episode. Mr. President, point blank, need to resign. I don't understand why things. There was so much conspiracy within this Boko Haram issue. How come? Look at ordinary militants, ordinary local guys are able to overcome 200, kill more than 200. Nigerian military guys are not able to, they are even afraid of confronting them. How come? When did Nigerian military become so weak that they can confront Boko Haram militants? The Boko Haram militants from 2009 to date, when did they become so armed, like they can confront a nation like Nigeria? It is very clear. It is very impossible. Something is wrong somewhere. If Mr. President is not ready, is not willing to deal with these guys, let him resign clear. It is very clear that he's afraid of them or afraid of taking action against them. People are dying. Mr. Rudolph, please, you said something just this last time that since Arsenal were able to
to win the FA Cup.
The situation is not about Arsenal. It is not about this. Mr. Rudolph, if, take for instance, your family member is part of this issue, it's not something funny. It's not something.
No, it's
that
not
you
funny. I'm saying
with,
that sometimes we think something is impossible. But something that happened today is a reminder that certain things you think is impossible may not be impossible.
A serious government ought to have taken action right from time. This is more than a month now.
Yeah, because
more than 300.
Wait. Let me ask, because even the Americans are saying that the Nigerian soldiers are not willing to fight. They've seen them. They know they are not willing to fight, so the question I'm asking is, who will now lead this fight? Should we depend on locals to get into the, because that's likely going to happen in the next few days. If the military will not move, people will start going towards the forest, and that will be a calamity, you know, when they try to confront the Boko Haram people who are well armed. So what will happen? And just imagine the situation where people are moving into the forest and our military are also trying to get in there. I mean, it's a very big tragic thing that could lead to.
I don't want to call anything like revolution in that country, but I'm thinking it is high time Nigerians should rise against this government. This government is not willing to help the situation. This government is weak. This government is incompetent. This government has been keeping quiet for insurgency in the north. What for? See, it is very clear. If he can't do it, let him resign. It is very clear. So many people out there, like this former head of state, Muhammadu Buhari, he has been clearly saying, condemning this insurgency. Today, I read on Facebook where he suggested the way forward to this insurgency, to the situation of the insurgency. It is very clear.
Adam, can you summarize what Buhari said in that piece as the way forward?
He said the security situation in the country, or in the northeast, or any part of the country, supposed not to start from the top. It's supposed to be a bottom to the top. A situation whereby you have to, from the locality, from the people in the locality, you have to like allies with them. Let them give you any good information you need to like overcome the situation. It is not it's not something that you can just come overnight, put all the military efforts, the military force, and then get rid of
Adam, we'll come back to you. Okay, is that Yemi?
Yeah, Yemi.
Okay, Yemi. Yeah, when you were talking, I want you to address this issue because on Thursday, the Prime Minister of Britain went to the House of Commons and he made a statement where he was saying that the world has been essentially that everyone, the media and the world, will be unfair to the government of President Goodluck Jonathan. What was he saying and what was behind that? But go ahead.
He said the world media has not been fair to President. No. It was on Wednesday when they were doing the Prime Minister question
time. Okay, yeah, okay.
And somebody asked him a question, and then that brought up his response, because I always watch Prime Minister question. But let me start from how we're going to, the issue of this Boko Haram, how we're going to resolve it. For me, in my personal opinion, the starting point should be for us to go back to Boko Haram. Whoever knows them, the likes of Shehu Sani, because I know he might know them.
No, he's talked to them before, yeah.
Because I've followed his interview. That made me conclude that he knows them. So they should go back and talk to him. Let us negotiate with this Boko Haram, get the 200 or whatever number of guests, get them out, then go back to drawing board and let us start again.
What are you willing to? What are you willing to give? Wait. Yemi, what will you be willing to give so that they can? Because they are saying that you should free their prisoners who are.
You see, in any even American, the British, they will negotiate behind the back, and when they come to the house, they will never tell us they have negotiated. So what they are willing to give, we will look at it. By the time you are talking to them, okay, how many prisoners do you want? How much amount do you want? So we will go with the amount and look for their prisoners, which we have to give back to them. Then from there on, we begin to chase them. You go back after them. You see, the level of corruption in Nigeria today has really eaten deep and deep into the military. If the military refuses to fight, Rudolph, I'm sorry, I don't blame them. I will not blame them. I've been in this United Kingdom long enough. I've seen when people are being brought back from Afghanistan. I've seen the ceremony. I've seen the dignity with which they were brought back to this country, the type of burial, how they look after their children, even the ones that are not dead, the trauma, how they were made to integrate back into society, what they have been able to do for them. So why will I go and carry gun, start defending Nigeria, and when I know there is nothing for my children, there is nothing for my parents, and people will come back and tell me, oh, you have signed to defend the country. That is the nature of your job. When it's a two-way street. When I was signing the agreement, nobody ever told me, we will only give you 1922 rifle to go and fight 2014 rifle, to go and fight 2014 Kalachoko or whatever they call it. I don't know the name of the gun now. So what we are saying is this: if you cannot equip me, if you don't give me the tools to work with, and you expect me to go on front line to go and confront somebody who is more equipped than me. Alex Crawford was talking to some of our police, some of our army today. They said, if you cannot give us what we want, we are not ready to confront them. If Mr. President is not willing to go to Chibok, well, like a friend of mine posted on his Facebook page that we should not blame Mr. President because Shekau refused to give him visa. That was the reason why he didn't go to Chibok. So whenever he decides to give him visa, Mr. President will go there. If a commander-in-chief of a country is denying going to a particular country because of security situation, then we have a lot of problem in our hand.
All right. Let me go to India and talk to Michael. Michael, there are crises in some territories in India, and I'm wondering, based on what you know about India, how are they handling that? Like, I think in Punjab, that is different from how our Nigeria is handling the situation in the Northeast.
Look at it on my screen, Nigeria.
Actually, handling crisis here is much more easier and much more simpler. Actually, most of the crises which have been occurring or reoccurring here they're not really crises. They're just social vice of violence, which after just one day it's over. The issue in Nigeria is a much more complicated issue. At least to anybody, even I can go to Punjab, I can go to any state freely, and if my own president cannot walk freely in his own country, which he is the leader, then you know that there's a big problem, right? However, I will say this, and I will say it, that Boko Haram is just a distraction. This 273 girls is just a distraction. Believe me, if you don't want to agree with me, I can force you to agree. And also, it's
you
just
mean
like
distraction
mirage.
from what? What are we? Where are we? What are they distracting us from?
Yeah, they're trying to distract us from the ill government. They're trying to distract us from the incompetence, which in the end is still showing. They're trying to distract us from the upcoming election. I will tell you this: all these things are happening. Majority of the reason why this thing is happening right now is because of the 2015 election. If you want to look at it from a critical point of view, now the Americans, they flew their drone over the Boko Haram territory, and they told us they can identify Boko Haram, but they couldn't find the girls. And you want to tell me another thing? Even if America enter Nigeria, I will say this in pidgin language: if a stranger enter Warri, if a Warri man did not show him way, he won't know how to enter that country. Even if a foreigner enters Nigeria, if the people in the country did not cooperate with him, even if he has sophisticated equipment and technology, there are certain places where he will never identify. You understand me? So the whole thing now comes back to the military. The military is doing nothing, and they are not ready to help. Without the help of the military, the help we are taking from America, from whichever country, will be futile. If the locals are not given support to this foreign personnel, I mean military officers, then we wouldn't get any result. I will say in conclusion, motivation is one thing. If our military, according to this man who spoke earlier, he spoke about motivation. Our military system and our security personnel, they're not highly motivated. But even though they are not highly motivated, the love of the country is still not in the heart of so many people. In the end, we have to look at it. They are being paid their salary. They are being paid to do their job. Everything now runs down to corruption. Everything runs back to corruption, where people, the head or the top of the military, they're not given adequate equipment because they are being infiltrated by the Boko Haram. And he talked about Buhari. Someone talked about Buhari. Buhari is no way better than Jonathan. Hello?
Yeah, someone turned on the volume of their live stream. Please, can you turn it down because it's interfering with the conversation? Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, Buhari is no way better than Jonathan. He hasn't come up with any reasonable. I will tell you, he hasn't come up with any direct approach. If he knows that he has an approach which the country can use, then let him come up with it. Don't tell me that Jonathan did not. I will repeat this. Don't tell me that Jonathan doesn't know who Boko Haram is. Don't tell me that Jonathan doesn't know where the 273 or wherever girls are. Don't tell. They know all these things. These are I will call it conspiracy theory, if you will permit me. This is kind of a conspiracy theory. Jonathan knows all this. Buhari knows everything. They know all these things. They're just trying to make this nation suffer more than we are suffering. They're just trying to.
All right, Michael, okay. I have to stop you there. Let me come to you, Bishop. A newspaper in England, the Independent, UK Independent, reported that a British-born Nigerian, Aminu Said Oguche was the mastermind of the bombing in Abuja, and that he's schooling currently in Sudan, where he's been arrested, and they're waiting to bring him back to Nigeria. Now, how do you take this news? Does that change the perception of Boko Haram in the sense that if this is true, that someone who used to be at a school in England, who was a former military guy who left the military, who is behind some of the Boko Haram activities, and he's far away in Sudan? Bishop.
All right, I'm listening.
Yeah. So what is your take on that story?
All right. Well, it's quite unfortunate. I read on the news, I have not heard much about it, but if you ask me, it could be, and thinking the fact that those people, they are Islamic scholars, they know what it takes to be what it means to be a terrorist. And again, if you look at the incident of this guy, Amur Tara, the guy that was under the bomb.
Yeah, he was also in England.
He was in England. He was here in the UK, where he traveled to. When he was back, he traveled to Nigeria, to US. They are all around there. It's sad. The perception here. I also refer you to the guy who killed a soldier man here in the UK.
Michael.
Those guys, they are all Muslims, and it's the perception. I wrote an article. Those things, those guys, they are anti-Islamic. Islamic, in fact, they don't even say what they are doing. I concluded that this is political and selfish interest. This is what I can see, and it's sad. It gives us the notion that the government is this also go back to our government, because they are not helping the matter. If our school, the education system are working well, and the tools and everything is are there, I don't see no reason why people want to come to Western and get their education.
All right, we're running out of time. Let me come to you, Adam. I want to find out from you. So, the dream of most people that the president should take action is not coming true, and the other option that he should resign is not likely. So what do you think should happen? How do we change the dynamics of things? Adam, are you still there?
Yeah, Mr. Rudolph. To be honest with you, everything lies in the hands of the government.
Well, the government is not act. They are not willing to act. So do we say wait for them until they act? Is that the solution?
That I said something the other time that I don't want to mention revolution to that country because you can only know the beginning, but you don't know the end. That's just the basic of revolution. But to be honest with you, the future is blinking. The future is getting blank. I don't know. The situation is not funny. But let me just comment on the past speaker. You see, I'm a Muslim myself. Do you get? And in short, by the special grace of God, I'm versed in the knowledge. I'm versed in the religion, and I understand so much about the religion. So most of the time, if I heard somebody saying the perception, the Islamic perception, is what people are using to do what they are doing, I think just imagine a situation whereby you just go and kill somebody and you call it in the name of religion. What religion permits that? Let me tell you something. Whatever religion whatever faith you belong to, you just have to respect anybody that belongs to any other faith. And then you just have to keep your faith to yourself. Because if you impose your faith to another person, that means you are making that person's faith inferior, and then you are making yours superior faith, and which is not the ideal way. And this is a religion whereby I think every religion, I think, should be private. Something is holding us in Nigeria together today, and which is like the rule of the land. The rule of the land should prevail more than any religion. Whatever you do, there is a rule in the land that says you don't have the right to look at any other person or to force any other person to do what you're doing. So if I think we have a good leadership that can stand with the rule of the land and uphold that to every citizen, that whoever disobey the rule of the land, what's it called? He has to face the consequences, and that is what is supposed to be. We need a good leadership. Nigeria should rise. We need a good leader. We don't have a good leader. Nigeria is blinking. If you look at the situation of this Boko Haram, of this girls kidnapped, it's not something funny. It's not something funny anymore. I just woke up this morning. I just imagined what I'm seeing on Facebook. I was like, oh God, if it happens to be someone's daughter or someone's child or you imagine how the parents will be feeling. And I just read something like one of the Joe Odumakin, or one of the
Joe Odumakin,
one of the journalists that said she went there or something like that. It's very unfortunate, the area. And I'm telling you, to be honest with you, if you go to far north in Nigeria, you will just discover that everybody is like, the situation is like the government is not taking care of anybody there. Everybody is on its own. So that is how the situation looks like over there. And it is not even in the north itself. If you go to the other part of the country, except those major cities in the country, you find out that it looks as if there is no government. It is like, it's just very pure that there is no government doing anything in this. Because some other part of the country are just like, look for a way of surviving of the fittest, doing one thing or the, whether it is good or not. I don't know.
I could feel your pain, and
it's very painful. It's very painful. I listened to your colleague Omoyele some other time, making comments on Fashola. If you go to Lagos, government is every locality in that state. You can feel that a government is doing something. You can feel it. If at all the federal
Adam,
system
Adam,
is doing...
Adam, let me stop you.
government.
Let me stop you. We are going to have this discussion because I would like to find out from you if the federal government is failing in their duties. What about the state government? What about the local government?
What about the local government?
Why are people not demanding? Because if you say, I can tell you that even though the government is not getting, go ahead. Is that Adam? Go ahead. We are running out of time. I just want you to round up.
Mr. Rudolph, there is a limit to the state government. There is a limit.
No. There is
what they call the local chairman. There is a limitation. There is a limitation to all those guys you mentioned.
Hello, Mr.
No, let me tell you sincerely speaking. Let me tell you sincerely speaking.
See. The bottom line is this: corruption has eaten deep, and the same thing that is happening in the top is happening in the middle, and it is happening in the lower tier of the government. Why are we not holding our governors also responsible? Why are we also now critically? It's unfair on Jonathan if we are talking about development.
Adam, hold on. Let's hear him. Then you come back, okay?
No. Seriously, if you're talking about all-round development, it's the president is not the one who will implement this development in all the states, in all the localities. What are the northern governments, governors and other governors doing with the allocation? Are they not getting allocation? Can they come out and say the government is not paying them allocation? What is happening at the local government level? Are they not getting the allocation? The point is that the problem is the same. In fact, if you ask a common Nigeria, if you put a small Nigeria, a young Nigeria, beg your pardon, in any political office, he would do the same thing. We all of us, we are criticizing the government. If I put this young man in power today, he probably may do the worst thing. You understand?
All right. Yemi, that's okay. Adam, round out just 30 seconds because we have to go. We really have to go. 30 seconds, Adam.
Okay, as I'm saying, as I was saying, look, for instance, when you go to Lagos State, for instance, in every locality, in every local government, you can feel the presence of the government doing something. Do you get that? So, but when you go to, let me come to that. When you go to other when you go to other states, like in the north that I'm used to, you may go to a locality, you just be imagining, is there anything going on here or something? Is there any government? Is there any system that is abiding this? You have to like asking question, what is wrong? Something is wrong. Definitely something is wrong. So we need like the entire system of the country. We need like we Nigerians, we need to like wake up and tell ourselves like, look, we need somebody, we need good leadership. We need like to, if it takes us to scrutinize whoever is going to be there in the next election, we need to do something about
Adam, thank you so much. Adam, let me tell you that before we go, first of all, you have to, when you look at Lagos State, you have to know that Lagos State is one of the few, about 4 states in the country that are actually viable. They have more resources than all the other states, and you will see more activities in Lagos State. And also, when you're talking, so we will have a debate on who to blame, but it's not going to be today. And I want to give you guys one more chance to give me what's keeping you up at night before we end this section. Let me start with you, Yemi, in London. What's keeping you up at night?
I don't have anything keeping me up at night because I don't think about Nigeria any longer. So.
All right, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. Michael in India, what's keeping you up at night?
No, what's really pissing me off right now is shoving the whole responsibility on the president of the nation, a nation that has 36 states with 36 governors, 700 whatever local governments, which are being offices which are being held by people who are Nigerians also. These people also should be held responsible, not only the president. I'm not advocating for Goodluck Jonathan here. I'm not his fan anyway, whatever reason. But we should change that mentality that the government will do everything in every corner of every nation. What are the governors doing? What are the northern? The northerners should look at it from this perspective. They should they should call their leaders to order. Their leaders are not really doing anything. They are enriching their own pocket at the detriment of the people. And that's why I'm talking about Buhari. I'm saying Buhari and Dangote and the likes of these northern leaders. They are the real problem that the northerners are facing, not the president, not the administration. but they themselves, it's like they are the cancer hitting deep into their own people.
All right.
Believe me.
Thank you, Michael. Bishop, what's keeping you up at night? Bishop, are you still with us? Okay, Bishop is gone. Probably he's asleep. Adam, what's keeping you up at night?
Okay, Mr. Rudolph, let me comment on the last speaker, what he said about Buhari or Dangote. Look, the situation has gone beyond any individual in the north anymore. The situation of the security is just packed to the Mr. President. Mr. President's office is the final security, is the final hope for the security situation in the north or any other part of the country. So it is not a blame game anymore. And then for what you just asked, what is keeping me up at night is just by the special grace of God. That is just what is keeping me up at night. I don't have any thing anymore to say.
All right, thank you, Adam. Thank you so much. I understand. We'll be back next week to talk more about this. I want to thank Adam.
Mr. Rudolph,
yes.
I listened to one of your interview with General Muhammadu Buhari. I want you, please, if anytime you invite somebody like that, please contact. Let's have a kind of question.
Question and answer. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
We do offer our guests that option, and sometimes they don't want it. But in the case of Buhari, no, we did not. But because know that a lot of people might call and say some inappropriate thing to some people. But we do offer that, and once they accept, we will let people join.
You can just draw a rule against something.
Yeah, but once it's live, anybody can come in and come on and say anything, so you can't control what they say at that point. But anyway, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really have to go. Thank you so much, Adam, for joining us. And next week, join us again. We'll have more time to talk about this. Ogunyemi, thank you so much for joining us from London. Michael in India, thank you so much for joining us. And then Bishop in London too, thank you so much for joining us. Okay, we unfortunately we've come to the end of our show today. We want to thank all of you that watched us. I hope you were entertained and you learned something from what we showed you today. We had interesting conversations, and they will be up on our YouTube page in the next few days. On behalf of everybody here, we have a lot of our staff here, the technical people. We want to thank you for watching, and we hope you'll come back and watch us the same time next week. Until then, stay with us. Go to Sahara Reporters and Sahara TV and our Sahara Radio, FM radio, and follow our programs. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Is this gesture? It's a gesture that speaks volumes.
Yes, indeed. This is Sahara TV, and it's time for sports. Welcome to this Cut to the Chase edition of your favorite sports program. Today on the show, we're going to cut straight to the chase, as has already been indicated. And we're going to look at two quick stories before we look at the groupings and some likely qualifications. With me to do that, as usual, on the far left, Prince Chief, His Highness, I don't know what to call him again. But yeah, the man, Olu Faloye, he's no stranger at all.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Oh,
and
handshake.
handshake,
Thank
of
you.
course.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
And right here, to my immediate left, is the man you saw him last week, but now you see him live in the studio, the man Victor Sanya. He's a sports analyst and commentator as well. Pedigree counts, and that's what he's got.
It's great to be here.
Thank you very much for
joining us,
making the
man.
time.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so let's. Well, I'm trying to let us pack this thing with the predictions and stuff. So let's quickly look at these two stories,
right,
and then go to that. The first story, Congo. There was this stampede in Congo. Chief, you remember that we were speaking about May 9th in Ghana, where over 100 people died.
We spoke about the anniversary last week, and so sad.
Yes.
Yeah.
And another one happened in the Congo. What really beats me is that barely a week after it happened, a match has been fixed for the same venue, and people are going there to play another game.
I just hope they've taken the necessary precautions to see that this doesn't happen again. One of the things I read is that they're not going to occupy the stadium as they did before. I know the stadium holds about 30,000 people.
Yeah, but they're not going to fill it with 5,000.
But does that make sense, though? So what are they going to do with the rest of the seats, the empty seats?
That's not even my biggest issue, but I'll give Victor the go first.
Yeah, I mean, when reading over the article, I had to go, source some more information and try to understand exactly when something happens. Just last week, you'd expect, they actually said they're setting up, what's it called, a commission of inquiry.
Right.
Where's the report? Yep. What happened? How did it happen? Things like that. So you prevent a reoccurrence. Exactly. And then they just suddenly glossed over that. They just said, okay, we're setting up a committee, and then now they've moved on to the next thing, which is what? Which is the big game. Yeah. I don't think that's the way to go about it. When something like that happens and people die, give their families time to grieve. Yep. Give that little time, then choose another venue. Nothing says that game should be played in Kinshasa.
But let me say this, and I was coming from the perspective of something like that happened in, let's say, the United States. I'm of the mentality that, the game must go on. So as long as they take the necessary precautions to make sure something like this doesn't happen again. Again, I'm sensitive to the families that lost loved ones. About 15 people died. May their souls rest in peace, but, I don't think they should not play another game.
What how to is the game must go on. The game must go on, but at the same time, certain things have to be done.
Okay.
The very fact that they are playing another game makes nonsense of the whole commission that they've set up.
A week later.
A week later.
A week later.
Okay.
It makes absolute nonsense of the commission. Right. It presupposes that we know what happened and we have already taken the precautions. Why then is there a commission? If you know what happened and you've already, sealed those loopholes, why is there a commission?
Okay.
And again, I think the debt must be respected. 1 week.
For how long?
At least set a date. If it's 1 week, even if it's 1 week, make that 1 week a 1 week. Let people feel that you are mourning the dead. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, there's another game without so much as a mention of the dead in the press. I think it's very awkward.
And disrespectful to an extent?
Yes.
I mean, let's look at, this team has a history of, some violence, especially the Congolese teams. You have, 1998, we actually have the same team, AS Vita versus DC Pembe, and the police actually, they actually have military troops shooting at 4 people, and you also have TP Mazembe against St. Lupopo, that game. Same thing, there was violence, police had to come in, and some people still died. Now, when you have this kind of scenarios, what have you done, like you said, to stop those kind of things?
You actually go on it.
So it's common in that league. It's not like this is the first time they are having that kind of situation. You know the kind of fans you have, and so you have to put in something. Remember, there was a time when they said they should barricade the people, but people, but people were against it because they said, that gives them animal.
They
said, that's a safety hazard.
They said the animal instincts. People feel like they're caged, and once they get to that fence, they're gonna rip it down. So.
Again, I don't mean to sound insensitive or callous to the event that happened, to the tragedy that happened. I do, but again, maybe I was just coming from the mindset that the game must go on and everything. So I could definitely see where you guys are coming from.
All right, and I just think that Africa should pay more attention to the safety of the spectators.
Definitely.
People pay money to go and watch games. They don't pay money to go and die.
And it's also good to know that this is the same stadium that hosted the groundbreaking fight between Muhammad Ali
Let's
and...
talk about that stadium. Right. I saw a picture of that stadium. What kind of a stadium is it?
Well, it's not that
modern. I don't know if control room can throw up the picture of that stadium.
Yeah, it's not that modern, I'll be honest.
I saw the wall, I saw the entrance, I'm like, okay.
No, well, the entrance was actually ripped by the fans. Yeah. By the fans, right. You know, so that was, what you saw was the makeshift entrance. But now that's the question. Are they going to use that makeshift entrance for the 5,000 people on Saturday?
Obviously.
That's the question. Those are the things. Those are the issues that have not been really tackled.
Exactly.
Right. But you know what I want to say, and this is the beautiful thing that sports does. Maybe they also see the fact that the game being played is a way to heal the community and bring them back together.
Yes, but you said it yourself, give the families time to grieve.
Okay.
You know, let people feel that those 15 lives count.
Yeah.
Like people feel for them.
Okay.
Not that, okay, they're dead, okay, they're gone. You know what? Game goes on. I think it's kind of disrespectful. Anyway, let's go on to the second story. My favorite. Samuel Eto'o calls Mourinho a fool.
Wow. I'll let you.
Let's give a background to that before that.
Okay.
You know, Mourinho said he was an old man. He cast a slur on his age. He says he believes he's older than he actually is.
Now, which is not a wrong assertion for most football players. It's like when people told me Drogba is like 34, I'm like, yeah, give me a break. I don't know. So.
You just hit the nail on the head.
Go ahead.
That is exactly what I was about to say. Look, we know what most African footballers do. I'm not saying Eto'o did it. Don't quote me on that. Most African football. Yes, most African football.
Some?
Oh, most of them. Okay. Most of them. Now we have a younger generation who, you know, you can actually you can actually check their ages and do background checks. But for most, the first generation, that first batch, 90s up till now, they all have fake ages. Whether or not you like it, they'll have fake ages because you couldn't go back to check it. Yeah. So if I'm going to play football now, I'm not going to claim, my age. I'll claim to be 17 or 18. And I know people who have done it. I actually know people. That's why I said most of them. That much? Yeah, I know people. Yeah. You have to go back.
Wow.
Because you want to play at least 5 years.
Yeah.
And if you don't go back enough, no team is going to sign you. That's the reason why they go that far. So they really have to go that far. Right. But then the thing with Mourinho was, that thing was a private conversation. It just comes back to like the Sterling situation. It wasn't like he called Eto'o and said, "Oh, I know you're an old man." No, it was a private.
It got out.
It was a private conversation, and Eto'o said, "Oh, I know I have problems, and my biggest problem is a striker. I don't have a striker." And Eto'o says he's 33. Only God knows, maybe he's 35, 36. You know, it was a private conversation, but somehow it got out. And I really did not fault what's he called? Mourinho, because he wasn't seeing the result he expected, and he was attributing it to age. I didn't really see anything wrong with it.
Chief, what's your take on that?
Again, now that, in hindsight, now that I know that it wasn't something he said like doing a press conference or something, he said doing a private conversation. So maybe I could give him a pass because you know my feelings towards Mourinho and everything. But again, I think Eto'o's retort was a bit strong to go as far as...
What's your feelings towards Mourinho? Share with us.
Oh,
he's one of those.
I don't like.
He's a Ghana. I know that sums it up.
He's one of those. You know, there's a new name now for what's he called, Mourinho now, and I'm sure Arsenal fans love it. They call him the foolish one.
Exactly.
Because he's not the special one. Yeah. When Eto'o said, "Oh, he's a fool," they started calling him the foolish one.
Exactly. So I thought Eto'o's going as far because Eto'o didn't say his retort in private. He came out and called him a fool. Yeah. Exactly.
That's my thing, though. That whether he said it in private or not, he did say it, and it came out in the press. Okay. So to me, that really does not matter at all. If anything at all, it even makes it worse. It's like speaking behind his back. You're actually telling people that he's older than he is. I think
because he understands. I mean, the reason he gave as to why he said that was because maybe he's not getting the performance from a young player that he expected. He's attributing that to because he's older than he's claiming that he is.
See, he scored a goal, and then he went to the corner flag and started acting like an old man and all that.
I saw that.
You know.
I mean, that's the goal right up there.
Yeah. Victor, tell us, does it matter? His age is only a number. Roger Milla went with the Cameroonian team to the World Cup and did amazing stuff. Well, what does it matter if he's 40 years?
Well, the age doesn't matter, but I think Mourinho was trying to... No, the age really doesn't matter. If you're scoring for me, I don't care how old. If you're 100 years old, I don't care. But, what Mourinho was just putting side by side was Maybe if he were still, because he knows Eto's ability. I think that's what it comes down to. He knows Eto's ability, and he's feeling like, oh man, if I had the Eto of 5 years ago, that's what he's actually. But you know, I think it comes out in the way he worded the whole thing. It was just, oh, if I had the Eto of 5 years ago, I wouldn't be in all this mess. Torres is not scoring, but I'm sure Eto would. He knows Eto, and he knows what Eto can do.
You should have said that about Torres. Then we'll understand.
Yes,
exactly,
right?
Exactly. Anyway.
No, because I guess he expects a lot from.
So in just a sentence or two, Eto called him a fool.
Now, let me just add this very quickly.
Go ahead.
Eto, I think he needs to tone down. This was the
Yes.
issue. This was what we were talking about. Eto's big ego.
Right.
He has a problem with it. You know, 5 weeks ago he was calling out, what's he called, Pep Guardiola. This week he's calling out Mourinho.
Mourinho, right.
And dude, you got to calm down. He called Pep. Yes, he said Guardiola was a coward 5 weeks ago. Today is
look at those
coach.
words, man. I mean, respect.
He just needs to tone it down. You're a footballer, and he's saying he still wants to play Champions League. Now, if you still want to play Champions League football and you don't want to come to MLS, because everybody, I thought he was going to come to MLS, but he's saying he still wants to play Champions League.
And
he said that.
He says he has at least 3 more World Cups to
two, because he right. He referenced somebody that was playing at the age of 42.
He wants to tie Lothar Matthäus's record of 5 World Cups. But then the thing is this: if you want to play Champions League, you don't want to appear like the player who cannot work with coaches anymore.
Even Balotelli is playing, my friend.
You cannot. That's the thing. That's the thing.
Even Balotelli is in the game.
You don't want to appear like that guy who cannot work with coaches. Who, okay, if I hire you, 2 months down the line, you're going to curse me out. So why should I hire you? And Eto has to be very, very careful. If in 5 weeks you're cursing 2 coaches, your past one and your current coach, then you might have a problem getting them.
Yeah, and the coaches don't forget.
No, nobody.
They don't forget. They hold that in there.
And I have a feeling they also have some kind of an association where they talk among themselves.
I mean, some of them are good friends.
But Eto actually probably has the MLS and his teams, the Middle East, as his backup plan. If nothing works, you just go to Align or something like that and play. Anyway, so let's go to the groupings now and look at some possible qualifications, and hopefully by the time we finish, we can come up with some kind of a winner in waiting, hopefully. For Group A, Brazil, Croatia, Mexico, and Cameroon. First of all, which 2 teams are we tipping to go out of that group?
Okay, my 2 teams, I'm going to go with Brazil. And I know last week and with him, he went with Croatia. I was going with Cameroon, but, you know, he's the analyst here. So let me.
No, you pick yours first.
So no, I'm going to, to be honest with you, I'm going with Brazil and Cameroon.
Brazil and Cameroon, okay. Yes. You going with?
No, I'm definitely going with Brazil and Croatia. I mean, Croatia has players, not a complete team, but they have players who can fit into certain places like Mandzukic, Luka Modric. Those players are key in a World Cup.
And let me allude to something. You said they came 3rd place. How many eons ago? Years ago. So that's gone.
But they have that to ride on.
Right.
You always ride on that. You always ride on that.
Okay. So, but look at the Cameroonian team, though. You don't think that's a strong team for this group? Because we know
if Cameroon is going to come out of this group, they need to score goals. And how they're going to score goals, I was just ruminating over it. Right. They have Vincent Aboubakar. He plays for Saint Laurent in France.
Yes.
He scored 16 goals in League One. They have Samuel Eto'o, who has scored 9 goals in the Barclays Premiership. So what do? Eto'o is aging, 33. Aboubakar is just like 22. You pair both of them up front.
Right.
The goals will come.
Instead of playing like an arrowhead striker, you think they should
put those 2 people. Okay. One experienced, one inexperienced, but with a lot of energy.
Vim,
the goals will come.
Sorry, Chris, what do you think?
I think it's Brazil and Croatia as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that. So for now, let's say that we're tipping Brazil and Croatia, right?
Let me ask you guys a question. Why did it's like none of us even gave Mexico a chance?
Mexico is a really good team.
Right.
I just think that they are in the wrong group. It's just me.
Well, you said that, and when we had the conversation, I told him already. I said Mexico's biggest problem is that they've not been able to score. They can't break teams down.
Right. They can't break down defenses.
Yeah, they can't break down defenses. So when you have that problem, you're not going to go far against Brazil, who's going to score you.
Exactly.
Right.
Or Croatia, who has some prolific strikers.
Okay.
Yeah, let him run.
Group B.
Yeah, let him read Group B.
Okay, Group B, we have Spain, the defending champions, Netherlands, Chile, and Australia. This is a tricky group.
Yeah.
This is a tricky group. Very, very tricky.
Okay.
If I've seen Chile play, that Chilean team is fantastic. You want to avoid them as much as possible. They can upset any big team. As a matter of fact, I'm tipping Spain and Chile.
Oh, you are?
That's a very bold.
It's bold. It's bold.
I'm definitely going with Spain and the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Spain and Netherlands. I think I'll do Spain and Netherlands as well.
Yeah.
I think the Netherlands have a better chance of qualification because of their coach, who has a lot of experience.
Absolutely.
And the team itself has
you have Van Gaal, you have
Yeah.
Van Gaal, but it's also a young team like the Chilean team.
Yeah.
But the Chilean team plays with a lot of speed. If you've watched that team play, there's weight. Sometimes catching up with them is a huge problem. They are really, really fast, and their counterattack is very potent. They have Alexis Sanchez of Barcelona. Their counterattack is sublime.
Yeah, but why, I mean, obviously Spain right here, we don't even need to go in that team. You look at the Barcelona
Spain
team.
is the number one. So,
Yeah, and they've been playing
the
together
world.
in there, of course.
Australia, obviously, are the whipping boys in that group.
yeah.
In the group A, we couldn't really identify a whipping.
It's a little
bit
balanced.
more difficult.
Apart from Brazil, the other teams are balance out.
But Australia definitely is the whipping boys in that team.
Definitely.
Group C.
Yeah.
Colombia, Greece, Cote d'Ivoire, and Japan.
Why don't you go first?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going with Colombia and Cote d'Ivoire.
Okay.
Honestly. Now, the Greece
are you
team.
speaking from your heart?
all the
African
all the brotherhood.
Higher up.
Honestly. So, again, I think the Japanese team, that's the whipping boy there.
You think so?
Yes. Greece, I know they've been unstable financially and everything going on. I don't think that's going to affect the team that much, but I don't see how Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast is going to lose to Greece and Japan and not come out of this group.
I kind of agree with you.
Yeah,
I kind of agree with
Well,
you. But let's
the thing about Ivory Coast right now is this is their golden generation. This is the last World Cup they are going to. Drogba, well, Touré still has some World Cup.
Touré still has some, yes, but
Touré still
Drogba-
has some in him.
Yeah.
Didier Zakora, all that generation is going past.
That
so
era,
this,
it's a new
this
time.
is their last
It's the
World
last
Cup,
chance to prove a
and they
point.
have to prove a point. They are going to qualify from this group. Colombia has two players from Monaco. Don't forget up front, Falcao and Rodriguez. And so those two guys up front, forget about it. It's a done deal. Ivory Coast and Colombia, they're through to the next round.
I would say so too. I'll definitely say so. Okay, Group D. Uruguay, Costa Rica, England, Italy. Another dodgy group.
Yes, this is
another very dodgy
I'll
group.
let the
Maybe
I can feed off his
What's it called? England have become
a joke.
Well, not a joke per se, but they've become this team that has not been consistent over the years. They keep going to the World Cup. You keep expecting so much. They keep getting knocked out at the quarterfinals or the second round. And
Did they make? I don't think they even made it out of the first round last time, right?
The last World Cup.
The last World Cup.
I think they made it out of the first round.
Really?
They would have. I'm
Okay.
sure.
But the thing is,
not sure.
they don't. Once they get beyond that first round, second round, you're pretty sure England is going to get knocked out. And so it's become a regular thing. I'm not going to go with England for this World Cup. They have a bunch of young boys.
At least qualifying out of that group?
Yes, qualifying out of that group. Wow. I'd rather go. I know Italy is going to qualify from that group. They have Pirlo, they have the experience. But do you think, look at Uruguay, they have Cavani, they have Luis Suarez.
Yeah.
They actually have better strikers than the English team.
Suarez, who no Ghanaian wants to hear about.
That's
you guys haven't forgiven him from the last World Cup.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Still.
Now,
It was strategic, though, what he did.
It was.
It worked.
Yes, it worked. It worked. Now look at that team and compare it to the English team. Striker for striker up front. That's what matters really. So in World Cups, the goals count. Yes, your team has to play, and the Uruguayan team are not playing badly. But when the goals come, who do England look up to? What's he called? Rooney. Rooney will score some goals, but when you have Cavani and Suarez up front, I'll go with them any day.
I love the thought process.
I think England is in for a shock. They're preparing for this World Cup. The coach is going for an all youthful team. He's told all the old boys, you guys are not going. All the Cole, everybody, you guys aren't going. I want young boys, because he knows what he's up against. He really knows what he's up against. But I don't see them making it out of this group.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to definitely I'm going with Italy Uruguay out of this group.
Okay, as much as I hate to admit it, I want to say it's actually Italy and Uruguay for me as well.
Yeah.
Uruguay, I'm from Ghana. You don't expect me to be a fan of Uruguay.
To be a fan. But you have to be, but you have to be real.
But why did you guys make the penalty, man? You guys should have made the penalty.
You have to be objective. So yeah, at least, yeah, I agree. It's going to be Italy and Uruguay for that group. Group E, Switzerland, Ecuador, France, and Honduras. A dodgy group for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Would you say so, Victor?
That team is, that group is going to be boring to watch.
Boring.
It's going to be boring.
France has always had my heart.
No, that's what I'm saying. Outside of France in that,
Switzerland.
Outside of France in that group, it's going to be a pretty boring team to watch, group to watch. But the Swiss team is, I can't really pick one from that group, apart from France. I would say France. Then it's either going to be Switzerland or Ecuador. I would go with Ecuador. But the Swiss team have been together for a long time. As a matter of fact, that Swiss team are the same crop of boys who went to Nigeria and won the youth championship. So, yeah, a lot of them have been in that team for a very long time. So that fact, that thing might come to count for them that, okay, these guys have played together. Okay. But on the whole, I think if I'm to pick right now, I would say Ecuador and France.
Okay.
Wow. That's, I'm definitely going to go with France. And I think I'm going to go with Switzerland. To be honest with you, I haven't seen much of Ecuador. Even though I've been hearing they've had a buzz about them, and but I haven't really heard much about them. So I'm just making an educated guess.
Yeah, okay. I would also say France for sure.
Definitely. Yeah.
The second spot is anything between Switzerland and Ecuador. I'm not too sure who to stick with. It's definitely going to be France and Switzerland or Ecuador. That's what I think. Right. Okay, so Group F, Argentina, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Iran, and Nigeria.
This one's easy, and I'm not saying because I'm Nigerian.
No, you said it because you're Nigerian.
No.
You might not want to admit it.
Now, okay. They're saying this Bosnia and Herzegovina team is going to shock the world. I don't see it.
It's not happening.
It's not happening.
You've dreamt about it and you still didn't see it happening.
Yeah, they're creating the buzz. I even heard the coach saying that don't be surprised that, they're not actually just coming here to just show up. They're actually coming here to win, which is the mentality that every country's team should have.
Says,
so fine. But out of this group, I don't see why Nigeria and Argentina is not coming out.
Okay.
Definitely.
Bosnia-Herzegovina is a storehouse of coaches. It's a good team. They have a good team.
Okay.
But they have better coaches. A lot of the coaches, coaches for African teams have come from this country, including Ghana. Ghana has imported so many coaches from this country. Okay. However, when it gets to the team itself on the turf, it's a different story.
True.
And I think that Nigeria and Argentina are going to make it out of this.
This is automatic, and this is the second time Nigeria is being paired with Argentina. It's unfortunate we couldn't make it out the last time, but
I think all Nigeria has to do is to draw with Argentina.
That's it.
Even if they lose to Argentina,
even if they lose to Argentina, all they have to do is just beat Iran.
You better not lose to Argentina because you cannot,
Well,
you cannot say what's going to happen with Bosnia-Herzegovina. Don't underrate Bosnia.
Yes. I think we're going to spend
luckily for us, our first game is not against Argentina. So we're going up against Iran. All we have to do is whoop them like 5-6 goals, get the goal margin on your
that much?
Get the goal margin.
You're thinking of 6 goals at the World
We
Cup.
have to.
Well, didn't Uruguay beat Portugal beat some team like 8-1 the last World Cup or 7?
I guess.
South Korea, I think.
We need the goals just in case.
That's true. But definitely, Iran is the whipping boys.
Right.
Yeah,
I think we can all agree on that.
Okay. All right, Group G.
Can I read this, please?
Yes.
Yes, this is the
By
group
all
of
means.
the group of death, as I like to call it. We have Germany, Portugal, Ghana, and USA. Now, some people are saying this is not the group of death. I don't understand how you can. I mean, I was even watching a special on the American team, and as soon as they got drafted in this group, they were like,
group of death.
Yeah.
I know you're talking about me when you say you think you don't understand why people say it's not a group of death, because I used to say that.
Right.
I've changed my mind though.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've changed my mind.
Right.
But
So-
the thing though is, sorry, go ahead.
No, so this is a very tough group. Let's face it. All these groups, all these teams are very tough. And you have Germany, Portugal, and the USA, and Ghana. Yep. Out of this group, I'm picking Germany and Portugal because within this this group, we have 2 potential World Cup champions right here in Germany and Portugal.
Yeah, the thing though is that there's more than one group of death. We need to make that known.
Okay.
I think that there's definitely more than one group of death, but this definitely is one of the groups of
Okay,
death.
so you're picking the other group.
Let's finish this group. So I'm picking Germany and Portugal.
Germany and Portugal, okay. Yes, Victor.
I'm afraid I'll have to go. I have to agree with you.
Oh, okay. Well, this one's easy.
Yeah, this is pretty easy. This is pretty easy. Germany, Portugal. But we had this conversation last week, and it still comes down to the fact that if Ghana is able to get their acts together, they can shock any of these people.
So let me ask you, you Nigeria-centric guys, let me ask you, how is it that Nigeria can whip Iran by 6 goals and Ghana cannot whip the US by 6 goals?
No.
Oh, no, they can't.
That's the point. Ghana's problem is not the US.
No.
Ghana can actually beat the US team. The US team is stronger than the Iranian team. Right. Nigeria can beat Iran 6 goals or 5 goals. No question about it. On a good day, Nigeria can do that. Ghana cannot beat the US team because they played together.
Yeah.
And we remember it was 2-1, but Ghana has consistently won the US team. Ghana is going to win the US team again, but it won't be by 6 goals. That's the point.
Okay, as long as we win.
No. Ghana is going to win the USA, but Ghana's problem is drawing
Portugal
or keeping Portugal.
Let me ask you, first you, Victor, do you foresee Ghana drawing, for instance, with Portugal?
Portugal.
You see them drawing with Germany?
No.
You see Germany beating Ghana?
I see Germany beating Ghana.
Yeah.
But I see Portugal, I see Ghana drawing Portugal. If all goes well for them, they can draw Portugal. Portugal relies too much on that Ronaldo thing.
Factor,
yes. If he has an off night, you can take that game away from them.
But let me ask you this. The tough game, of course, here is going to be between Germany and Portugal. I think that would decide who wins the group.
And that's what I think is going to happen. I think that Ghana can actually beat the US.
Yes.
Draw with Portugal, and then Germany and Portugal will just knock themselves out.
Right.
I think that's what, maybe it's because I'm Ghanaian, but I think that's what's going to happen. Okay, now the final...
let's not say something. Let's not forget, though. Nobody knows. We can all predict what's going to happen, but it's actually what happens in the pitch.
It's only on paper.
We could be shocked.
Yeah, totally.
Right.
Who knew Cameroon was going to whip England the way they did in, when was it, 80...
Yeah, you're right.
90, yeah. And who knew that Senegal was going to whoop France
the way they did? You know, so anyways, final group, Belgium, Algeria, Russia, and Korea Republic.
I think Algeria is very lucky this time. They got into this group, so I'm going to pick out of this group. Again, Korea is just the whipping boy in that team, in that group, I'm sorry. I think everybody's going to have a feast of goals against them, the Korea Republic. So out of this group, I'm going with Belgium, and I'm going to go with Algeria.
Belgium is going to top that group, no doubt about it. They have Benteke, you know, they really, Lukaku is also there. So, but Benteke is injured. I don't know if he's going to make it to the World Cup. But
even if he doesn't.
Well, even if he doesn't, they're topping that group. Now the question is who qualifies. I disagree with you that Algeria is going to qualify from that group. Algeria is not going to make it out of that group. Russia has Fabio Capello as their coach. He wants to prove a point, you know, after last World Cup. So I think Russia might qualify, but if Russia doesn't pull through, watch out for Korea.
South Korea.
Watch out for Korea Republic.
I'm holding this guy to what he just said, and I'm glad this is on video.
Yeah. Algeria is not going to come out of that group.
Okay, we'll see.
You can hold the two of us, because I was actually going to say that. Really? I think Algeria is actually the whipping boys in this group.
No? Well, okay.
I think so. I think Algeria is actually the whipping boys right here.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll see.
They didn't really have a good show in the last World Cup, and I know that they want to really show.
Algeria has not been that glamorous for quite a while now.
For
quite a long time, actually. And this World Cup is actually the opportunity to show that we're back on the block.
I think it's his African sentiment that's speaking. He's just trying to, you know, okay, they're Africans.
No, I'm serious. I think, you know, I haven't seen...
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so all in all, generally, who do you think is going to win the World Cup?
Whew. I'm going to have to go with Brazil.
Okay.
And I say that because...
and which team is going to go to the final with Brazil?
Sorry, I forgot how I did my chart. I don't think... I think Germany... No, Germany, they can't meet. So I think maybe Spain.
Spain and Brazil
for
Spain
the
finals,
and Brazil.
And Brazil will win.
Yes, I'm going with Brazil.
I think I actually agree with him. I see Spain and Brazil. Spain could upset Brazil because is this: Brazil whooped Spain in the Confederations Cup, and it was scandalous, 3-0. Spain wants payback.
Okay.
And they are coming for. If they do meet, Spain is going to be really ready for them.
Right.
The thing Spain has now that they did not have back then, they have more players. You know, it's like that Spanish team. People keep breaking into the team. Negredo is there, even though he's not, you know, he's off and on in Man City, but Negredo is a really fantastic striker. They have Diego Costa, who's, Chelsea is chasing him everywhere right now. Probably the best striker in the world at the moment.
Better than Neymar?
Better than Neymar.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Diego Costa is better than Neymar.
I got to check that out.
Oh, that's why Chelsea wants him. Mourinho wants him to be the top striker for next season. You know, they have David Villa, they have Navas, and they have Torres. For a coach, how do you choose from these players?
Yeah,
I know. And that's a team. That team is very cohesive. They know it. They understand each other. It's like the ball is just literally on his team. They know everything.
If they do meet in the final, that's Confederations Cup. I said it when Brazil won that game. I said this game might be the tipping scale in the World Cup because this game might come back to bite Brazil right in the behind, and they will come all out. I'm pretty sure they will go. If they meet in the final, Spain is going all out. So I can't tell you 100% that Brazil is going to win, but I expect Brazil to win.
Okay, and who do you think Spain is going to play Brazil in the final?
Yeah, I think Spain is going to play Brazil in the final, but I want Brazil to win. I expect Brazil to win because they are playing in the Maracanã. That is the biggest stadium in the world. That's the biggest crowd in the world. That's the most exciting place to play football in the world. If you don't win in Maracanã, you can't win anywhere. Yeah, on home soil. I mean, 1950, Brazil got to the final and they lost to Uruguay. This time, I don't think they're going to let that slip by them. So
okay, all right. So
we got to hear from you, boss.
Well, I think that it's going to be a Brazil. I hate to say Germany because that would slim down the chances of Ghana.
No, but yeah, because.
But truthfully speaking, I think it's most likely to be a Brazil-Germany final.
Yeah, so I didn't think, because I thought Brazil and Germany were going to meet in the semifinals.
Or something. It depends, really. I mean, at this point, we can't tell.
Oh, okay.
Well, I've not done the permutation for their group, so I don't know. The only group I've done is Nigeria, and I know Nigeria is meeting France if they come second in their group.
Right, and if they, exactly, and if we beat France, even Germany or Portugal is waiting for us.
It's still...
Of course, there's a whole lot of permutation. Who wins first?
Exactly.
Who comes in second?
Oh, yeah.
So,
sorry.
You know, you can only get so far. Any which ways, thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Chief, as always.
As always.
And thank you, Victor. I really like how you break things down.
Oh, he does.
Yes, thank you so much. So next week, somewhere 2 weeks or so from now, the Ghana Black Stars will be playing South Korea in Miami. Hopefully, we'll be able to bring you snippets of the game plus a bit of, you know, other backstage stuff. We'll also be visiting their camp when they go to Washington, D.C., and we will be bringing you some interesting dressing room stuff right here on this channel, and you will see all three of us doing that again.
Yeah.
See you next week with more sports. This has been Sahara Sports on your channel of choice, Sahara TV. See you next week.
Welcome, Chief. Thank you.
How powerful is this gesture, Chief?
It's a gesture that speaks volumes.
Hey, how are you today? All right, let's go. So now we know that most decisions in government throughout Africa are made by men, right? It's true. But behind every good man is a great woman. And that is so true. Now, Africa is lucky enough to have some awesome first ladies to balance out governance. But in some cases, some African leaders, better halves, take their title as first lady just a bit too far, right? Now, here's a look at my pick of Africa's most scandalous first ladies. All right, this is gonna be fun. At number 5 is 45-year-old Nkosikathi Lambakiza. Did I get that right? I hope so. The official first lady of Swaziland. She married Swaziland King Mswati III at the tender age of 16. Although she is actually wife number 3, she, my people, was handpicked by the king himself. The first 2 wives were arranged. So, she's the one regularly seen on the arm of the king. Now, this lady is known for her glamour and wild fashion sense. Her attire alone has, over the course of her royalty, created serious buzz. In 2012, while attending Queen Elizabeth II's 60th year on the throne celebration, Nkosikathi made fashion headlines with her fancy layered poofy gowns, sparkling bodice, and pearl-covered pumps, which cost over $1,500 US. And what do you expect for a wife or for wives who are used to $10 million vacations? Anyway, besides all of this, Nkosikathi, according to reports, has a genuine rebellious streak. She even qualifies to be a lawyer, but no, it's against the Swazi royal tradition for a queen to have a job. Here's rare footage of Nkosikathi discussing being one of the many queens of Swaziland.
It goes away to state visit, so there's a lot that I do. My charity work, and there are lots of people who come to me for different reasons, sometimes empowerment. They want me to assist them in certain things. There are still areas in which our nation's women are not able to contribute as much as they might towards the kingdom's development. I have so many functions to attend, and in my spare time I sing.
He's the very stronghold of my life. Whom shall I fear? When my enemies attack me, when evil men advance against me, I shall not fear.
I believe at first, a lot of people were skeptical. They've heard, how can she lower herself to that standard? And how can our queen sing? It sounded ridiculous to them. I believe Christians.
That's an old clip, right? But that's all I could find of her. Okay, next at number 4 is Janet Museveni, wife of Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni. Janet is often criticized for being way too involved in Ugandan government affairs. She is a very powerful figure in Uganda and very religious. She's a first lady, a minister, and a member of the Ugandan parliament. The first family has been criticized heavily for nepotism. I mean, there is a strong belief that the family is grooming their son for presidency. Let's see how that works out. Now, back in the 80s, Janet founded a relief agency supporting orphans, and now here's some juice. She became an HIV/AIDS advocate for Ugandans, and the rumor is that all of this came about after she allegedly tested positive for the virus herself during the late 80s. Now, according to reports, she got it from the president, who was wild with women back in the day. True or not, so far it's just a rumor, so don't even quote me on that. Anyway, Jeanette has not been caught up in many scandals lately, but in 2012, she found herself being tied to a money theft scandal where aid to Uganda was allegedly used for numerous travels to Israel. She vehemently denied the accusations, made public statements, and all. Here's a clip of Jeanette defending herself against those corruption charges.
When the Parliamentary Public Accounts Committee resumed its probe into alleged financial misappropriation in the office of the Prime Minister this week, much was anticipated. The summoning of high-profile witnesses like First Lady Janet Museveni was key.
Nothing but the truth, so help me.
The First Lady told the committee that she was ready to answer all queries except matters regarding finances.
The PS, he's the one who knows the delegation, he's the one who knows how much money went to who. Yes. Yes.
One of the most contentious queries in the 2012 Auditor General's report that led to Mrs. Museveni's appearance before the committee was the several trips she allegedly made to Israel.
Because it's not possible for one person to go to, 9 times? What will be taking a person really?
Let me state here categorically that I did travel to Israel once in September 2010 to try and look for a lasting solution to the water problem in Karamoja.
Janet Museveni denied exerting any pressure to have the funds released.
Can you tell the committee if you knew about any interest in your office and how much, and if you had any hand in managing that interest?
And I don't even think that we had a line in our budget of that interest. Interest
Yeah.
in our budget. I don't believe that.
All right, number 3 is Grace Mugabe, or Disgrace, as she is popularly referred to in Zimbabwe. She is the second wife of President Robert Mugabe, who is 41 years older than Grace. Now listen, Grace is 48 years old. Mugabe is like 89 or 90. That alone is wild. Now, Grace is notorious for her excessive spending and extravagant lifestyle. She doesn't even try to hide it. She's a serious shopping addict. She once spent $120,000 in 2 hours just shopping. In 2009, on a shopping spree in Hong Kong, Grace was involved in assaulting a photographer. I mean, man, Grace's story is riddled with scandal after scandal and embarrassment. Remember in 2010 when her love affair with Zimbabwe's head of central bank emerged? And that's not even all. According to several reports, Grace has been around the clock with some men, you know? Now, what I'm saying is I feel kind of bad for President Mugabe. But what did he expect? Their first children were conceived while Robert and Grace both were in other relationships. Anyway, besides being a mega diva and a shopping addict, Grace did start a high school in Zimbabwe, which is actually quite expensive, and a university and a hospital are in development under her direction. I know, I'm just trying to find something good to say about her. Check out this clip of Grace.
I worked in his office for a long time.
Did you, on a personal level, think the Prime Minister's a fairly attractive guy?
I actually, at that time, I looked at him as a father figure, to tell you. I did not think at all he would even look at me and say, I like that girl. I least expected that, honestly.
How did that happen? How did romance blossom?
Just like any other man, he just started, talking to me and asking me about my life. Were you married before? Things like that. But I was just saying, he's my boss. He must ask. He's just interested to know more about me, and I didn't know it was leading to somewhere.
But you yourself, did you get a...
I was quite a shy person. I'm very shy.
But you still must have...
Even if you see my daughters, my kids are shy. I'm telling you, they're very shy.
But amongst your colleagues in the office, they must have said to you, Gracie likes you.
No. They didn't see that.
Really?
He's, he's not a person who would, show it. So they didn't actually know that at all.
Whilst love blossomed between the couple and children followed, Robert Mugabe was still married to his late wife Sally, who was terminally ill at the time.
Grace Mugabe. All right, my number 2 is Patience Jonathan, aka Mama Peace. Now, she's the wife of Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan. And to many people, Patience has severely overstepped her limits as First Lady, putting her up in ranks as one of Nigeria's most controversial First Ladies. I mean, this lady stays headlining Nigerian and international newspapers. She's most popular for her many speaking bloopers, where whatever comes up, comes out. But on a serious note, in 2012, all hell broke loose when Patience was elected Bielsa's state permanent secretary. Several politicians condemned the appointment, noting that the First Lady does not deserve the title, and rightfully so. I mean, she is the First Lady, for God's sake. Now, again in 2012, more uproar emerged when Patience wore an outfit to her brother-in-law's burial and seemed to have a wardrobe malfunction in, like, the boobs area. People went wild in criticizing her for not wearing a bra. Another big outrage came in 2013 when Patience accepted an honorary doctorate degree from a South Korea university in the midst of Nigeria's 5-month-long university school strikes. Now that's not cool. Here's a clip of the many properties belonging to the first family of Patience Jonathan. I had to look twice at that compound. It really was massive. All right, now, number 1 is the boisterous diva Chantal Biya, the first lady of Cameroon. She's the second wife of President Paul Biya, who is 38 years older than Chantal, aka Chateau, as local Cameroonians refer to her. Now, you all know her, right? How can you not? Her majestic, larger-than-life fashion sense is always in the news, and you can't help but to gaze at her signature styled big hair known as the banane. I hope I said that right. Now, she's the daughter of a French expatriate, and it's noted that she had a very modest upbringing, obviously a total contrast to the notorious lifestyle she lives now or today. So, besides being just the first lady with her own signature style, she's also created her own political endeavors, namely the Chantal Biya Foundation and African Synergy, both aimed at humanitarian work and the elimination of HIV/AIDS, which she better be for real about since Cameroon has the highest HIV/AIDS rates in West Africa. Now, Chantal is just as bold as her dictator husband. In 2010, Cameroonian author Bertrand Tailloux was arrested and charged for insulting Chantal in his book, The Belle of the Banana Republic, Chantal Biya, From the Streets to the Palace. Here's a clip of Chantal and Paul amongst their entourage. Chantal Biya. Her hair is horrible and beautiful at the same time. All right, now that's it. So I know what you're thinking. There are a couple of other African first ladies who have really earned a spot on this list, like Ana Paula dos Santos, Angola's first lady, you know her, right? And the Gambia's first lady, Zainab Jama. Now, these are some real divas, but sourcing footage of these first ladies is quite difficult, and we can thank their government's extreme clampdown on the press for that. Anyway, what do you think? Did I leave off your first lady? Tell me. I want to hear from you. Email me at tracytv@gmail.com. I'm on Twitter and Facebook. Just type in TracyTV, check the spelling. Stick around, guys. There's much more coming up.